How you
I'm
doing?
excited. I'm good. What's going on with you? How's your weekend been?
Listen, y'all, I'm gonna tell you something. Every once in a while, okay, when you get older, like myself, you stop doing as much as you used to do, and you think to yourself, "Do I still got it?" And you go out there in the big world, and the world asks a little something of you, like, "Hey, Ruby, listen, you haven't done a retreat in a while. Do you want to do another retreat?" And I say yes. And guess what? It was good, and it proved to me I still got it, y'all. That's right, I still got it. I'm just saying,
Okay.
I still got it. So I'm not feeling too shabby. I'm not feeling. I just gotta say, I'm feeling a little bit big for my britches tonight. I am sorry, y'all. It's gonna come out in my attitude. I can't help it. I can't. How you doing today?
I'm good. I'm in for the weekend. I didn't really do anything. Well, it's not the weekend anymore. It's Monday. But I
Proof.
didn't go to work today. I didn't go Friday because, as you know, I had a death in my family.
Hmm.
Yeah, my grandma
Condolences,
passed
darling.
away. Hmm?
I said condolences.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. I still was like, yo, we got to do this stream. We got to come out and kill it. Like we
Hmm.
always do. So
Hmm.
I'm feeling a lot better now that I'm here with you and we about to do this amazing stream.
Always. That is absolutely 100% correct, and I hope all of y'all keep that in mind, okay? Melody is here when maybe a lot of people wouldn't be, okay? So I hope y'all have your donating fingers ready. That's all I'm saying. That's
Right,
all
right,
I'm saying,
right.
okay? Yeah,
Yes, we would really
that,
appreciate
that that's what it is. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, we work
So,
very hard to entertain you guys. So
right? I'm
what Ruby
saying.
said.
They don't know. Okay, yeah. But I love y'all. So I love y'all anyway and everything. No, you know what though? I will say, at some point maybe we should have a real serious discussion stream topic about certain types of things because sometimes we do need to get to the down and dirty, especially when we're talking about I'm gonna say family relations. It's been a few years for me since the last loss in my family, and I'm ready to talk about certain things because I want to talk about some shit that goes on in the families and it helps to perpetuate the dysfunction in our community. So I'm ready to talk about some of that. Eventually, at some point, you will be ready to. Maybe we could sit down. We could have some of these more serious discussions.
Yes, because
But
that's
that's
what
not
we are
today.
here for. We're here to talk about dysfunctions in the Black community, and that
Mm-hmm.
goes for our families as well. We're not here just to bash women. We're here to
Nope.
talk about it all, the women,
Oh.
the men, everything that happens in our community. We're here for it.
Mm-hmm.
So, and if
Mm-hmm.
you guys have any suggestions for Ruby and I, please let us know in the
Yes.
comments, or you can email me at sweetmelodyspeaks@gmail.com, or you can email Ruby at, you can let them know.
Ruby at classicruby.com.
Yes, definitely. And thank you, Killer Swag. He posted Ruby's channel because
Yes,
she's
thank
gonna be doing
you.
her content soon. And we also might stream. We spoke about it today. We might be streaming our show to
Mm-hmm.
there, maybe, or she might be going live. So yeah, expect a lot of new things to happen.
We got some ideas for y'all, okay?
Yeah.
Including a review. I'm not gonna say anything more about it though, because I don't want no one stealing our review idea. But we got a
Don't tell you
review.
what it is, but just let them know
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
coming.
it's gonna be good, y'all. Y'all are gonna appreciate this from a woman's perspective. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna tell y'all nothing else about it, but it's gonna be good. That's it.
Nothing else. And also, mods, if you have a wrench right now, it's because we trust you
Mm-hmm.
to drop the links. Every link we need dropped. Our links, people that come on our panels links. If
Mm-hmm.
we tell you to look something up, drop that link.
Mm-hmm.
Also, mods, y'all know what to do. Make sure it's clean in the chat. Make sure people aren't using profanity in our chat room. We will really
Please.
appreciate that.
Yes. But don't silence opposing viewpoints. Please. We trust y'all to not do that because we trust y'all to know we don't want an echo chamber over here, right?
No.
So,
And I don't know if I told you, Rubes. Well, I'm sure you was watching the stream when I did my stream solo last week. I was telling them, like, listen, when I looked at our block list,
Mhm.
full of women.
Mhm.
It was like
Mhm.
40 women blocked. And I
Mhm.
was very upset. And that's why we made the decision to take wrenches, because you guys are blocking the women who are very important as well, because we like pushback. We want them to come up and tell us why they don't agree with what we say. No.
Exactly. Yeah. Right. It's just like our topic of today, and tomorrow. Like in general, like these are some of these subjects that we want to talk about. We want actually to be able to address them with women in the presence of women, to be able to debate the women and prove to the women why it is that they're carrying around some thoughts, ideas, whatever it is that are not functional, or that don't actually really track. But you can't really have that type of discussion if all the women can't even say what's up in the chat room. They ain't gonna come up on the panel if they can't even say hi in the chat. You know what I mean? So
Exactly. So, guys, please be respectful if you still have a wrench, please. Or you're not any better than the people that got their wrenches taken away. Yours will get taken too. And that's not
Mhm.
a threat, that's a promise, right?
Facts, facts. Y'all hear that misdemeanor song? That's what I heard.
Hey, but listen, guys, we have a very interesting topic today, because as you guys know, in the space, people been throwing around box all
Mhm.
throughout the space. We have two women content creators who was also debating on whether box is powerful or not. So Ruby and I decided to make this stream, and we're gonna give you our take on a subject, right, Ruby?
Facts.
And
Yes,
then,
we are.
and then we can open up the panel so you can give us your take on it.
Mhm. Oh, I cannot wait for this one. I want to know. I'm interested. I'm interested, y'all. And I'm gonna say this before we even started. I think, okay,
Oh
that
wait,
anyone who disagrees with me is delusional. Period. Point blank. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead. What were you
I'm
saying?
sorry. I'm sorry. No, I was talking to somebody. No, but I agree. Like, you guys got, it's no way that you guys are going to disagree with what Ruby and I have to say. We have
Mm-mm,
one married woman on a panel, and you have one woman who's been in long-term relationships on a panel.
mm-hmm,
And we're both
mm-hmm,
women, so we know what's up. And
mm-hmm.
especially if you're a man, you can't tell us how women think. So,
No, no,
yeah.
no. And I just gotta put it out like that. Listen, when you got beautiful women, okay, who have had a certain, shall we say, pull over the men's,
Mhm.
then y'all can be in denial all you want, or every once in a while you gotta listen to what the women have to say. Just every once in a while. Just every once in a while. And I for one think that like it's dangerous. It is dangerous as a man for you to disagree with our position take. It's dangerous. You know why? Because you cannot be prepared and forewarned and do whatever you can to protect yourself if you are in denial. You can't. You can't. Okay.
You cannot be in denial, okay? We don't see, if you notice, we come here because we got y'all back, but we never tell y'all what to do, and we never tell y'all what to think.
Uh-uh.
So we want the same thing from you guys, you know?
Exactly. Exactly. Oh, see, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Poppy Blanco shows up. When we have a topic about box, here's Poppy Blanco bright and early.
What is going on? He's always here.
I know. But you know what? I'm going to say, I bet you he will even agree with us. Because at the end of the day, right? I feel like the only people who won't agree with us are either in denial or are women who want men to be in denial of this particular thing so that way she can use it to her advantage. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's
Right.
all I'm saying. That's all I'm
Let's wait until it's more people in the chat before we actually get into it, but we can
saying.
talk around it like we're doing.
Yeah,
So
pretty
yeah,
much.
yeah. So either you're in denial, or like she said, you just don't want to agree. Period.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Smooth. Make sure y'all hit the like button. Also, if you are a content creator, please share on your platform. Help us out, especially if your platform is bigger than ours. Like, let's help
Right?
each other out. One hand wash the other. Right?
I know. As Ruby goes to share the stream because I didn't do that yet. I know I'm the worst.
You
I'm
should
honestly
share
the
the stream.
worst.
It's your stream.
I know. I know. I forgot. I'm sorry. Damn it.
You know what? I actually forgot to share it too. That's
See?
hilarious. On the community tab. That's hilarious. All right, we can get into it though. We have 12 people. I'm sure we'll get more. Okay, so Ruby, what is you want to give your take first?
Okay. Wow. This is my take. Now, hold on. There you go. And I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this. Okay. Does the box have power over the brothers?
Hmm.
And I don't just mean black brothers. I mean just men in general. And the answer is yes. It is a resounding yes. In fact, I have told y'all before that the one amazing thing that happened to me as a teenage girl, actually maybe a little bit earlier than that, I was about 12, but still, actually, no, fifth grade. How old are you in fifth grade? 10? I was 10.
Mm-hmm. I
When
think
I
we
was 10
all
years
were.
old, yeah, that's about when we realized that we have this magical thing. It is encased in our panties, and it's a box. And here's the thing:
Mhm.
once you realize you have it, you realize that that is the key to getting everything in life. No, I'm not even kidding.
It's the key to life. Yes, it is.
Right? It literally is the key to getting everything. There are men who will live there in every move they make. Actually, I'll say honestly, not even there are men. A lot of men, the majority of men. Every move they make, every decision they make from who they want to be when they grow up and how much money they want to have, what kind of car they want to drive, and how they dress, and all of that is
Yeah.
all for access to a particular type of box. So at the end of the day, that tells me that the box has power. It has so much power, so much power. It is scary how much power that box has because even men who want to be in denial of its power are powerless to fight against the power of the box. Done.
Exactly. Thank you, Ruby. I think our thoughts align.
Mhm,
Um, okay, where do I start? Like Ruby said, it starts young. See, mine didn't start
mhm,
at 10 because I was still a little girl playing with Barbie dolls and dollhouses at 10. I didn't know anything about sex at 10.
mhm,
Nor did I know about it at 11 or 12. But 13 is when I started seeing myself, change. I started going through puberty. I started getting little breasts. My shape,
mhm,
my shape was cute. I wanted to get my hair done and my nails done. And I
mhm,
noticed a lot of guys would tell me, hey, wow, you so beautiful, you so sexy. And they would start treating me right and they would start buying me stuff at lunch and they would bring me things. And, they just wanted to do a
mhm.
lot of things for me, you know? And why do you
Yep.
think that is? For the power. Let's say it together.
Ooh.
For the power of the
Power of the box,
box. Right. That's what I'm
girl.
saying. So,
Obviously.
right. So it definitely is. It definitely is power in the box.
Right? And how else could it ruin? Listen, because you don't have, and honest, I'm sorry, brothers, I'm sorry, but there's nothing that the brothers have inherently in the same way that has the same kind of pull and power over the female mind and over the female behavior. There's just not, right? Like you got some dudes and oh well they're slick and they got game and they tall and da 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 da, but it does not have the same kind of power, the same kind of all-encompassing power that the box has.
At
Bro,
all. Yeah, because Blue and I was going back and forth in the chat the other day, and he's telling me the D is more powerful than the P. I'm like, are you kidding me? Do you really feel that way? I was like, do you think a man can make more money selling his body than a girl can? Do you really feel that way?
right.
It's not
Mm,
possible.
exactly. No, it's not. And that's the thing, right? Let's look at OnlyFans. Like the fact that OnlyFans can make the kind of money it makes, right? When you already have, free, like look at how many different free access to PORN that we have. And yet OnlyFans is still a multi-billion-dollar company, right? Women are making millions, hundreds of thousands, even just thousands if you're just a nobody, right?
Right.
And you want to think about that PORN is free. There's billions of websites and databases for free that you can access. You'll never run out. You can watch a new one 5 times a day. Never run out. And yet, OnlyFans is still a multi-billion-dollar a year company. Why? Because the box is power. It's just what it is.
And why do you think when you go to the club and there's beautiful women in line who's getting in for free? Why do you think the women can get in for free before a certain time? Because the box is power.
Right. Right. And we know that because here's the thing, right? You could put all the most gorgeous men in the world inside of that club. And guess what's not going to happen? It's not going to fill the club with women, nor is it going to make the men want to pay. It's not going to make the women want to pay. That's not how it happens. But you fill that club with gorgeous women with skirts that are just ever so short, hinting to what? Access to the box. And guess what? Men will kill themselves and half of their family to get into that door. They don't, I have to pay $1,000 and I can't afford my rent this month, but if I pay $1,000, I can get in there and maybe get access to one of them boxes. Cool. No problem. Here you go. Here's your $1,000. Right?
Yeah, right. Exactly, Ruby. And the thing is, we're not here to say, oh, it's a great thing that box have power, because it can be a really bad thing too for the brothers. And that's what we're trying to bring to you guys' attention, because I saw, I hate saying names, but Blue and Game Changer wanted to go back and forth like, oh, women, what did Game Changer say? Oh, women shouldn't leverage their box, for things, because, and that's what they were saying. It was pretty much saying there's no power in leveraging box. So
if there was no power in leveraging the box, then he wouldn't have to say women shouldn't leverage the box. The fact that women, you have to say you shouldn't do that, suggests that you know that she can. And if she can, then it's because you know that there's power in the box. It has enough power that she can leverage it for things. She can leverage access to her box for things she wants in life, like her bills paid and food on the table and access to vacations. Access to $1 million weave, and steak covered in gold she can't afford on her own. Like, let's be real, right? Like,
and Birkin bags and thousands of dollars for a Birkin bag. This
right?
is what the women are getting for that box. Now, fellas, you got to watch out for it, because if you think there's no power in it, you're going to keep getting tricked over and over and over again into buying expensive things.
Yeah.
The only way now, Rubes is married, and I'm sure. What did you tell me earlier? If you don't mind.
I told you a lot of things earlier.
I'm saying about your man in the box. Like you have power.
Oh, listen. Well, to this day, my box still has power over Mr. Rubes. How you mean? And I know it does, and he knows it does. And it's like literally, the thing is like a homing device, okay? Like for real. It's like him being able to see it. Just like he knows it's there. It's not like he doesn't know it's there, right? He has full access to it. It's not like he doesn't know that he has access to it. But him being able to see it suddenly in a nice, pretty line of sight between him and it, and I'd say it's like a homing device. That man is suddenly just attracted. Like a homing beacon.
Exactly. And it's crazy. And they've been together for years and it still has the same effect. So we wanted to set that straight. There is a lot of power in the box.
There's
it can
a
be
lot.
A good thing, right? And it can be a bad thing. In Rube's case, it's a good thing. And somebody like Lori Harvey's case, it might be a bad thing. Or, somebody like
Brittany Renner,
it's a bad thing because she's getting it how she can get it, or what's the other girl? Bad Baby. It's a bad thing. Oh, God. But she made millions off the box. Millions.
Amazing. I don't even think that girl's that attractive, which goes to show you. And this is the problem, right? Now, a lot of guys are like, I don't pedestalize women. No. Most of the men who speak about it so flippantly, like, no, there's just no way, have never had access to the kind of box, right? And to the kind of attractiveness that blows their minds. They've never had access to it. right? So they can speak a big game all that they want. But until they have that particular level of attractiveness, like, okay, let's talk about now whether or not you think the man is entirely capping or not. Donovan Sharp told a story, and it was him, MTR, and Just Pearly Things all sitting around. And Donovan told this story about how he was 31 years old. He was 31 years old. And this very beautiful, very gorgeous, most attractive woman ever, 19-year-old, gave him sexual access. That's really what it was. Gave him sexual access. Now, she was a heroin dealer. She was all kinds of terrible stuff. You should listen to that story if you haven't heard that story. And that man just kept trying to steal money, hustle money, this and that, doing anything he can to fund this chick's life, knowing this chick was just going to go back to her man from prison. Okay? Including the fact that she was a single mother at 19 and her kid was 6. Like all kinds of stuff. Okay? But when you have sexual access to a gorgeous, like, woman of your dreams level, all of a sudden, all of that flippantness, you're like, that would never be me. That would never be me. Suddenly it's you. And that's how men get themselves caught up, right? It's by denying the power of the boss. Knowing that that boss has that kind of power is how you arm yourself to protect yourself from it. Not denying that the power is there, but saying, no, I know it. I know it's there. So this is what I got to do. So that way I am not powerless to it entirely. You know?
Yeah, exactly, Rubes. I couldn't have said it better myself. You got to protect yourself from it. Know what you're dealing with. Let's talk about, okay, so the title of the stream is Can the Box Ruin a Man's Life? And I have a story time. I have a couple of stories, but let me start with this one. Okay, can the box ruin a man's life? So I have a story. So I know a guy who had past tense, had a beautiful girlfriend. He couldn't take her anywhere. Anytime he took her somewhere, guys will always be all over her. They would be grabbing her, staring at her, whatever. So one day he went to the strip club with his girl. Yes, he brought sand to the beach. They're in the strip club. She's dressed like a stripper, because that's how she used to dress when she went out. She's dressed like a stripper. So a guy come over. I guess he thinks she's a stripper because she's standing there, and he starts touching on her, grabbing her. So he's like, oh, whoa, he's going crazy. He pushed the guy. He's like, oh my God, that's my girl, whatever. So the guy's in his feelings. They're going back and forth. So they get kicked out the club. When they get kicked out the club, they go to the trunk. And you know the end of that story.
Yep.
That's over the power of the PUSSY. That's pretty much what Jay-Z made the song about. The power of the PUSSY. Do you have any stories?
Oh gosh, you know how many stories I have. I have stories all day. I mean, shoot, it just depends on what category we want to shoot. Should we go to paternity fraud? Let's go to paternity fraud. Okay. No, I'm not even kidding. So back when I was 15, along with the fact that 15 was legal, consenting age in Ontario, it really was. A lot of other things were going on, including the single mama trend. Like, it was very popular to be 15 and pregnant with your baby daddy, and like baby daddy was like the new husband, because you couldn't choose to get married, but you could choose to be a baby mama. I don't know, that it was a thing. And so a few of my friends at the time were pregnant. So we're between 14 to 16, and a few of my friends were pregnant. And one of them, I'm going to tell you the story about one of them. She knew for sure that she was pregnant when she met this dude. Knew it for sure. But this dude was just blinded by how beautiful she was. Blinded. And the fact that she would sit on his lap and, do the stuff that women do. So this is the thing. A lot of men think that women do things by accident. And I mean, some of them do, right? I happen to be someone who's very unaware of myself sometimes. I just live. I'm not trying to do something that, people will find appealing, so I'm not good at being intentionally sexy. But a lot of women are. And so they do things on purpose. So the way they'll sit on your lap and they'll sit like a half a millimeter away from your manhood, or they'll get up in such a way that their butt is basically brushing you in the face, or they just do little things, and they do it constantly. And why? Because what they're doing is they're using the power that the box can have on the men's mind to overcome his mind. So that's all he can think about is access to the box, no matter how much he thought he was tough and yeah, she seems cool, yeah, sure, she's pretty, but right, his rationale just goes out the window. And that's what she did. She stirred him up for weeks, and then she slept with him. Right, then a couple few weeks go by, and then she came with I think I missed my period. Right?
Wow.
Remember, she knew 100%.
Yes.
100%. And I'm not even going to tell you what this shady little girl did to try to. No, she did. She did some crazy things. She did some, thank God that kid ended up being okay. Because she did some crazy stuff to try to keep the birth weight down, so that way it would stay in line with her life. Because she knew that boy would give up his whole life. Whole life. And he did. He gave up his whole life. Guess what? He was getting scouted by a school, by a college or university in America, right? He was getting scouted. He was basketball, getting scouted. Threw it all away because he's got to be a daddy now. Okay?
Crazy.
People were telling this dude about what this girl was about, and it didn't matter. But guess what? That's not where it stopped. No. So his life is already ruined. One, because he's thrown away basketball, and he was really good. He was the best, by far. He was really good. He probably would have gotten into the pros, right? So life was ruined once over child number one that is not his. Well, I heard, and the reason why I heard it is actually because I was in court with my cousin. I had brought him to court to help him fight for custody for his kid. That's why I was in the courthouse that day. And there was this guy. Okay. Now, to say 20 years had gone by, it was almost 20 years. And man, he just looked so rough. And that's why I remember thinking how rough he looked, because he was one of the playboys, but he was soft. You could see the softness. You could see the, but he was a playboy. Yeah. And now he just looks rough and whatever. And then I realized he's sitting there, and I'm like, oh, part of the reason why he looks rough is he just came out of prison. Why is he out of prison? What the hell's going on? Well, he was in prison because, it's rough. So basically, he came into his house, and the chick, because he was still with her, married her and everything, had several more children with her, was sleeping with not one, but two of his friends. And he came into the house, saw that happening. He got very physical. He laid them out good. And so she called the police on him, had him arrested. Fine. So come to find out, this is what he was in court for. He was getting the results of the paternity test because he requested a paternity test. Out of all of the children, one of them, the second last one, was his. There was 5 or 6. There was 5 or 6 on that list that they kept reading. Not the father, not the father, not the father, not the father. And I was like,
life
but
ruined.
the thing is, people been telling him, but he didn't care. Life ruined. So he lost his job. He lost one thing. The second thing, though, he lost his job again because he needed security clearance. But now he has an assault charge and he's been in prison. He no longer clear, so he lost that job now too. So his life got ruined twice by the same boss that everyone told him was useless.
But that's his fault, Do we all admit that's his? I mean, do we all agree that that's his fault? I mean, come on, he was blinded by the box.
That's what I'm saying. It's so easy to blind men with the box, and women know it. It's something that we get literally, unless you are very unattractive or you are very, 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 very slow to develop, so you stay literally childlike through most of high school. As a woman, you know the power that box gave you.
Mm-hmm.
Just your access to the world changes because of the box.
Yeah.
You know it, right? And the problem is you also know that men don't know that you know. Do you see what I'm saying?
Listen,
I know that sounded a little bit crazy. I know
no,
men are probably like, what?
makes a lot of
But
sense to
right?
us. Maybe not to
Yeah.
the men. You know, women are getting flown out every day
Hmm.
on IG because the power of the box. They're getting showered with gifts, jewelry. You know,
Hmm.
Rube's got a ring on her finger because of the power of the
Facts!
box. Okay,
Facts! How you mean?
okay.
Bro, I don't listen. I've never tried to play. That's something about my box is not what has gotten me where I am in life. And I'm not even talking about just now. I'm talking about listen. And here's the thing. And I told y'all this before. The fact that I have this box, okay, and it's attached to this beautiful woman, right? And that is lucky enough to roll out of bed and be beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
This box is what has gotten me. I when other people had to do certain things when they were homeless to get by, I didn't. I had to live. Girl, I never did one thing, not one thing to get by, to get myself fed, to get myself shelter, to get nothing. I never,
Never.
I didn't have to because the thought of the box, okay, men will, even if they don't want to sleep with you, they will still protect it just in case
They
because they understand they understand that they should protect valuable box. I'm not even kidding. Like,
listen. Oh wait. No, I'm not even gonna. Don't block that person. He said some crazy stuff, but I'm gonna leave it at that. Anyway, yeah. But real quick, before I do one of my stories, but that was a good story, Rubes. I'm gonna get into mine after this. But
mm-hmm,
shout out to everybody in the chat, and I really want to shout out my boy Lust. Um, how I met him was I was on Instagram, and you know I'm an Eagles fan, and I was doing a reel. I was making a reel, and his song was one of the songs to choose from. He sings a song about the Eagles. And I
mm,
liked his song. You know, he's popular. He sings. I mean, he raps actually. I like this song, and what I do? Oh, and I shared it on YouTube. And then he actually, him himself, Mr. Lust, came and he was like, "Oh, you know, shout out to you, blah blah blah. Thank you for sharing." And
mm.
I gave him a wrench because he's an Eagles fan just like me. So shout out, go Eagles. We're definitely gonna win this
Nice.
I said summer, sorry. This Sunday, the Super Bowl. Shout out to Lus. Thanks for coming, Lus. I really appreciate it.
Oh, is that what's happening? It's Super Bowl on Sunday.
Yeah, Super Bowl Sunday. Yeah. It's the
I'm
Eagles
sorry.
versus the I think Chiefs.
Sure. I don't know.
Yeah.
I've never ever watched the Super Bowl ever. Well, no, I'm lying.
Even when you lived in
Sometime.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Mm-mm. No, no. When I was a very small child, I think the Raiders. I was a fan of the Raiders, but I wasn't really. I think I was just a fan of their colors,
Mm-hmm.
um, at the time. So I think maybe there's like that one Super Bowl. I think a couple times I watched the Super Bowl halftime. Like I would find out when halftime was, people would tell, and then we would all be on the phone together watching the halftime show
Mm-hmm.
because that's like the best part of the show.
Yes.
Um,
Oh, and Rihanna.
right.
By the way, Rihanna's doing a halftime this year. Yay! So you might
Oh,
want to
see,
watch it.
yeah, right. Because you have to watch the commercials. Like I never watched. There was a couple years I watched for commercials, but like to watch like the football, no, I've never.
You
It's
never
not my
watched that.
thing.
Yeah,
No.
it didn't used to be my thing, but my whole family, they're Eagles fans, so I kind of adopted it like that. So shout out to the Eagles, shout out to Lus and to J Lock. Yes, it's not Tuesday, it's Monday, but Ruby and I are gonna do every Tuesday and Sunday. And since I had my one-on-one yesterday, we decided to go today. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, thanks for that. He was checking to make sure, but shout out to you. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Also, subscribe and share if you have a big platform. Please share. So yeah, so another story I have
Mm.
is another story I have. It's about a guy, right? And I had met him. Well, see, I'm not. This is when I was younger. I don't even know if I should tell this story. Actually, okay, I'm not. We're gonna skip that story because I don't want to really get into that. But you have another story, Ruby, while I think of one of mine. A different one.
Listen, like I said. I have stories all day and night about how the boss can ruin a man's life in a variety of ways. And I'm not even over exaggerating. So I'm gonna tell you guys another story of okay. So now I know these people. I met them a little while after this first part of the story happened, but I did know them after that. So, but I know someone who knew them when because they all went to high school together. Now, when they were all in high school together, okay. Again, we have another basketball star. See, this is the thing. This is the worst part because it's only when you are a sports star, okay, when you're really like that type of star, when you're a kid, that you know that your life is going places, right? Because you might be a lawyer or you might like become something later when you're, any other kid. But only the sports stars know that they have a path immediately, right? They've got scholarships, they've got stuff like that right there under the nose, right there. Well, so this one dude, again, and he was a big boy, okay? I'm pretty sure that he did both football and basketball. And we actually do get people who get drafted to college from here, right? Like to American college, right? Like I dated someone who got drafted to American college. But anyway, and so I can't remember if he got drafted, like if he got not drafted, but when they come and they scout you and whatever. I can't remember if he got scouted for basketball or for football, the guy in the story I'm talking about. But he's a tall boy. Like he was like 6'8", 6'9", like he's a tall guy. And by the time I met him, he looked more like a footballer, so that might be why in my head I can't remember. But anyway, he met the love of his life when he was like in the 9th grade. So they're like the same age, okay? He's a tall, dark-skinned dude. Again, kind of a dork, okay? But also a sports star. You can see it. You can see the softness in some of their faces. I'm gonna tell y'all, we can see it. And then his girl was this light-skinned, beautiful chick. Very much almost looked though like a little Aryan, okay? A little Aryan. Mm-hmm. Anyway, and so he was just mad in love with his perfect purity vessel, okay? Because she was saving herself for marriage and da-da-da. You know, the whole thing, she's beautiful and whatever. So, he had his chick and he dated her for years, okay? Mm-hmm. Now, this is the worst part. So, I don't know. Okay, I'm trying to figure out which order I should tell you. So I'm gonna tell you what happened. So we're gonna go all the way forward. Okay, 4 years in their relationship. We're gonna go to around their senior year. Okay, and then we're gonna backtrack afterwards. But we're gonna go to senior year. So senior year comes now, and she gives in and finally has sex with him, right? And not that often, but enough to keep his little nose wet and sniffing around her. And then she got pregnant. Right? Remember, he got scouted, but he dropped it. He dropped out of everything because he's got to stay now and take care of his woman and child. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, there was no kid. No, there's no kid. But anyway, now, depending on who you ask, some people say that she really was pregnant and she miscarried. That's what she says. But some people say that they knew her and she was lying. She was always lying. She knew she wasn't pregnant, but she didn't want him to go. So she literally intentionally ruined his life. And there was never any baby. In either case, she never had a baby. And when I met them, like 10 years, 15 years after this, they still had not had any kids. Okay. But let's backtrack for a second before June's senior year. So I was dating someone, and so they're the one who told me the story. And then we met the other guy in the story. So I'm going to tell you about this other guy. So again, this was a light-skinned, beautiful black girl, right? Well, what happened is, remember, she was saving herself for marriage, right? No, she was not. She was just not saving herself for her man. And so her man was away at basketball camp or whatever. And what she was doing while he was away at basketball camp that summer, while she was walking around on all fours, being walked by a leash, right? Being called all kinds of, bees and skanks and this and that and da-da-da-da-da. He was basically using her as a sexual slave. Like, even said racist stuff and whatever. Treated her like dirt, like he would have her give like him oral and anal and whatever he wanted. in front of the whole basement full of people. Okay, just treated her like she was literally throwaway trash the whole summer. Just ran through, even had friends run through her, and whole thing. Okay, the
Ridiculous.
whole summer. Remember, then he comes back kissing his girl on the lips, his virginal, virtuous woman, right? And then people tried to tell him, but he didn't want to hear it. And he said, "Oh, she was so tight. She was so tight our first time. I can trust me. You could tell. A man knows when he's taken a woman. He's deflowered a woman. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, no, no."
Ridiculous.
Right? So I want y'all to think about that. He ruined his life for a woman who lied about, like, for no reason, because she lied about having, like, a pregnancy anyway. But he did all of that because of his beautiful virginal dude. That was not a virgin that honestly half the city ran through and treated like I'm telling you, I got some real descriptive.
Come back.
Girl, I can't even tell you because I don't want to get, I don't want to get the stream flag down. I'm telling you, there's some descriptiveness. Okay? I asked the chick. I asked her one day. I did. I actually asked her one day. And you know what she said? She said, "We were young then. And anyway, you could look at it and pretty much I'm now wasting my time because he's just a big loser and he hasn't followed through on anything he said he'd provide me. And that's why I still won't marry him to this day."
She's a weirdo.
Yeah, because she's still doing the same thing. You think she's not still running the same? She's running the same game. And his nose is still wet and he is still so in love with that girl's pure virginal box. Okay, that he, I don't know. It's probably been about 5-10 years since I've seen them, so I don't know. Maybe things are different now. Hopefully, he went and got himself a real woman. I don't know, but I'm telling you, the box ruins lives.
So we're gonna drop the link, and if you have any stories about how the box ruined your life, or if you know anybody who had their life ruined by the box, you can come up and tell your stories, or if you have pushback for us and don't think the box is more powerful than the D, you can come up and give us your pushback. We like pushback.
Lando Calrissian. See, he's heard me tell a lot of my stories, like my personal direct stories, because he was around back in my BGS days, and so when I showed up, everyone was fascinated because women were not being open and honest like that, and just telling people what it was. And I have no problem. I'll tell you my whole business. What you want to know?
Ruby don't care. Ruby will be like, da 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 da. You be like, what, girl? She don't care. But you know what? As long as she's not disrespecting her husband, because her husband knows everything and he respects her past.
Exactly.
If she about it, go ahead and do it, girl. Because I respect it.
Facts, right? I'm saying I'm all about radical openness and honesty. You could ask anyone I've ever dated. I will tell you my whole life story, all my business, all my skeletons, the worst of the worst, anything you could know, you'll know within 5 days of dating me. I'm not even kidding. And then it's on you to make a choice whether you want to stay or go. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not the one who like, oh, let's bring our representative and we'll slowly roll out the bad stuff over time. Because I've always been very intentional with dating. So I'm just gonna put it all on the table, smack you in the face with it, and then it's like, okay, you want me or not? Right? Like that's what it is.
So why don't you tell us about some lives you ruined, Rube, since you're so Let's have story time with Rube.
See? That's what happened. Because I told Melody I ruined a couple of men's lives today. I showed her pictures of them one too. I did.
Yes, and go ahead, Rube. Let them know.
I did.
While you tell your story time, we'll mute out. Go ahead.
Okay. Let me see. So I'm gonna talk about the first one. Well, actually, technically, he's the second one if you go chronologically, but I'll talk about him anyway. So. Basically, right, I was younger. I will say like the 9th grade. And I say will say because I'm trying not to be too specific because I've always had longer relationships. And so it's very easy to figure out who I'm talking about if you just go by, if you know me. So that's why I say, we'll say it's like the 9th grade, but it could be the 8th grade or 7th grade or the 10th grade or the 11th grade. So, anyway, but let's say it's the 9th grade. So, basically, I was so in love with this dude in my class. Okay. I was so in love with him. Like I spent all my time talking about him. This is like months, like maybe not 6 months, maybe like 3 months. It was months though of me hardcore talking about this dude. Well, let's call him John. Okay. I was so in love with John. And even though I'm not normally into light skinned dudes, but I don't know, there's something about this light skinned dude. I was about it. I don't know. I was so into him. And it's like I was just so invisible to him, right? I went to school, I was like one of 5 black girls. He was clearly not into black girls at all. And it was like depressing. But finally, okay, the way that we were back in high school is like a lot of us would be on the same phone call. Like we would 3-way call until we had like 50 people on the phone. Like it was ridiculous. And so somehow I got his phone number. I can't remember what it was. Maybe because we had the same French class, so maybe it was like a French class project or something. I don't know what way I was trying to wiggle my way in there. But the point is I was so excited and nervous and whatever. And it didn't matter because within 2 seconds, he had his best friend on the phone with us. Okay. Let's call his best friend Sean. Okay. And so now Sean had a sexy voice. Not going to lie. Because remember, we're young and he's got this very deep, bassy voice. And then I hear he's black. In fact, he's not even black. He's tall and he's dark skinned. Okay. And he's black and he got this bassy voice, even though we only like 14, 15 years old. Damn. Right. Now that doesn't mean I'm less in love with John. It just means, my attention could be shifted. Now, especially when John's very clearly trying to hook me up with his boy kind of thing. So it's like, okay, his boy's gonna come to our school, like the next day or whatever. So, kind of like met him and I was like, okay, he's he's a dork. He's very tall, but he's very, very, very skinny, wears glasses, which I didn't mind, but he was like a weird kind of dork. He was like the awkward, he would take his D out and put it on people's shoulders just to horrify them because he knew he had because he had like a gigantic one and he's like, this tall, dark skinned dude. And so like it could be very abrasive and so he would just do weird stuff like that. But by the time I met him, we were kind of already talking. So I was like, all right, fine, whatever. So we talking now. We did it. Now, to be fair, and I already told y'all this is back in I would not even touch D. Wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't look, bro, keep it away from me. But after right after my birthday, I had him once jerk off in front of me into his hand so I could see what male cum looked like. So I wanted to know what it looked like, but I didn't want to touch a D to see what it looked like. So I had him like jerk off in his hand. Or like, I made him promise that he was going to give me head on my birthday. And then, it was that time of the month. And so I convinced him that if he just licks my clit, it'll be fine because, that's nowhere near where any of the other stuff occurs. So it'll be great. Just only lick the clit and you'll be fine. But the problem was, it's not even the fact that I did stuff like this to him. It's the fact that he told everyone I did stuff like this. He told everybody.
So wait, like, sorry. So he told everybody he ate you out on your period. He told everybody.
Yes. Wow. Girl, I didn't tell nobody. I wasn't trying to shame the man like that. He would tell people though. He told everybody everything about our relationship. And so every embarrassing ass thing I did to the man, he told everybody. And then, so when I was working at Champs, I was working at Champs. That's where all of the cool guys, right? The cool older guys in our school like worked. And I was working there too, right? And so they'd be like, wait, are you the one who's dating Sean? Yes, I'm the one who's dating Sean. Are you serious? Did he really eat you out on your birthday? Yes, that really happened. Like seriously, they knew my whole, and I didn't realize he was telling the school everything about his school, everything about our relationship, right? I didn't know that. So it was like, okay, this is a little bit humiliating. But then what was worse is that he started being really, really kind of toolish. And like, it's almost like he was trying to get attention for dating such a hot girl kind of thing. And so John, his best friend, the one that I was originally in love with, started telling me I deserved better. And that, if only we had met under different circumstances, basically telling me like I would be his dream come true girl. So you know what I did, right? I broke up with Sean to be with John. And I told Sean that I broke up with Sean to be with John. But the thing is that John didn't want to be with me now because he couldn't do that to his best friend. So I told Sean that I wanted to be with him again. And then remember, I already demolished his whole heart, ripped it out of his chest, whatever, right? Then I'm like,
Mhm.
yeah, actually, just joking. I don't really want to be alone. So you want to be with me again? And he's like,
Wow.
I love you. I'd do anything for you. Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, the dramatics is a little much for me. So like I hung up on him through his whole tirade. And then I thought about, well, what can I do to make him be with me? Yeah, so that's what I was really doing. So then I knew he was so scared of smoking, like he thought like if you started smoking, it would kill you like immediately. So I told him I bought like a carton of cigarettes and I was like gonna sit here and just smoke until he would talk to me and take me back. And then like I didn't like honestly do that at all. Didn't do it at all. But I pretended I did so that way he would like I think he gave it after 45 minutes and took me back, right? And yeah, and then I forgot we were dating. And then the next time he talked to me, like months later, I was with someone else.
And it broke his
So
heart.
yeah, well, yeah, it broke his little heart, right? And then it's like, I mean, he only like he would only date white girls after that and whatever, but he wouldn't even date them because he wouldn't give his heart to anybody else. And last time I saw him, he was like a gamer basically that was had a baby moms, right? But like no like love interest and whatever because he was never really able but he's like, oh, I don't like women like that, I don't trust women like that and da, da, da. And I told him, I'm like, I really feel like it's my fault, and he said it wasn't, but I'm like, he was
Oh,
madly in love with me, so I don't
Ruby,
know.
you
I know.
ruined that man's life.
I
First of all,
did.
you must have been like you're gorgeous now, but you must have been like that girl back in the day to get
I was.
someone right to get someone to eat it on your period. That's number one. Number two, it sounds to me like he was crying over you, so you
He
must have been
was.
that chick.
I was. I was. I mean, that's the thing. I'm like, I didn't appreciate it for what it meant at that time. I didn't, right? Like what I did to the other one. And they were friends too. Like, I mean, well, I mean, everyone's friends in high school, right? But I mean, like, it's still like, I didn't appreciate what I was really doing because I didn't see it like that, right? I didn't see it like, oh, I meant so much to them or anything like that. I guess because they never meant that much to me like that. Like they meant a lot to me, like as a friend would mean a lot to you, but like I didn't really feel them like that. And I didn't know that you were supposed to, I guess. Like I didn't really get it, right? Like I had a huge crush, right, on John, right? But I didn't understand you were supposed to fall in love with people and that's a different kind of feeling until I finally felt that feeling. And then I understood, oh, I never felt the way I was supposed to. So that's why I was able to be so callous, right? But I didn't know. I didn't. And yes, and I knew it was the power of the box, and I absolutely weaponized it whenever I could. Yes, absolutely. Mhm. Like I
You
would do
know,
stuff. I would try to be sexy on purpose to get my way, to manipulate and get my way. And then he'd like, bro, he one time climbed out. Man, he was trapped in my house all night because my grandmother, R.I.P. My mom is like my mom knew that like someone must have come over to the house when she was away, so she called my grandmother who took the bus over here. And my man was up in here. But the thing is, I was drunk and he just finished giving me head. So I was unbothered and like I was unconcerned for his life. So he got trying to walk down the stairs. And then every time he would get halfway down the stairs, my grandmother would come out with her broom and start beating the crap out of him. So he couldn't get down the stairs. So, but his brother was on our driveway waiting to drive him home. The buses are not running anymore. And he can't get out of the house. So, and I won't help him because I'm naked and drunk and I just came like, I'm good, I'm sleeping now, right? Like I did not care. This man, it was winter. So it's like he's going to crawl on the roof and fall off and break his neck. Bro, he was stuck here. He was bawling tears and I would not care. I couldn't. Like bro, just go down the stairs then, man. I don't know what to tell you. Eventually he went down the stairs and just took the beating the whole way. And then he ran outside in his bare feet with his shoes inside of his hands because his brother was like, yo, I'm slow rolling to the stop sign. And if I get there and I don't see you, that's it. I guess you're just going to have to stay there. So that was,
poor guy. So
I know.
he got beat.
Bro,
He got
I have
played
so
by
many stories like that with
oh
with
my
this one
goodness.
guy, with just Sean. I was the worst. I was absolute. So when I say I think I ruined him, I do. I think I
Wasn't
ruined
that
him.
bad.
Yeah.
It wasn't that bad. You wasn't.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Thank you.
Well, you all right. You all right. You talking
And so far,
some of that is simp in there. But anywho, can I go now? Can I go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, she finished her.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna have to burst y'all bubble. Y'all was in y'all feelings early. Listen. The coochie ain't got no power. I'm gonna
Ah,
start just like that. I'm gonna say what I gotta say. I know. I'm gonna say what I gotta say. The coochie ain't got no power. You know what it is? You
Mm-hmm.
know what it
what is
is?
it? What is it?
It's
What?
it's testosterone. That's all it is. It's men's testosterone. It's not like y'all are so desirable. It's just that what's in us is so strong. It makes us even want to smash ugly girls. Some of us, anyway. Some of us, actually,
Mm-hmm.
few of. But don't think that you're so irresistible to the point in which you can ruin another human being. Don't think it's you. It's not you. It has nothing to do with you. It has everything with a man's ability to control his phallus. Does that make sense?
No.
Okay. So I don't know how that will make sense to you. Okay. So
Well, because what you're
let me
saying is that your testosterone is the driving force behind why the box has power. You're not explaining how the box
right.
doesn't have that power.
No, it does not have power. It's all a man's hormones. That's the only thing. It gives you the illusion of power because the man's hormones are raging, especially during teenage years and early adulthood. The hormones are raging. So it makes you
Mm-hmm.
feel like, damn, this nigga can't resist me. And therefore, I can understand how all of y'all would get gassed up. Put it like this. If the coochie, can I say coochie? If the coochie had so much power, most of y'all would have been married. Y'all been able to control men like a puppet. The fact is,
Absolutely true.
most of you guys are not, number one. And number two, let's be honest, the coochie is really not the coochie. It's the appeal of the woman. It's the beauty of the woman. That's why all these ugly girls have these problems. Okay? And even pretty girls have these problems. They can't keep their husbands from not cheating. If your coochie had that much power, you'd be able to keep your husband from not cheating. But every girl got cheated on. Every girl got played. Okay. So you understand. It really isn't you. So I hate that. I had to take y'all down a notch because y'all talking about ruining niggas' lives.
Yeah, but see,
It's
here's the
not
problem
you.
with what you just said there. First of all, for your insinuation, right, is that cheating has anything to do with a man's fidelity, which it doesn't, right? Because men who cheat, regardless, right, and the cheating part, right, as far as them sleeping with someone outside of their marriage or outside of their relationship, has nothing to do with whether or not their heart, right, and their responsibilities and their attachment has changed or shifted. It has nothing to do with that, right? So while women want to try to
Wait.
make men
What does that
into
have to do
women
with it?
by
What?
because for you to talk about how the power of the P has something to do with men's cheating or not, it doesn't, because men's cheating and what women actually really want when they say something about men not cheating is women are wanting men to think and feel and act and behave like women, and they're not going to do that, right? So forget all of that, because what women really want is security, that the man that they have tied all of their best years to and their womb to and that man is never going to leave them, is never going to forsake them, is never going to just drop them and now they're all alone raising these kids and
I'm, I'm
right,
unsure where
which
you're
is
going with
entirely different
this.
than him not cheating. Hmm?
But I'm unsure where you're going with that. Are you saying that men are cheating because of women, or are you saying men are cheating because of themselves? What are
I'm
you
saying
saying?
that cheating has nothing to do with this discussion, because men
That's
who
a
cheat, because
lie.
men no,
That's a
because
lie.
men who
Men
cheat are
cheat
going to cheat,
because
and men who don't cheat are not going to cheat. That has nothing to do with their
Ruby,
fidelity
I'm a
towards
man.
this particular woman.
Ruby, Ruby,
Mm-hmm.
let me. If you don't have to take my word for it, but I'm a man. The cheating is the
Mm-hmm.
same concept. It's the same thing. There's hormones. There's raging hormones. Same way. Okay. You
Mm-hmm.
think that one girl's box is gonna hold a guy down that used to move like a player out here? It's not the
Oh no,
case.
see that's no. See, that's what I'm saying. You're trying to, and this is the problem. You're doing the same thing that those confused women are doing, right? Which is you're trying to put the men in the same terms as women. Men are not women, right? So as a result, since men are not women, they are. their fidelity is not dictated by where they're going to stick their dick tonight. It's actually really not. Their fidelity is dictated by who they want to keep coming home to, by which box they want to keep returning to again and again, by whose box they want to return to again and again, by whose box they are willing to pay for and take care of, to clothe and to feed and to do everything else for, right? Because that's the thing. At the end of the day,
I got you. I understand.
Your man's fidelity has nothing to do with him cheating or not.
I agree. I agree with
everybody.
you. Yeah, what's up, bro? I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that loyalty piece, but a lot of women are gonna tie that to infidelity. You might do it, but women have a big problem with men cheating. Okay, so I gotta disagree on that front. But I agree with you on the loyalty piece. Yeah, they're gonna take care of the woman that they want, but that's not based on box. That's based on the woman's mentality. He likes her for her. And you can get box from whoever. So that's why I have to disagree on that. Go ahead, brother. You want to talk?
Yeah, I ain't want to I get triggered about the long strokes, but I heard both your points. So what is the
also
initial?
hi.
Hey, what's the initial question so I can chime in a conversation?
Does the box have power? And if it does,
I'm listening to your
does it have
debate,
enough power
bro.
to ruin a
Don't do
man's
that.
life? That's what the question is. So the question is,
and you still, see, that's what I'm talking about. You're talking what you talk. I'm trying to chime in to have a conversation.
Right, bro, my bad, bro.
So the question is, does the woman's box have power? And if so, does it have enough power to ruin a man's life? That is the question.
Yes and yes.
There you go.
It's not the box.
But
only a simp thinks that. Only blue pill simps think the box has power. It's not the box. It's you having the ability to control yourself is male hormones. That's the only thing.
Hold
on. Let me keep on for a second. Male hormones.
To agree with you, sir.
No. You say yes and yes. You agree with her. Male hormones are
funny.
Male testosterone is what built this goddamn world. Male testosterone is what makes men go to war. Male testosterone is what protects you, and male testosterone is what makes men cheat on you. Okay, all this shit is wrapped up in one. Okay, so
why do men go to war? Why do men build things? Why do men try to achieve?
It's an illusion, baby. It's just
really not hard.
May I respond, please?
You can't respond now. Go ahead, bro.
Oh my God, what's wrong with you?
I can't respond, but I actually using the mic so I can respond. How about that? Touche. Okay, but here's the thing, right? I concede to what you're saying because a perspective that was brought to me not too long ago about it's your thought, right? Like, what's the most powerful thing? Most people saying the P, but you have to think first. You what's drive you? What's your focus? So before you actually think about the box or think about the woman and what's the body parts of that, you have to think first. So you got to have willpower. Like, is box really controlling your mind to the point where it's controlling your loins? No.
Some of us.
Yeah, true. So that's what I'm saying. So I'm conceding to what you're saying. So I do really agree to. You have to think before you speak, think before you do anything else. So yeah, box doesn't necessarily rule the world. It's just the people that makes the choice to do so. Oh, what?
Facts. No, and you know what? Here, I'm going to explain to you why I can say that science. I have to say this is why science disagrees with you. This is why science disagrees. It's not even me. This is why evolution and the theory natural selection, right, and sexual selection disagrees with that. I'll explain why. Because everything that you listed that men do and that they use testosterone for, what we know for sure is that studies have proven, for example, men's natural desire to war, to fight, to battle, right?
You sound very
passionate.
And
it's not even just in the human species, but it's in most species, is that they want to battle in front of women. When you take the women away, when you take any type of female observing away, men are significantly less likely to fight or to battle.
Take the hormones away.
Right?
Take the hormones away.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Take the hormones away. I bet you that'll happen.
Conversation 2-on-2.
but again, you can pretend at the end of the day, right, that the testosterone, right, is not driving men to be powerless to pussy. Sorry,
Okay, but Ruby,
Sorry.
Okay, so what about this?
I'm so
Hold on, because
sorry.
I love how people. Hold on. I love how people always keep going back to. Well, for you actually adding a little bit caveat, but everybody always go back to, yeah, back in the day and history, this, that, third. But don't people learn from history? So now, back according
No.
to then, hold on, time.
No.
Hold on. So
Oh no,
now
you just
going
asked a
back
question,
from
so I
the.
just wanted to answer. Sorry.
Okay,
Go ahead.
cool. So then versus now, right? So
Mhm.
now, with everything we've learned from then to now, everything that's at our feet, you should not, no man should not have an excuse to say, yo, the pussy made me do it.
No, but here's the problem with that, right? Is
Nobody
human
said
beings
that was
stopped
an
evolving
excuse.
10,000 years ago. Human beings stopped evolving 10,000 years ago. That's why, for example,
I can
human beings
disagree with
are
that.
automatically, no, it's literally proven because we're not under selection pressure anymore, right? So, in order for a species to evolve, right, first of all, a mutation would have to come out, it would have to confer an advantage. That would mean that it would have to make you significantly more likely to survive than
Procreation.
everyone else
So you
to the
don't,
point
so the
where
new
that
technologies we have
particular
now, you don't consider we like evolving now? Like we have new
no, because
technologies
that's
all
not
the time.
evolution. That's not
I'm a
evolution. What
creationist. I don't believe in evolution.
human it's okay. Human beings create things. That's great. But here's the thing, actually, going back to exactly the point I was gonna make before we went down this little circle, right? Is that this is why human beings still to this day we can identify a snake and a spider in a millisecond. We can identify it so quickly, right? But the things that actually are bigger dangers to us, like guns and cars, our brains don't identify them in half a millisecond like they do to danger from 10,000 years ago,
I'm gonna say
right?
you're
And
wrong
Okay,
no,
because
I'm
Ruby.
not. This is
if
what
you're sitting
literally
now, if
research
you're if
proves.
you're jumping on human evolution now, first of all,
I'm jumping on research,
okay,
like of
okay,
today.
okay, cool.
Mhm.
So I felt the jab you threw about the circle because that was actually the topic of the conversation. So right back at you, lady. Now you speaking about human
But
evolution.
what? I
I would
said
throw a
that.
jab. I would throw. You said circle, but the initial question was about what the topic we was talking about. So we didn't go
I'm
around circle.
sorry.
Oh no, no, no. What I was saying is a circle is because literally the answer I just gave you now was the answer I was gonna give, but then you interrupted me with another point. So then I had
Uh,
to
I
answer that
apologize.
point, but then you said something else, and then I
I
interrupted.
believe
So
I
I
believe
basically just walked in a
I
circle. So it
apologize.
wasn't about
I
you.
felt some undertones
Sorry.
there. I just had to
Oh,
pick
it
up
wasn't
like that.
you. I love you, great pal.
I know.
Angela.
I'm just here to play. I'm here to play.
Okay, let me say this. Let me say
Felt
this,
some
because
undertones.
you guys did mention this earlier about selling box and OnlyFans and all of that. Listen, listen. In the LGBT community, right? A guy that's he's GA, right?
Mhm.
He can sell himself to another man a lot a lot easier than a man can sell himself to a woman. You know why? Because it's easy to sell sex to men. You know why it's easier to sell sex to men? Because of testosterone. A man can sell it to another man before a man can sell it to a woman. That speaks volumes. You understand what I'm talking about? Like, this is not about the coochie and its magnificent wonders. It's not about that at all. Because at the end of the day, hey, the market is a supply and demand market. Period. That's all it is. It doesn't have the power to
Exactly.
actually get you in a choke. No, for real. It doesn't have the power to actually get you in a chokehold. It's just a supply and demand
Uh-huh.
market. But like I
Exactly.
said,
I will offer up
no, no,
emotions though. I wouldn't even say
no, no.
P. I will offer up emotions, especially when now I will offer up emotions with a female dynamic. For some reason, every time a fight or some issues spark off, even we're talking about the creations of whatever of things, right? It's always seemed like the center focus of it is a woman.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So
because like when I say they're significantly more likely to engage in all of this testosterone-driven behavior in the presence of women, I don't mean like it's an I'm guessing or I feel like I mean this in research has proven again and again and again and again and again. Right? It's a sexual selection for that reason. So when you see this behavior again and again and again, what you understand is that yes, first of all, testosterone is a huge driving force in men, and second of all, that testosterone is often, and these testosterone related things are huge parts of sexual selection. Okay, sexual selection is part of natural selection, right? But it's the thing that people are driven to do to impress members of the opposite sex, so that way they may be selected by them for procreation purposes. That's just what it
Okay,
All
is.
right,
but
can you break down the sexual selection, because it's like, what do we just, it's like, I'm using you two as examples. So if I just happen to be in a room, so sexually select, I'm just going to automatically, jump on Melody versus jump on you. Like,
this is some
what do you
nonsense.
mean by sexual
This is
selection?
nonsense.
No. Sexual selection has to do, so, okay, for example, a woman who has a more shapely figure, right? And has a more golden ratio locked face, right? And has a more estrogen driven facial features and body features and whatever, right? That woman has more sexual selection traits, positive ones, that would make you want to select her over someone who has less of them.
Not necessarily. Some
Right?
dudes like it skinny. You see, this is what I'm talking about.
No, I
Listen,
think that's what you meant by
I'm gonna
selection,
call
though.
Cap. Hold on.
That's what you meant by
Hold on.
selection.
I'm gonna call Cap on even the premise, because this evolution, sexual selection, that's not exactly true.
Yeah,
The
but see,
only
the problem is
reason,
with what you
hold
just
on,
said
hold on, hold
about
on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
skinny.
Hold on,
Skinny
I'm
has
let you
nothing
go.
to do with proportion.
I'm gonna let you
But
check
skinny
me.
has
I'm gonna
nothing
let
to
you
do
check
with
it.
proportion.
I
Okay.
got you, but this is what I'm gonna say. This is what I'm gonna say. The only reason why men go out of their way to impress women and for them to be selected by women is because women lie about what they want from the jump. Some of them don't know, and some of them just lie. At the end of the day, if you're not physically attracted to the guy, there's nothing he can really do. And keep it a band from the jump. Women lie. Oh, I like dudes with money. I like dudes with swag. Da, da, da. If you ain't physically attracted to his face, you don't like him. And y'all
Ooh,
lie about it. Y'all been lying about
Glock,
it for eons.
Glock.
For
I even got
eons, y'all been lying
Glock,
about it.
Glock.
So,
I would even add to
therefore,
that. Glock, I would even
okay, go
add to
ahead,
that.
bro.
Bump that part. What about the good guy? Oh, we always want a good guy, and then guess
Yeah,
what
that's a
happened?
big lie. It ain't got nothing to do. It ain't got
Not
nothing to
for
do with
me.
being good.
That's oh,
You damn right
I
it
always pick the good
is.
Women,
guys.
you know what?
Yeah, I think
Hold on. That was a great point, because it brought me to another idea. I had a discussion with a girl at work, a woman at work, because she thought that men were immoral for cheating, and I said women are not more moral than men. They just don't feel it like how men do. That's the funny thing about you. I swear to God that you guys have like this sexual morality that men don't know. You don't have the testosterone. That's the only reason why you don't cheat. You're not better people. Like, come on, give me a break. Like, for real. You're not better people. It's literally you don't feel it. You understand what I'm talking about? So that good guy joint, that's another thing. It's not based on morals why women are choosing who they want. It's literally, oh, I think he's cute.
Glock,
There.
every time I often
Why
up
are
the
you for
position of,
someone?
if your man check all your boxes and you're the high earner or the career one, and the roles reverse, would you accept him? It got crickets. Would you marry him? It got crickets. And then one out of nowhere, Stutter said, I would, but it became of, but he had to come up to my level at a certain point. What?
Yeah.
Yeah, but okay, are we talking two questions? First of all, are you talking to a bunch of single women? And are you talking to a bunch of single women who have children and are single and
Well,
have always been
if you're
single
bringing up
because they've never been married?
Well, if
Because
you're
it
bringing up
matters.
natural, yeah, but if you're bringing up natural selection, and then
Uh-huh.
going up and Glock touching bases on that versus, like, the tent kind of shows that women on that level is pretty much capping. So I think Glock's speaking about women overall.
Yeah, but see, the
Yes.
problem is no, but no. I asked you with your example specifically because you're bringing up now a specific example. So I would like to know of the
Okay.
women that you're referring to, right? Because here's the thing, right? Is
Yeah.
that women are not a monolith, just like men are not a monolith, right? Now, are there just like nobody in the world, nothing in the world actually is all nature or all nurture? Literally, they've asked the question time and time again: Is this trait nature or
All have
nurture? Is this thing
penises.
nature or nurture? Is this thing nature or nurture? And what we've determined, right, through research, through extensive research for hundreds of years now, is that generally the answer tends to be both, right? It's
Boys have a penis, girls have a vagina.
some traits are more largely
Glock said to
dictated
keep it
by
on basic.
environment, some are more largely dictated by biology, but the answer tends to be both, right? So for example, this is why we know culture is an incredibly important variable. And that if you can raise people under a particular culture, especially when religion is part of that culture, right, that mitigates all of your behavior, you can get people to not only behave outside of what they've naturally evolved to behave like, right, but you can actually get people to prefer things that they don't actually prefer just by conditioning them, right? You can condition people into a lot of things, right? So there's a difference between what we've naturally evolved to be, right? And then the pressure that socialization, right? Or social conditioning can affect on a person to change some of that on the surface. But does it change their underlying being? As in, when women want to sit there and make money the king of all, right? And so money is the thing that they find the most attractive and da 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 da. As someone said in the chat, there we go. It said they will stay with an ugly guy with money for a long while, but eventually they'll leave. Yeah, they will, because that's the thing, right? Is that money,
Shout out to
right?
Madara Uchiha.
The stupid pieces of paper that are imaginary did not exist 10,000 years ago. Women didn't evolve to actually respect or to find attractive, right? And so there's only so long that they're going to be able to associate that money with that ugly dude that they're not attracted to, that they don't like, that they don't respect in any way, before they're going to become discontent, right? Whereas in the opposite is true. If you find a man who actually has all of the things that women evolved to find attractive, right? If she found that man and he didn't have any money, but he had all the things she actually evolved to find attractive, at the beginning, she's going to be all pissy about the money because she's in this culture that tells her she should respect those pieces of paper. But guess what will happen over time? Over time, she's actually going to be very satisfied by her choice because of what we as human beings evolved to prefer. Same thing with men. Guess what? No matter how many times, hold on, no, it's true. Same thing with men. No matter how many times a blue-haired feminist dude tells you that he doesn't care about a woman's body size, and he doesn't care about this, he doesn't care about that, and he picks her for her, and he finds her personality super sexy and da 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 da. Guess what?
No, Ruby,
10 out of 10 times, it's bull. And 10 out of 10 times, eventually, he's going to leave her because he's dissatisfied, or he's hiding her. Because you know what? He's going to be dissatisfied with her because no matter what he wants, no matter what he socially was conditioned to believe that he should think and he should feel at the end of the day, guess what happens? His programming is going to kick in and he's going to say, this is not attracted to me. I want something better. Yeah, and it's the same thing with women. Go ahead.
May I? First of all, I love the intelligence on your brain. That's sexy. Two, the long stroke will kill to try to manipulate me. So I see what you're doing here. I agree to a little bit of the first part of it. You cannot say this. What comes to at that point, it literally comes down men and women and different, because at the other spectrum, you're saying, hey, well, the man would say, no, I don't want nobody with the blue hair, blah, blah. But then over time, if that's not who you want and who you was in the beginning, then guess what? That's who you're going to be. That's mostly on the women's side of things. It's like back to the good guy syndrome. If a woman's screaming up forefront, oh, I want a good guy. I want a guy to be nice. I want a guy to understanding. And as soon as that guy is in your face and he's financially broke, she's not gonna give him no kind of interest. If the bad boy, Mr. Muscular's down here on the right, steps up in front of me, she's gonna give him all the attention. But guess what's gonna happen? When he doesn't check all her boxes, then she's gonna start slowly pivoting my way after 10, 15, 20 years in terms of woe is me. Hold on. Woe is me. Yeah. And then I'm gonna pick up all the trauma pieces she had because Mr. Muscular's over here broke and damaged and hurt her.
Except for all me and all my married friends.
I want to go after him.
Wait, no, because we need Hustler and Muscular to go, and then we do Game Changer. So let's go with, you can respond, Glock, and then we're gonna go with Hustler and Muscular.
Okay. You guys were talking about male simps earlier in the stream. The way that women simp for the bad boy or the Pookie and Ray Ray is astonishing. The way that some women, not all of y'all, some of y'all take him in, some of y'all do the most, some of y'all pay their child support. I heard that. Some of y'all pay their child support, their bail. Y'all be simping and y'all see, Okay, women simp singularity. They simp for like one dude. Men simp generally, but women will simp hard for like one dude. And I've heard horror stories about the kind of things that women gave up for a certain guy that really didn't care about them from the jump. Okay, the number one thing a lot of y'all give up is y'all chastity from birth. Okay, virginity is valuable to men, and you guys throw it away because some guy is cute. That's simping to me. Okay, so it's interesting how when the man simps is so I guess outrageous and he ruined his life. You know how many women that's on YouTube that ruined their life behind simping for men? That's why most of them in the sisterhood is bitter because they threw away their good years to some scrub that they call Dusties now. So I ain't just talking about black women, white women especially too. They're so giving. They're so giving to one guy, and that guy don't give a crap. Oh, I like them. That's it.
Yeah, but
So
Ross, that's tomorrow's discussion. But wait, but that's tomorrow's discussion. I swear to God, we're actually literally talking about this tomorrow.
Please
So
don't
let's talk
alter.
about
Husky
that
got to
tomorrow
step
because
in.
that's kind of a little off topic, but it is on
no,
topic
it's
for
not.
tomorrow. Yeah,
It's
it
what
is.
you guys
So
brought up in the stream earlier. I brought up y'all talking about men simping for the
no,
box. You know how much women simp
no,
for
that's
the
not
D?
no.
Women simp for the D
Yeah,
for attention. Like
but those are two
we
That's not
were
separate
the
just
topics.
talking
title.
about it. Hold on. We were just talking about in a few streams how women were getting butt injections and risking death. Some of them
Right.
died. All for
Yeah.
what? All
All
for
for
what?
attention,
Right.
all for
Attention.
clout.
All for the
Exactly.
man, all for my
Right.
attention. I'm gonna
I
say
Yeah.
me.
agree.
A
I
nigga,
agree
Mm-hmm.
a
with that.
nigga like me. Huh?
Yeah, absolutely. But
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
tomorrow,
really
when we're
Oh,
disagreeing
talking
okay.
with
about
you.
All
tomorrow,
right.
if we were talking when we're fully aiming at the women, if the women were to turn around and say, but what about when men do it? We would say, seriously, that's not the topic, right? So I'm just saying at the end of the day, I hear you. I'm not even saying I think you're wrong. I'm just saying that
This
since we're
is
literally going to be
topic.
talking about that tomorrow, literally that
This
is
is
the topic tomorrow. That is
no,
literally
I got
actually the
more.
topic
I got
tomorrow. I
more.
swear to
I'm
God,
just
it's the
saying.
topic tomorrow. So let's
All right.
like try to stay more on this side today, just because we literally are doing the
Okay,
topic
Ruby.
literally tomorrow. Okay, that's
Okay,
all I'm
Ruby.
saying.
All right,
Thank
Ruby.
you.
Okay, so real quick before we go to hustler and muscular mods, make sure you're doing your job. I don't see enough people dropping links in the chat and dropping the people on the panel's channels. That's why you kept your wrench. So make
Mm-hmm.
sure if you guys want to keep your wrench, make sure you're modding. Also, guys, subscribe, hit the like button, and share if you have a platform.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Okay, so let's go to hustler and muscular. Sorry
Mm-hmm.
to keep you waiting. What are your thoughts?
How y'all doing?
Hi.
Hello.
Now the topic was, can box ruin a man's life?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I look at it like this. I think box can only ruin a man can only ruin the life of a man who doesn't know the game. I'm gonna say the man who's basically out there simping for the wrong kind of women, then yes, the box can definitely ruin his life. But for the men who have an abundance mindset and understand female nature, then no, the box is not gonna so much tear him apart, kind of like what y'all been describing. Make him simp hard for the box, he'll do whatever it takes to get the box. And go back to what the other brother was saying about how, I forgot what he was saying, but he was saying something about how women talk about they want the nice guy, they want the good guy, and all this kind of stuff. But then when they get that kind of guy, guess what? Oh, he's too boring. Oh, he's not hood enough. Believe me, I've been there. I've done that. So I learned the hard way that that's not the best way to attract a woman. No. So over time, I used to be a simp. I used to be that guy that used to get curved. But you know what? I had to slowly come out of that mindset. I had to slowly abandon all desires for a relationship and develop more of a red pill abundance mindset. And guess what? Options with the women increase. No longer do I let box control me because, let's face it, if you ain't got nothing I ain't already seen or already had before, so it's like a sewer den. You seen one, you seen it all. Okay, that's the best way I look at it.
Jesus, Ruby.
Fuck was that?
I'm only
Wait,
kidding.
why are you crazy?
I didn't mean to play the violin. I meant to play this.
Oh, but
I
hold on,
I don't
wait. Do
believe
you know
that.
that everyone blames me? Everyone's
Okay,
like,
but
he's
like
a
I
Drizzy. Like
Thank you
what?
very much. But like I was saying,
that's
I used to be that guy. I used to be that guy. But I learned the hard way that sometimes you just gotta play hard to get and let the women come straight to your ass. You gotta be that guy that just doesn't give a fuck. You just another woman on the stroll. You ain't no different than any other woman I've seen on the streets. If we hook up, we hook up. If we don't, we don't. Whatever. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a damn. That's the kind of mindset I had to develop. So yeah, that's how I'm not saying this applies to y'all two ladies or anything, so don't get it twisted. But I'm just saying, that's just how the modern woman thinks. She may say she want the nice guy, but her actions will tell a whole nother story altogether. Because when y'all do get these nice motherfuckers that are good providers,
Wait, can you
protectors,
not
or
cuss
whatever
so
the
much,
fuck.
please? Can you
Excuse me?
just don't cuss, please, because it can get us out of the algorithm. So just no
Oh,
swearing.
okay.
But keep talking. I like what you're saying. I just don't
Yeah,
swear,
me
please.
too. I love it.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Y'all wanted them channels. Okay. Oh, okay.
Well, no, because
PG-13.
YouTube just changed their rules just very recently, so you will get demonetized altogether, and they will push you out of the algorithm if you have any swearing at all. Like even the huge channels have to now stop swearing. Everyone has to, or it's a whole thing that just started.
Yeah, it
So
got very sensitive now.
yeah, if you could just try, please. Go
Can I
ahead.
say the word? Can I say damn?
Yeah,
Yeah, damn is okay. Yeah, you can do
yeah,
that.
you can say
Okay, okay.
PG-13 cusses. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, like I was saying, y'all say y'all want the nice guys, but then when y'all get around those guys, you want to level up on them. You want to push them around. You want to emasculate them. So you go find yourself a bad boy, but when you get around him, you find he's a piece of garbage, and then you regret ever losing the nice guy. Believe me, I've been that guy. I've been that guy that got curved. I've been that guy that women came to when they just wanted some free sexual attention. I gave it to them and then kept on moving. So yes, it's a mindset thing. It's all about the mindset. You got to have an abundance mindset when dealing with women in the modern era. And not much has changed since I was growing up. That's my take on it. My mic is muted. Please continue.
No, wait. I have a question for you actually before you mute up. So you said you have to have an abundance mindset. And so my question is, as
Correct.
a man, how do you have an abundance mindset if you literally don't have abundance access? That's my question.
Wait, run that through me again.
So how, as a man, do you have an abundance mindset if you don't have abundance access like that? Like, because I think it's easier when I hear men say that, like the abundance mindset thing, and that's what they live by. It tends to be men who have access and have always had access to being able to sleep with women. So they were choosing to fall in love and give their heart and soul and all their cash to every woman, whatever. But they also had access, pretty easily, maybe a little bit of
Down.
talking, but they had access to sleep with a
You
lot
gotta
of
sleep.
women, so it
You
was
gotta sleep
okay.
with ugly hoes. You gotta sleep with ugly hoes. That's how you get an abundance.
Okay. Hold on a second. I wouldn't go that damn far. I'm not gonna say I would sleep with some ugly chick. No. When I say abundance mindset, you have to have the mindset of don't take women seriously when you're interacting with them. She's just another woman on the stroll, even if you don't have options. Remember, like if I interact with Melanie, if we end up kicking it, we end up having fun, doing whatever, it is what it is. I'm not in love with you. I don't want to marry you. I have to go into this with the mindset of we just having fun. And if it gets to the relationship part, it gets to the relationship part. You can't stress yourself out over something just because you had a goal of trying to be in a relationship. You have to let go of that whole I want to be in a relationship mindset and have an abundance mindset. In other words, rack up your options. If you don't have any options, rack them up at some point. That's how I did it when I was in my 20s. So that's how I'm encouraging other men to do, that are currently in their 20s. Because not a lot has changed since I was growing up during the pre-social media era. I had to rack up options with that abundance mindset. I meet a woman, interact with her. If we end up being a little sexual and she's feeling me, I'm like, okay, it is what it is. I'm not going to be attached to you. I'm not going to be obligated to do a doggone thing for you. It is what it is. If we end up being attracted to each other, then we end up being attracted to each other. If not, you got somebody better, whatever. He ain't as handsome and sexy as me, but I don't give a damn. I'm the best of the bunch, baby. So that's the kind of mindset you have to have when you're going into interactions with women.
But
My mic is muted. I digress.
women do not have an abundance mindset themselves. Even though it looks
Right.
like they do, they're not necessarily attracted to every man that throws it at them. So when they actually do find a man that they like, they get real scarcity, and that simp comes out. That simp comes out like a mother. Like, so it's not just men that have to think, oh, there's more fish in the sea, or I have to just respect myself and not do too much for somebody in a relationship. Women especially struggle with that. Okay, they be ready to get married like tomorrow when you get with them sometimes. So it ain't just men. That's all I gotta say. Go ahead, bro.
And you know what? And you know what else I've noticed? You're right. Women got options when it comes to other men, but guess what? 9 times out of 10, there are dudes that they don't find attractive. There are dudes that they're just keeping around to do extra BS for them. Your car needs fixing, he's got you. You need money, he's got you. You need a ride somewhere, he's got you. Y'all be using these niggas for extra stuff, while the guys you do like, y'all will
Yeah.
get with them, have them do the bare minimum, and they got
Can you
access
come
to
fix
you.
my toilet, nigga? I got an issue with my toilet, nigga.
So what now? I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
Nah, these chicks will call a nigga to come fix their toilet and shit. Like, they'll do stuff like that. Hey, I got a broken thing over here. Like, just use him as a food guy, the ride guy. Oh, I need a ride over here. You got me, like,
Yeah, it's
like,
called
get
the
outta here.
it's called the rotation. It's called the rotation.
Yes. And I got a crazy story because I had a
It's not
chick
a
that I was
routine.
messing with. I had this woman that I was messing with back in 2019. I went to her house. She had some dude in her backyard fixing up her lawn and stuff. I went to pick her up. We kicked it for like 4, 5, 6, 7 hours or whatever, doing our little thing or whatever. She called me the next day talking about this dude was harassing her. The same guy that was fixing up her lawn was harassing her, stalking her because he didn't get access to her. So this nice guy simp was fixing up her lawn thinking he was going to get access to her while she was hanging out with me, the good guy neutral dude. So yes, I was the guy that she was attracted to physically and sexually, but this guy was just a dude doing extra stuff for her, just thinking he was going to get access to her. So yes,
Yo,
I've
Hustler,
been
you know
that
what's
guy.
Be like
I've
Yo,
that.
been
Hustler, you know
that
what's
guy.
funny? Hustler, you know what's funny? That literally happened in the same form. It was somebody I was dating for a minute. I remember I didn't know she had any problems in her house, right? Hung out there for the weekend, woke up in the morning, and she's like, "Oh, before I go, I got to call such and such." I was like, "Huh?" Some guy that does like free repair now. Something with the piping, and then something else
Okay,
with
Game
cutting the
Changers
lawn.
after Gray Pill, y'all. Just so we know. Go ahead.
Something with the
Right.
piping, something with the lawn care, and she's calling dude over. And the first thing thought of my mind was like, why didn't she just tell me?
Is
And
he a
then so
landscaper?
I think he was, but he's coming over to like to check it out and do it for free. So I'm like,
What?
yeah. So my first thought, like, why she just tell me, like, at least bring it up in casual conversation, like, hey, something wrong with the toilet or something wrong with the pipe or something. So when she explained it, I was like, why don't you just tell me about it? So I was like, hey, it's your house, your rules. So I didn't even think nothing of it. So I went on my business. And then when I kept noticing like the dude kept coming over a little bit too much to do his job, I said, yeah, that dude got to go.
You know what? He was the nice guy simp doing things for a woman he wanted to get access to, but he didn't get that access. Instead, you're the one that got access to her. Was she all up on you more so than him?
Yeah, I hung up the whole weekend. She was cooking, whatever. And I mean, we had a great time. It's like when the day was done, she was like, let me call somebody else and to get stuff fixed. And then when I
You
realized
know what? You know what?
Oh,
I had a.
okay, last
I'm gonna
answer.
say
We gotta
back
get
in.
on, guys.
Hold
We got
on a
two
second.
people on the panel.
Back
Okay.
in
Niggas
Go ahead.
2017,
dick swinging like a motherfucker, yo.
I had this one chick hit up a dude talking
Gotta
about
watch
pulling
your
out
mouth.
for $75 while I was on a date with her. What the fuck?
bruh.
What
Okay,
the
All
fuck?
right,
guys.
Birdie.
Okay. So, guys, too much cussing, please. Remember, we're gonna try to watch that. But
Oh,
now
I'm
we are
sorry.
moving
I'm
on
so
to
sorry.
Game
I'm
Changer.
so
It's
sorry.
okay. It's okay. We got new people on the panel. We gotta let them get into. So next up, we have Game Changer. What's up, GC?
What's up, game changer? My mic is muted. Go
Game
ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Changer. Thanks for coming, love.
Yeah, thanks for having me again.
Hey, again, before you go in, bro, I saw the Courtney conversations one. Number one, I have to give you your flowers for number one, holding your poise and your stoicism, because that is a thing when you have these conversations. And two, your closing outro, it was very moving, sir. So kudos to you.
Thank you. But I actually forgot what I said. What did I say in the closing?
Oh, I timestamp everything, bro. I timestamp everything on
Well,
that comment.
just like
it was something you pretty much quoted her. You said you was dressing just the men in the in the replay or the viewers, and you gave an example of, she said something about my group or something like that. And you said, hey, this is a perfect example of don't gravitate to women like this because that's kind of like toxic or something in that fashion. But you said it better than how I explained it, but it was very good. Very, very well.
Okay.
Hey, I didn't know what the fuck I said, but thank you.
Yeah.
And he was on point. He held his own, he held his own. And it was crazy how he held his composure the whole time. But it's like they formed, but it dropped like an hour later, and it was just more on the pitchforking him. So it was all good. But it was a good conversation overall.
Yeah, thanks. This
I'm interested.
This thing got really drug out. So
you was in the chat, Melanie.
I sure was, but I want to see. No, because I agree with both parties. Actually, they weren't saying too much different. I just don't think Game Changer liked the word leverage. He don't like that word.
Yeah,
so
he was expanding on that. Yeah, he was.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, nobody likes to be leveraged, Melody. Like that's how slavery begins. Slaves remained on the plantation because the master had control of the children and women and stuff like that. So a man can just run away. That's what leverage is.
Right.
If somebody was to say to you, like, if you quit this job, I'll put your nudes on Pornhub, that's leverage. Nobody likes to be leveraged. Leverage is generally weaponized against somebody. It's a method of control. Now, no one is saying, neither I nor Chantel are saying that the box doesn't have power. Anything that's of value to somebody can have power. But the point is that should the women who wield it against the men, that's the point. And it's obvious what they wanted to do. They were bragging about their ability and instances in which they do wield it against men. And oddly enough, the men felt quite comfortable bragging about how their wives' box is used to wield against them. One was bragging about how his wife forced him to buy, I think it was like a car or something, while the other showed the Louis Vuitton bag that his wife forced him to buy, or leveraged him to buy. So, yeah, it's not really, it is a thing. However, it's not something that should be used. And it definitely is not to the benefit of the community. Women leveraging men for bullshit.
But didn't she go as far as to look up what leverage means, and then she was trying to say, hey, leverage don't have to be a bad thing?
Yeah, they was picking apart. Yeah, it came down to, it's because they made a direct question, and he said, okay, let's focus on that. And then they went ahead and pick apart, and then they moved the goalpost, saying, oh, well, if you heard the whole full context in the beginning, and then the game changer was like, well, you asked a question, can we answer that question? Then I'm fine with moving on to the beginning and what your context was. So it was like, it pretty much, I was fine with the argument, but I think it came to a conversation, whatever disdain they had for that other chick calling out Trill, they took that energy and put it all on Game Changer, since he was the one actually on the panel. And that's how I took it.
So leverage means use something to maximize advantage.
But that can be used in a good way, though. Can't you use it?
It doesn't matter.
Can't you use it? Wait, I'm sorry, JC.
Melody, it does not matter.
Okay, go ahead.
Because basically they're talking about situations where the women have advantage over men because they're the ones who are leveraging and the men are being leveraged. Women who seek advantage are women who seek power. We have far too many of those in the Black community, and they're becoming problematic.
Right.
Game Changer, wouldn't you say everything is about leverage, though?
Yeah, everything in life is about leverage. Like everything.
Yeah, maximizing. Yeah.
No. In a functioning society.
Prayer.
What in a function, especially in a functioning
society?
What are we talking about here?
In a functioning society, you need people who cooperate. That's how you have power structure. You see, you don't have power. You don't have privates trying to leverage generals. You do not have trying to leverage kings, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If you do, your kingdom will soon fall. So, you do need a social hierarchy and a social structure in order for society to function. Now,
All of that stuff includes leverage. Everything you said includes leverage.
okay, sure enough. Then I feel that
Mhm.
the men should have leverage. Now I know that men are comfortable.
There you go.
Particularly black men, feel comfortable being leveraged. Please don't interrupt. I believe that black men feel particularly comfortable being leveraged. And when people say, I want to save the community, they want to save that particular dynamic.
Right, but let me ask you this, GC. Tell me
Sure.
if I'm wrong, because I learned a lot from you. So it says to maximize, to leverage. So wouldn't you want to maximize your box so your man won't go elsewhere? Like, I would want to put it on him really, really good so he don't want to go out and cheat.
Well, you're not maximizing the item that you're using to leverage. You're maximizing the amount of control you have over the leveraged.
Oh, okay.
In what way?
Advantage.
Do you mind giving that example or two?
Well, that would be an example. A woman who takes a guy who is completely sexless and she leveraged that fact to her control over him. Another advantage of leverage would be, say, if I seen or I witnessed Huscular and Muscular commit a murder and I have it on camera. And then I say, hey, I want my car washed every weekend and I want my lawn mowed by you. That would be me leveraging him.
Yeah, but then in the same way, right? That again, and this is where I agree with what I actually have no idea who said it, but what someone else said, that was not you, that said that leverage. First of all, everything in life, and everything in relationships are leverage. When you're talking about people who see everything as domination and dominion above all else, then yeah, then I can see why I'd be like, oh no, it's kind of toxic. But if you just see relationships as being cooperative, and relationships, whether you're talking about male, female, or in a greater context or whatever, then you realize that either way, people are constantly doing things to build up leverage. You can use the word leverage interchangeably with, let's say, karma points or something
Bargaining
like that. But
chips.
that's ultimately, bargaining chips, something like that, right? This is why when you talk about something like altruism, which is supposed to be this totally selfless thing that humans do, but if you analyze it, humans don't do anything selflessly.
Not even babies.
No, right? So like in the case of altruism, people who seemingly do these things just so nicely for no reason at all, they're actually doing it because something in their brain say, well, if I do this for these people and I build that type of environment, then it's more likely that when my people need help and I'm not available, that these people will remember me and confer that advantage onto them, right? So either way, we're still trying to build up leverage, whether it's positive or negative. I just think, looking at these people who want to use leverage in the most negative ways and to try to leverage everything as a weapon, including the box, in a negative way, I don't think that necessarily takes away from the fact that, it can be a positive thing. Because it can be. I mean,
It cannot be. Simply put, what you're going to have is either a power struggle, which those relationships don't last, where the men and the women are fighting for control over who wears the pants in the family. And each are trying to raise leverage capital to control the other. You're going to have that dynamic, which, as mentioned, doesn't work. Or you're going to have one where the man acquiesces to the women, and those relationships tend to not work either. No,
that's only in domination. And
the dynamic that is ideal is that the women submit to man's desire, and she do not try to take power over him.
You see, you said something that was deep. Wait, you said something that was deep. You said that the whole point of saving the black community, is about giving like leverage back to the black man. Is that what you said? Like
Absolutely,
power
yes.
back to black. Oh yeah, see, I knew I heard that. All right, wait, that's deep. That was deeper than what people thought. Like everybody thinking about wait. Everybody thinking about saving the children. Everybody thinking about economics. Everybody thinking about racism or just whatever. But the only problem in the black community is that the black man has no power. You know what? I'm all right. I gotta go.
Hey, you know what another word for power can be? Gloctavius. Is Gloctavius there?
Yeah.
Gloctavius.
Yeah,
What could be another word for power, like you just said?
Leverage. I had to take a minute right there. I was deep.
My
Yeah,
nigga.
Leverage is one of the many tools that's used to gain power, yes. But nevertheless, what I'm saying is that that is a solution to the family dynamic problem that we're having in the Black community. Nothing else.
But see, now the reason why I disagree. The reason why I disagree is because, in and of itself, and like I said, if you're looking at relationships, male, female, whatever, as a domination and dominion struggle, then absolutely everything you're doing is to try to get domination and or dominion. Since I don't look at relationships like that, nor is my marriage structured in that way. Leverage building within my relationship, whether it be me building leverage or my husband, has nothing to do with trying to change the dynamic of who's the head of the household, who gets final say, who has, the power or whatever. It's not a power struggle in my household. So therefore the leverage has nothing, and building it has nothing to do with trying to have that type of battle.
If a person is building it, it's a means to an end. I don't know what end a woman would be building leverage to.
Ruby, it's not about so much the man dominating, it's more about the woman submitting. Because when God made the earth per se, he didn't say man dominate your wife. He said woman submit to your husband. That's the way it worked. It's not about what you brought up domination. That's why I said it. But I think if you look at it that way, it could be looked at predatorial. You could be looked at as a predator if you're talking about male domination, It's about the woman's willingness to submit.
No, the reason why I brought that up is because it's because it's a type of relationship, right? So where people are always looking at domination and dominion. Domination and domination. Okay, but domination and dominion is a type of relationship whereby two people are in a constant power struggle. So that's what I was talking about. Well, no, literally, relationship. When exactly, it's not, right? But when GC said that, well, people who try to build leverage or whatever, or see the boss or anything as building leverage as, well, it's going to turn into a type of power struggle, right? Then we're talking about that type of relationship. And so what I'm saying again, right?
Submission.
Okay,
no.
Relationship.
We're
fighting for supremacy.
Lady.
Right. Okay, 5 people can't talk on top of each other. It doesn't work.
We're overcomplicating it. Listen,
go ahead.
What I believe, and I think Chantel agrees with me on this, is that a decent wifeable woman would not seek leverage, control, power, or any type of dominion over her mate. Period.
Control and power, but see, that's the problem. This is the problem. That's no, because this is what I'm literally saying, and so it's actually, I'm not complicating it at all. What I'm saying is that while you absolutely could try to build up leverage in an act to try to gain dominion or power or control over your husband, and that would literally be the opposite of being a woman who understands submission or the role of a wife or the value of a man being head of a household. I absolutely agree with that. But here's the problem, is that leverage does not have to equate to a power struggle. It doesn't have to, right? So in and of itself, me building up a leverage, right? Positive leverage within my household or with my husband has nothing to do with me trying to get power over him, power over his decision making, power over my household has nothing to do with any of that at all.
Let's do this.
And here's the thing about it.
Describe a situation where you are gathering leverage in your household, but not using it to have dominion over your husband.
Oh, okay, absolutely. So one way, right, is the happier my husband is, right, the happier the household is, obviously. So that makes sense in a short-term aspect where, hey, you want to please him and fulfill that aspect of your relationship.
Submission.
No, that's not what we're currently talking about. Currently, we're talking about the bar. You can't
have
with your third-party
people running a household.
Let her finish her point.
Sorry.
Like, y'all, yeah, thanks. Okay, so as I was saying now, right? So obviously, that's a great thing to have in the short term, and all men are obviously going to want us to be sexually satisfied, right? However, when you see that from the aspect of leverage, where not only do I cook and I clean and I cook him all of his favorite meals and I bring him a plate of food after I just, blew his mind. And I'm talking literally, you know what I mean? Right? No, just seriously, what that does, right, is that gives me positive leverage within his mind, right? So now when people want to go the extra mile for you, right? When people want to go the extra mile, whether it's to the choices they're going to make when they surprise you for your birthday, or whether it's them making a decision to want to whisk you away for a weekend or not, or whether it's they just want to give you a massage, an impromptu massage out of the blue, right? I'm building leverage, this positive leverage within my relationship, which inspires him to want to return it. Right. So in and of itself, me using leverage is not to try to gain control or dominion or power over his decisions. It doesn't affect that at all, actually, nor would I want it to impact his decision making at all. That's dumb shit that little kids play. Right. No, as a grown ass woman in a grown ass marriage with a grown ass man. Right. I do my role as a wife, which is to provide him of my viewpoint and my counsel if it differs from his, and then to leave the decision in his hands, and knowing that I trust him to make the best decision, to consider all of the factors, whether at the end of the day the decision agrees with me or not. Right. That's why I have chosen him as a husband. Right. And that's why he's chosen me as a wife, because he believes in my ability to give him wise counsel. That has nothing to do with other aspects of our relationship. And I'm not sure why everyone has to confuse them, because they're not confused at all.
Okay. You basically, it's very confusing because what they're talking about is used for advantage. You're basically just saying, you want your husband to enjoy your company. So
no, but it is for an advantage. See, that's the thing, because a lot of women or a lot of people in general don't seem to understand.
Let's put it like this. Is that what Trill meant?
Pardon?
Is that what Trill meant?
Is that what who meant?
Your definition of your stretch definition of leverage, is that what Trill meant when he said leverage?
The guy that
I don't know.
She didn't.
I have no idea. I don't know what anyone means but me. But I don't really care. Is he married?
We're talking about.
Yes, he's married.
He's married.
Okay. So if that's what
we're talking about that, and the type of leverage that he was promoting was to the women use that as an advantage over men. And in this particular case, he was talking about use that particular type of leverage to force him into marrying. So
that's true.
Yeah, that is something.
But then he literally said that's not what he meant.
Yeah, he later said that's not what he meant, and then that particular conversation with Trill, at least, was over.
Yeah, he said.
Right. Okay.
He meant it. I heard it. He meant it.
I know, but I mean, he wants to retract without actually retracting and saying, oh no, what I meant is this. So I just let that go. But nevertheless, attacking the ideal of that, using sex to control men in a way that is to his disadvantage, is something that I'm against, and that's something that I was talking about on my show and other shows.
Yeah, but I'm against that as well. But just because I'm acknowledging the fact that women absolutely can and do use a box as a weapon and have the power to do so, and have the power to destroy a man's life. And I absolutely, we've been told stories about it earlier at the beginning of the stream. So I'm in agreement that women can do it. I'm in agreement that it's wrong and that women should not do it. And I don't know where anyone else stands on this, but I'm going to venture off to say that all of the adult women who still continue to do this know it's wrong, don't care. I'm going to continue to do it. So in and of itself, men should be forewarned that women can do this, that women do this, that they will plot and work quite hard in order to be able to leverage the box and into, manipulating him, into blinding him, rose-colored glasses, all kinds of stuff in negative ways. So we absolutely acknowledge that.
Warning out there.
I get it.
That it has to be a negative thing. That's all I'm saying, is that because it isn't an inherently negative thing, it can also be used in a positive way, right? The generalized concept is never going away. Like it's just not, because people build leverage within relationships, period.
Right.
Whether it's about the box or something else.
I'm not suggesting that it goes away, or that it would go away. But what I would like for you and other females who speak as you do, is to attempt to sound less psychotic.
Bruh.
Because that's very that's very important.
Mm-hmm.
And here's what I mean by
Okay.
that. Here's what I mean by
Mm-hmm.
that. Say if somebody has a hammer, right? You know, you're building something. Shahon, could you mute, please? You're building something with another guy, and then this guy picks up the hammer and says, "Hey, you know something? This could be used to bash people in the head with." Now, I'm not saying that I'll ever bash anybody in the head with, but I'm just saying I have this hammer and I could really just do some bashing. Throughout history, people have used hammers to bash people in the head, and and now if somebody is talking like that, it really make you wonder about their mind state. Like this is obvious, so yeah, I get it, but the fact that they are speaking in that manner really makes me question their mental stability, like, and how they see the world. I really do. It's like and granted, and you sound the same way. It's like, like, yeah, I know. Oh no, I'm going to use it to build this kitchen. I'm going to use it to refurbish and recondition this kitchen. I just want to point out that I could bash somebody in the head with it. Just saying. And in history, it has been used to bash heads. Like, that's what you sound like to me, Ruby, and that's what a lot of you sound like to me.
Okay. Well, I mean, and I can't really. At the end of the day, here's the problem, right? Just because when women hear the word submission, just because they hear, disrespect, being a doormat, doesn't make it make sense to people who understand what submission really means and the function of it and the purpose of it and actually the beauty of it, right? So just because that's what you heard from what I said, doesn't mean that that's what I said. So I mean, I can't really take that away because it's just the reality. The reality is,
right? The reality is, a hammer
don't realize it or not.
Head.
Right, it absolutely can. And see, the problem is that when people don't recognize,
but somebody stating that really reveals their mindset. That's what I'm saying.
Except I didn't state it. What I'm doing is I'm responding to a discussion that's already.
Before I got here, you talked about the history.
Right, because I'm responding to a discussion that's already happening.
Of weaponized pussy.
Yeah, and that's the thing, because again, we're responding to a discussion that's already happening. I'm talking about war stories that have already happened. And so for us to recognize that something absolutely does happen in the worst possible way with the worst possible effects on men's lives, for us to acknowledge that, I'm not really sure why that would make you question my mentality or whether I'm psycho or whatever it is, because I'm simply acknowledging the reality of that situation, and at the same time also acknowledging the reality that in relationships and adult relationships, leverage and building that leverage amongst people is a normal, natural thing to do. What's not normal and natural is wanting to weaponize normal and natural things for your own advantage, for you to be able to use it to step on people so you can get ahead or you can get a one-up on someone. That to me is not normal and natural. So in and of it
is a one-up. I mean, but we're going into the semantics of the word leverage, and that's not really important. What's important was what was meant by the statement that I was defending, and he was encouraging weaponizing that. So in the way that I described. So yeah, that's why I had these discussions the past few days.
Okay, I mean, obviously you would be defending your point, and I totally get that, right? But that still doesn't really change the point that I've just made, which is that, again, it's going to, I think this is the problem in and of itself, is that when you only see it as being this, inherently and very obviously weaponized thing that women do to try to get one over on a suitor or whatever it is, right? Some dude she's sleeping with or some simp that's orbiting her or whatever, then, people don't necessarily process how within relationships, since that's kind of people will phrase it differently, give and take, or I scratch my back, you scratch yours. And they phrase it in all these different ways. But because that's how relationships are basically formulated in such a way, she does this thing that makes you feel very pleased by her. It makes you more receptive to things she's asking for, and makes you want to put in more effort into pleasing her in return, so on and so forth, right? Because people don't necessarily see that as leverage, they also don't see how it can all of a sudden in a relationship or with someone you've known for a really long time suddenly turn dangerous, right? Because they don't see it coming, because they don't understand that it's the exact same thing. It's just, one way's toxic, one way's normal.
Ruby, earlier.
That's why you have to fit the people you meet.
Earlier in the stream, You and Melody were celebrating your power over men earlier. You guys
Hold
were.
on, hold on. I never.
You guys were
No,
gas.
no, wait.
You were
Let me
gas.
talk
Yes, you
now.
was.
Let me
Really?
talk
Yes,
now
you
because
was.
you're
You
not.
did
Now
that?
you're lying because
No.
that's
Does
not
I'm
how
not
not
it
come
lying.
That's
true.
not
I'm
what
not
Hold
lying.
happened.
on.
Ask
Hold
the chat.
on. Hold
Ask the
on.
chat.
Hold
Ask
on.
the chat.
Shut
All
the
right,
fuck
all right.
up.
Please explain
Shut
yourself, my
the
girl.
fuck up.
Okay. Yeah. Please do what my sound effect just said. And okay, number one.
He's in summer.
Number two, I never celebrated. We were telling stories,
Uh-uh.
examples. I never personalized any of my stories. I was telling examples of what happened to people I knew, how the box have ruined their lives. I told a story where a guy I know took his beautiful, bad girl to the club and got
You wasn't gloating. You and Ruby wasn't gloating over like this power that the coochie has. Cause that's the
No.
vibe I got.
It definitely has power. And I was talking about power to ruin a man's life. Do you
Right.
know
But you
what the
guys were
topic
happy.
is?
Y'all was gloating.
Yes, we're
I was
super
never
happy.
happy.
You
I was
were
never
though.
happy.
You
Why
were
would
so happy,
Why
bro.
would I be happy that
Why
people are
wouldn't you
losing
be?
their lives? That people are
Right.
losing their lives over the box. I was telling
Not
serious
about
stories.
them losing their life. Not about them losing their life.
The
No. Hold on. I didn't say you happy about
up.
I didn't say you happy about dudes losing their
Shut
life.
the
You were just
fuck
happy about
up.
how much advantages. You was happy about how much advantages you get because you have a vagina. You
No,
were.
but we
I
weren't
was
though.
just telling it how it is. I was telling
Right.
the stories of women I know who have weaponized their box against men. That's what I did. I never was happy. I never personalized any story I was telling.
Well, I know you never said it.
I was
I know you
about
never
to,
said
and I
it.
said, never mind. I said, never mind. I'm going to just tell
All
stories
right.
about people I know.
All
I was
right,
going to tell personal.
I don't know. I didn't hear what I heard.
You
I'm
hear
good.
what you want to hear.
No, because he was saying it in the chat. He was saying it in the chat at the very beginning. As soon as we brought up, and that's the thing. It's like you were trying to make it like, oh, you guys are celebrating this, huh? And you said it again and again. And I was like, no. What we're doing is we're just simply arguing our position that first of all, the box does have power. Anyone trying to say right now it doesn't, that's like being in denial, and that actually sets you up to be more at risk than someone who recognizes they can have that power. So to begin with, that's what we were doing. We were just simply illustrating our stance, which is that it absolutely does have power. Let's talk about for real these real effects we've seen from our whole entire lives, including to ourselves. As soon and when we first recognized that we had that power attached to our box and whatever. So that's what we were doing. It had nothing to do with us celebrating and whatever. Even though you started saying that from jump.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Honestly, we were talking down on the girls.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Rewatch the stream. Rewatch the stream.
No,
Okay.
you rewatch. You're the one
Yeah.
that watch it.
Yeah. Just listen to what we were saying. We were talking bad about these women. Very bad. So yeah, go ahead.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
So let me try to understand this. So they're saying you were celebrating the idea that the box definitely has power over men, but instead of celebrating that, you're saying that you were basically telling stories that insinuate the idea and the narrative that, box has power over certain type of men, and how box can have leverage over certain type of men, but you were not necessarily, praising or uplifting such behavior. Is that what you're saying?
We were saying that the boss can have power over all men, and that it's an incredibly dangerous power that can be weaponized to destroy men's lives. That's what we were saying, and we don't celebrate that at all, and we don't celebrate the women who do that at all.
Hey,
So your stories were just an example of how that happens, right?
Exactly.
So your stories were just an example of how that happens, right?
Exactly.
Right.
Okay, that kind of makes sense. You weren't praising the behavior, but you were telling stories that show how it happens.
Yeah.
Oh my God, yes, for the third time.
No. Hell no.
Just want to clarify.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, help him out, man. Help him out.
No.
Lisa's a troublemaker. He's a troublemaker up here.
Mm-hmm. Also, Glocktavius, people were asking for your channel earlier. So I don't know if you want to drop your link. I think you should make a Glocktavius channel. I'm just saying.
I just want to say thank you for letting me up here.
I don't know when it's going to be my time to talk, but thank you for letting me up on the panel. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. But let's go
Mhm.
to you because yeah, what do you have to say?
You drunk?
Well, I hear that y'all talking about a conversation that's kind of being had around a couple of different spaces, like the power of the box. Like the box does have power. And when y'all say certain men in these conversations, I don't feel like it's specific enough. So when people start to generalize, you can pretty much change the narrative into whatever you want and how you feel. So I'm just going to say, I think the power of the box is more powerful over men who get the box less frequently and men who don't have as much experience with getting the box. So that being said, if you're a beautiful woman, right, you already have a one up on the entire world. And I'm not about to argue with nobody about that. Because you already probably have a box that works, right? And men want the box, whether you're a beautiful or not. What I'm trying to say is, from my personal experience, is the power of that box is very, very limited to men that are actually worth being with in the long run. So are we talking about the power of that your box has over men that are just going to be one night stands, or are we talking about the power that your box has for actual longevity in marriage?
That was my point earlier.
For everything.
No.
Ruby told a story about how her box keeps her man. Her box is powerful. Can you tell a story again, please, Ruby? She's married.
Yeah, because that's the thing. So, because it had just happened, so it's funny when the topic came up. I'm like, okay, this is like the other day when basically Mr. Roops was just walking. He was just walking from the closet to leave the room to go do whatever it was he was gonna do. I can't even remember. And I was still recovering from this illness that y'all know I had last week. And so I'm lying kind of, let's say in a ball, but I'm lying on my side, and let's say the cushion, everything that's facing the door to leave the room. So now it's kind of dark in the room, but I went and I turned on the TV as he was walking from the closet to leave the room. I'm telling you. And this man, it's like it had a homing signal or something. I don't know. He just knew where to look, exactly when to look. That light came on in his.
Because you turned on the TV. You turned on the TV so you could shed light on the box.
But I know I was literally turning on the TV so that way I could watch TV. I wasn't even thinking about it like that, because I was still sick, so I wasn't thinking that way. But his brain was thinking that way, and suddenly he stopped what he was doing. He literally stopped what he was doing, and it's like his whole entire body just turned and started walking towards the box. That's really what happened, right? But I'm like, it's like literally, it's just there's an attachment in his brain that just knows when he's gonna be able to see it, and he just started coming right for it, right?
Never mind.
Yeah. So right. Again, because I've already said, hold on, because I've already said that in my relationship. First of all, I recognize the leverage that the two of us build within the relationship, which has nothing to do with power and dominion. It has to do with again, influence, right? So in the same way that when I make him feel great, or when he makes me feel great, it inspires us to go the extra mile for one another.
He was waiting. No, Ruby, he was waiting. You already said that. He was waiting. Let him talk.
I don't give a shit. If someone asks me, especially if it's Melody, asks me to repeat what it is that I said, then I'm going to just repeat what I said. So let's not do that today. No, let's not do that today. Okay?
I want to let her finish.
Yeah. So as I was saying again, at the end of the day, the leverage in my relationship at least has nothing to do with power, control, dominion, anything like that. But to recognize that the box still has that pull and still has that power after all this time of us being together, being married and everything. I'm saying it's a real, very real thing. So for the people who were in the chat saying, no, it's not, that's not true at all, or the people on the panel, that's bullshit. It's absolutely true. And we've been seeing it since we hit puberty. Sorry, go ahead now.
Okay, is someone else speak? Am I still going, or is somebody else got something else to say?
You're still going.
It's on you.
Okay. Okay.
Oh,
So
and
yeah.
one more
Okay.
thing before you continue.
Nope.
Thank you so much for not being drunk today. We appreciate that. But go ahead.
I'm drunk. I'm drunk. I'm drunk. I'm just
I was
being a
like, he
gentleman.
sounds a little
You're just
drunk.
I'm
controlling.
drunk.
That's
Just
what's
holding it
up.
together. That's all.
I'm just being a gentleman. I know
Thank
how to control it. I just haven't been
That's
controlling
fine.
it lately, and that's my fault.
That's-
But I'm taking full accountability. So yeah, your example is very valid, in your relationship. And that's the beautiful thing about relationships. Us as humans, we're all little snowflakes and we're all different. And you and your husband have found this niche and you work together and even when you're sick, you can show them the little side view. I don't want to speak too graphically about you because you have a husband, but your side view makes it work, right? In those situations. Now, I'm talking about the people, because a lot of these conversations that we have are about men being single and not being able to get the box and trying to figure out how to get the box. And then women are saying that the box is powerful and they can use that to get a good man. Now, I don't want to assume, but you must have a man that you feel as though is good if you've been with him for a while and you speak candidly of him. What I'm saying is, what about the single women? How do they use the power of their box to keep a man? Because my question mostly is it just your box and the power of your box that got him and kept him, or are there other factors that tie into the box to make a box synergy of emotion that keep him, or is it just the box?
Well, if you're asking me, right? So yeah, no, obviously,
I'm asking the woman in a successful relationship that's using her box power as an example. And I'm asking you, is it just the box? Or what are the other things that
I
you
heard your
do in the
question.
relationship? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to repeat it like you're not smart enough to hear what I said the first time. I just didn't think you did.
No, I heard you. I just wanted to know if you were specifically asking me, because if you're specifically asking me, then when we're talking about my husband, yes, no, there's absolutely no way he would marry anybody, myself included, just over the box being anything. It doesn't matter how it could have been the most amazing 24 karat gold plated box that does everything that it needs to do and then some. But it wouldn't have mattered. No, he required much more from a woman, not just like, physically, mentally, emotionally, as far as behavior, as far as, our belief systems, as far as the way that a household needs to be set up. For example, willing submission being one of those things,
Yeah.
willing respect and trust of his leadership, right? So, I mean, there's
Yeah.
certain things that were absolutely necessary, right?
Right.
But unfortunately, and here's the thing, right? Not all men are like him. And when you're especially talking about younger men who have had less access in their lifetimes, men who are, still raging with hormones and stuff like that, honestly, the box can make them overlook millions of sins, right? And put those rose-colored glasses on. Like the amount of women I know who say, yeah, a good blowjob has gotten out of a world of hurt more than once. Putting it down on him and whatever has gotten him to forgive her over terrible, tragic, treacherous crap that she's done to her man. Like, at the end of the day, that's been a real thing. So even though she's been a horrible person, sometimes dudes won't notice this for years. For years, they won't notice. And it was there right in front of them, right? But the box had a lot of pull, right? So did he end up marrying her? No. But did he stay with her for years? Some of them did get married. But, did he stay with her for years? Did he end up losing tens of thousands of dollars, maybe even putting himself in a terrible position, creating a baby with a treacherous woman, so on and so forth, all because the boss had him stuck in rose-colored glasses? Yeah, that absolutely does happen, right? So not like my man, but does it happen all the time? Absolutely.
Not the box.
Ruby, what did she do? Did she like the baby wasn't his or something? Like what treacherous things?
Don't conflate the argument, because she made that was a great answer. I appreciate the answer, and it said a lot of things. And I don't know if I'm clear to ask another one or if someone else wants to speak.
It's on you, bro.
Okay. You can ask another question, and then we'll move on to J-Mont. Go ahead.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I want to be respectful because there's a lot of people on the phone.
Chow Hound.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm gonna go with Chow Hound. All right, go ahead. Preach.
Oh, I'm good.
Yeah, you can ask your last question.
Okay.
Is it me or?
I got one more. Okay. So yeah, I think your question, I think your answer was great to the question. It answered everything that I wanted to hear. So you're saying, so when you said your box holds leverage, it helps the longevity of the relationship, which I 100% agree on. But you also said a lot of things that hold a lot of other weight. You separated yourself from other different types of women and their mentalities, right? So I don't want you to compare yourself to other women, which will get you in a conversation and change the narrative about some women being better than others. Then that starts arguments. I just want some more clarity. So what did you do besides from giving him the box to hook him in the beginning to even get him to the point where you're laying there sick and you just turn the light on and that shining beacon of hope lights that fire in a, I don't know, I'm guessing a 5, 6, 7 year relationship?
She submitted. That's the other thing she did.
Are you answering for this woman or
yes, I am. I'm answering for her. She submitted.
Is he right?
Yeah.
He is right. Yeah, that is no.
Okay.
But yeah, no, that is one of the things. Well, because they've heard me talk about my life before. So that is definitely one of the things. But you know, unlike Cardi B, I do cook and I do clean. You know,
he does too.
So one of the many reasons I got this ring. The song "Catered to You" I think is an anthem.
That's my favorite song. Yeah,
It's one of, like, seriously, it actually brings tears to my eyes. Like it just like touches my soul in a different kind of way. So, and I have always tried to live up to the ideals that I heard in "Cater to You" back when I first heard it, amongst other things. So, in general, and then, you know, my ability to actually listen to him, to hear what it is that he wants and needs as a man and what I need to fulfill for him, to be the perfect wife, right? It's always been my goal, and it is always my goal to fulfill those things on a constant basis, never ending basis. So in and of itself, I'm giving like all that I can and more, in essence, to fulfill what it is that he requires, right? That he wants, that he needs, and that he desires from a wife. And I've done that since the very beginning. Like when I first went to his house the very first time, I did his laundry and folded it and put it away.
Ruby, I got a question for you. Do you feel like your box will keep him from sleeping with a bad chick that throw it at him?
Wait a minute.
I don't think there's anything. I don't think
and now you're conflating the argument. She was
I'm
literally
not conflating anything. That was a whole separate question.
She wasn't done though, and she was given the blueprint. She said,
"No, when Ruby want to talk, Ruby talks. She let me talk, so she was pretty much done." So, like I said, if you would kindly, Ruby, if you will, can you answer the question?
I honestly don't remember your question. Can you ask it again really fast, please?
She was saying,
okay.
Remember, fuck.
What I said was, if a very hot young woman threw herself at your husband.
I remember now. Yeah.
Okay.
In my opinion, I don't think there's a damn thing that any woman could ever do that is going to stop a man from sleeping with a different woman, another woman, or stepping outside of his marriage sexually, if he is so driven to do so. Which is why, for me,
Why? No, wait. I ain't finished. Why? Because the box has no power. It's all about the man. You just proved it right there.
No,
the box has no power. That's why you just said it. You just said it.
But see, Octavius, here's your problem though. Your problem is that, again, you are making the same mistake that confused women make, which is to say that somehow or another. No, I'm just saying you're making the same mistake that the confused women are making, which is to say that anything that you're doing as a woman, as a good woman, or as a good wife should be to control or change a man's behavior. Whatever his nature is his nature. You're supposed to learn what that nature is, and you're either deciding you want to get up on that train and follow under the submission of whatever it is that he wants and needs and how he's going to drive his life or not. right? So if
I
that doesn't
agree.
work for you, then that doesn't work for you. But what
I
you
agree.
can't do as a woman, you could be absolutely perfect. It's not going to change that man, and you could be horrible, and it's not going to change
Why?
that man, right? So right. So at
Why?
the end of the day, then, what as a woman, your objective should not be, and cannot be that. Oh well, my boss has power to change that man and make him
Doesn't
someone and
have
something
power.
he's not. No, that's not what the power is about, sir. Especially
But
that's just never what the power has been about.
Melody, all right, Melody, all
Sorry,
right.
it's true. It's true. Sorry.
No,
No,
I
go ahead,
had
go ahead,
to
Ruby.
jump in.
That's
I
why I
hear you.
wanted her to speak.
I
Go ahead,
gotta.
Ruby.
Oh no, I'm good. I'm done now. Who we on now? Chowhound?
Chowhound,
There you
yes.
go.
Thank you for answering my question with such decorum and such femininity, like
Blue pill.
a wife of a man that will keep wood. Thank you,
Blue
appreciate it.
pill.
You're
Blue pill.
welcome.
I can smell it a mile away.
A lot of
All right.
femininity.
One of my favorite people, Chowhound. Hey,
What's up, panel? What's up,
What's up?
Melody, Ruby,
Good evening.
GC, panel? Okay,
Shout out to
this is what.
Hachia Clan.
What's that?
Oh no, I was representing up Madara Hachia Clan. Shout out to you, sir.
Okay, Madara, you know,
That kind of sounds
back
soft
at
as
you.
fuck.
Back at you. Okay, now, from my experience, this is where I'm going to speak. Also, by my observations, and also the fact that I've been a counselor at a certain point. No matter who and what, if you're not trained or taught about dealing with women coming up as a young man, you're gonna run into fist pussy and golden mouth.
What?
And when you run into your first fist pussy and your golden mouth, that's gonna have you
What does that
because you don't
mean?
have the experience. Fist
What does
pussy is
that
when
mean?
they take the
fuck?
pussy.
Stop
I'm gonna
cutting
go
this
ahead.
man off. Let him talk his nonsense.
Yeah, but why he's chiming
It ain't
in?
nonsense because
Hold on,
it's a fact.
Hold on, time out.
Well,
time out.
y'all let him finish. Y'all let him
Yeah,
finish.
while he's
Y'all
doing
let
that, I got the echo chamber this again. The ladies is asking. Let's try to be very creative with the words, the F's, the B's, the P's, all that. So
Yeah, the disrespect throws it off. It does.
I'm not
WTF?
disrespecting anybody.
No, sir. Hold on, time out.
I'm
Hold
not
on, time out.
disrespecting
Time out.
anybody.
Time out. Time out.
I'm not
Time out. Time
disrespecting
out.
anybody.
It's not about disrespect. They're asking because of the monetization and YouTube rules and policies. That's it. I don't care about disrespect.
Oh, you
Well,
don't
it's
care
not.
about
It's not.
disrespect?
I'm not
Well,
saying
No,
the F word. There's a lot
changed
of
the
the words that I'm
rules.
saying. There's
No,
a lot
no,
of
it's
words
just
I'm not
YouTube.
saying. I'm not saying the
Yeah.
F and the B's and all that other word. This is something that can be said.
Again, it's their channel, so if they allow
Yeah.
it,
Just
then that's
keep
fine.
on effing talking, please.
There you go. See, that was good. Okay, keep going, please. It's okay.
Okay. So what I mean by that is a woman that could take her vagina and basically be an acrobat with it, move it around, do all kinds of things, grip it, grab it, massage you, all that kind of stuff. When you're a younger man and you're not experienced this stuff, this kind of stuff can get you caught up. That's where the box can be used to manipulate, to pull in. The mouth, that's a whole nother story in itself also. That can be used. These two things women know to use because a lot of their aunts and grandmas and aunties and everything else, they teach them. They learn this. So the young men are not getting the prize of it because nobody's really teaching them. It's like, don't bring no women here, don't bring no girl home pregnant and so on and so forth. So you're not given the opportunity to understand the wiles of a woman as far as dealing with a relationship, meeting a woman, and all you know is you meeting a woman, and next thing you know, you get in the box and everybody's like, oh yeah, did you do this as you're a youngster, and it sort of rolls over into your late teenhood to early adulthood. So it being said, the fact is, everybody, most young men that haven't been taught get caught up. But it's when you get into experience and go through the different changes over the years is when you start learning. The more you do, the faster learning you are. The less you do, the slower learning you are. The more women you get with, you're going to learn a lot more. Then it'll get to the point where you can take the stick and make that a controlling piece if you know what you're doing with it. Because a stick can be used as a weapon, just like that the JJ can be. But a lot of people are not taught about that. it's through experience that you end up learning it and knowing how to wield that weapon. Because bottom line, feelings is one thing. Then your emotions get tied in, because a lot of people get tied into, after what this feel good, they want to keep going back. They get sucked in. Women do this. Women can get caught up the same way. Being de-whipped, same thing. That's when it happens in reverse. Where the box have control, the D ends up having control. So it goes both ways. It depends on how intense the person is using the weapon for what they're using it for. Can he wield it? And that's the main thing. But it's something that's going to happen nowadays. I can't say what's happening because I'm not out there in the streets running around. I'm not doing none of that stuff no more. I'm done. I'm retired. I'm out.
Can I say something that you said earlier? So say you got a guy that he's like new to having sex. Even if he's new, and I guess this is my experience too. Even when I was new, after I smashed about 3 times, the box don't have that much excitement or control as it did prior.
3 times, man, that is super slow.
That depends on the woman. Because if you got a woman that knows what she's doing, she's going to adapt. Yes. There's some women that can adapt.
Not necessarily. The thing is, as a man, after you actually do smash, a lot of men do report, even if the sex was good, that they get bored because
isn't that post nut clarity?
Yeah, that's something else, but it's around the same ballpark I'm talking about. The whole point is the chase is over. You got what you wanted. Women complain about that man not chasing or showing interest like how he did previously. He don't want to take her out no more. The coochie has no more control. So I don't know about this leverage or box that you're talking about. I just don't think it's a thing.
He said she can adapt, and you're saying no. So people can adapt.
No, I think it's like the culture of like the Western culture in general. Because if you look at different societies, people operate differently when they're trying to find a mate. Western culture has become a place where you're free to have sex, men and women. You don't care about the person's past. You don't care about if they have a financial stable ground. Like when you're young, you're supposed to smash. And then you come up 30s or something, and you talk about, I want a quote unquote traditional mindset. But I'm like, traditional mindsets, you've been doing all the stuff that if a traditional person who was like, wait until marriage, have a stable job, have a stable foundation, make sure I'm not in debt or all this other stuff, comes to you and just looks at how you're moving, they would disqualify you.
Well, see, you talking about smash and crash. In other words,
I'm talking about the power of the pussy is a smash and crash.
What he's talking about is a smash and crash. He's talking about 3 times. No, because you say 3 times you get bored. You know what happens? You get bored because hey, I did it myself. You get bored and you go to the next one.
Provide value.
You get bored and go to the next one. That's what you end up doing. You get bored and do the next one. That's a smash and crash. I've done that also.
Where's this power at then if you're gonna crash? Because it doesn't, like most guys that I know, it seems to me like it fades. The infatuation, it all fades. So there's no real power behind that.
No, listen. My starting statement was when you're younger, when you don't have the experience. My starting statement is getting into that.
I'm talking younger.
Yeah, but young men are raised to be taken advantage of when they're young, and then they learn that when most women are full of bullshit, instead of learning when they're young to have a set standard for meeting women and fucking them. I mean,
this man is speaking fucking facts.
Did he just say it again?
Yo, Melody, can I say something?
I want to stop everybody real quick before we move on because we have a super chat from Mr.
Yes.
Thank you for the $5 super chat. He says,
yes, thank you.
Right? He says, let's show some love, y'all. I'll match the next super chat to 100. Yeah, try me. Y'all heard that?
Let's buy Melody some emails and a brunch. So that we can talk about not being married.
All right, but thank you again, Mr. Know It. Oh,
That is an awesome challenge, sir.
that was the wrong one.
Where's the other one? I know which one you're looking for. Mm-hmm.
I can't find it, but
Girl.
You know he
No,
do not want to try me. If that's what if he aiming at that, you know he don't want to try me.
Thank you for
Man.
your patronage.
Up to
Yo,
100.
Melody,
Thank you
Get
for
that
your
to 100.
patronage.
can I say something real quick before it goes from from my dick to my money conversation, please?
mhm. I don't know if he
The
was
floor,
finished talking.
the floor is clear, man.
Chowhouse was still in the middle of talking, guys, and you guys just cut him off.
Yeah, I apologize
Were
for
you
that.
Yeah.
finished, Chowhouse?
I be trying to have respect. Can we have like numbers to where we could like number it out to where we can like distinguish when who's going to talk?
Nah.
Isn't that what your name is for?
Yeah, we
Isn't
know
that what
who's next.
isn't that what your
Yeah.
name is for in the order? I thought that's what that was doing.
Yeah.
More or less. But
Oh, I
anyway,
didn't know we was following that. I'm a mute until y'all call on me.
Oh, okay, Preach.
okay, getting back to what I was saying so I can hurry this up so I can get to the next person. The thing is, from my experience, most younger men, at least from what I've seen, they don't have the experience to deal with the women because nobody's teaching them. So what they do is some of them look at how to be a player and so on and so forth. So that's the thing that they look at. And they go by that because that's how a lot of them are acting now. To be honest, some of them are like, look, I don't think I'm going to see the day of maybe 2 or 3, 4 years, though. So I just want to drop some babies. That's all their attention to is just to drop babies. It's not about a relationship. It's about making some babies because if I get taken out, my seed will be carrying on. See, the whole thing, we're talking about this subject of the box being used, but there's a whole lot of different aspects. And when you talk about sex and survival and all that, that also has to be in the discussion one way or the other because it is being used also. As well as the box being used, the D is being used. And some of them are just dropping babies because what they say, hey, I'm either going to be doing time or I'm not going to be around. So we could talk about the control of the box and the things we go through all day, but there's still other factors that's taking place. So, until we can, as our community is falling
I'm gonna
apart.
get you for that, nigga.
Yeah, I bet you will.
I'm gonna get you for what you just said, nigga. Trust
But
me.
it's the truth. It's the truth. It's the truth. It's the truth because I see it. I've been out here. I've been involved in gang impact and a whole bunch of other stuff. And the young brothers tell me these things. They tell me. I'm not going by what's off the top of my head. I'm going by what they tell me because I was a counselor. I was dealing with this. And it's a sad thing to try to tell a brother to come out of something like that. But they said, hey, when I'm living this kind of situation, what is it for me to do? Some brothers don't see no hope. So we got different aspects of this whole thing about the box that's revolving around the box because you got other issues that's revolving around this box. But go ahead. I give up the floor.
All right, thank you. Who was next? I think
J-Mon.
J-Mon.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Mel. Hey, Ruby.
Preach is thirsty, though.
That's-
Preach is thirsty.
Wait, did Smooth ever go? Like, did he ever have his own dedicated time to talk?
I know he was chiming in, but did you have your own time to talk, Smooth?
No, I did not.
I'm sorry, J-Mon.
Let J-Mon go. No. Let him go. We already this far. Let's go. Let him go.
Okay, and then all right, let's go, J-Mon.
All right.
Whoever
Well, the
said
power of the box
versus
is just the
preaching-
intersexual
whoever said
dynamics
versus,
between men and women on how we're like relating and dating. Like millennials, that generation ended. I mean, last of them is like 1997. So most millennials are kind of early 20s right now in the dating market. So they're shaping the culture of it. And what they saw with the millennials growing up is Girls Going Wild, Jerry Springer, Murray, all this other stuff where it's just like everybody's fucking. I gotta stop it. Everybody's effing, but they're not taking responsibilities for their actions. You're seeing single baby mamas, you're seeing Pookies and Ray Rays. That's the picture of the black community, and you just get tired of it. Most people are just average, we're just trying to make it through a day, do a 9-hour shift, 12-hour shift, get some money, get a mate, and just live happily. The power of the P can help maintain a relationship, but if you abuse that power, it can destroy a relationship. You'd be hearing horror stories about men not having box for years in a marriage, or their girls giving the box away, blaming babies on them, giving them STDs and stuff. Like, who you have sex with is important to you and your partner. And I just don't think like most people care or just really put the deference they need to into that aspect of life at this point. That's it for me.
Thank you, J Monts.
Okay, can I add something real quick?
Add something to what he was saying? Yes, go ahead.
Well, not to address him, but to address the earlier statement about how men will smash and then get bored with saying female. Well, to me, that depends on the kind of woman you're dealing with, because I've had women tell me personally that they've had flings that last longer than half of these committed relationships and marriages put together. You know, you get with somebody, you have a fling with them, you get into a relationship with somebody for 5, 6, 7 years, the fling stops. But when the relationship is over with, guess what? That fling right there waiting for you. So I've had people say that they don't get bored with their flings or friends or benefits right off the bat. It depends on the kind of woman. If she's not,
I don't know.
Put it like this.
Mr. Hustler.
Now put it like this.
I don't know.
Put it like this. She's not for the streets, but
hold on, you're talking about me.
Put it like
I don't know
this.
if you dissing the choice of women, the women I'm with. But you, okay, go ahead.
She's not so much for the street relationship either. So
yeah, but I don't know. Are you saying she has bad sex?
But she's not for the streets either.
Hold on. Are you saying she has bad sex, or are you saying I get bored too easy? What are you saying exactly?
I didn't say any of that, dog. I didn't say any of that. I'm just stating a fact.
Well, it sounded like you said this depends on the kind of woman you're dealing with. What does that mean exactly? I don't know what that means. What are you saying? Are you saying she had bad sex, or is her shit too dry, or she's too dry? Like, what are you saying? I don't get it.
I got it. Can I comment on what you're asking?
If she's having bad sex, well, that can happen. I never had that experience, but I know guys who have, so that can tie into it. But I'm saying is, sometimes depending on the kind of woman you're dealing with, you may get bored with her, you may not get bored with her. It depends on what kind of woman she is. If she's a humble person, maybe you want to continue seeing her after having some little sexual flings with her. But if she's if she's for the streets, let her be, and you're just gonna get it in, get out, and get bored with her.
What does being humble got to do with her sex game?
Bro, you're picking apart every little word he said in one sentence.
He's not saying. I'm trying to get to what he's saying. Like, I don't know what he's. Yeah, you get what I'm like. He's not really that specific. I'm sorry.
I think he has a problem with your post nut clarity. Like, you say it takes 3 times to have sex with a girl, then you're like, I don't really have anything in common with her.
Why does another man have a problem with my post nut clarity?
I don't know. He's just saying, like, maybe you get to know her, but you've established a relationship and be able to smash 3 times. So, you know what I'm saying? If
I'm asking for specifics, and you're saying you don't know. I just wanted specifics, but it doesn't seem like he's going to give me the specifics. I don't know what I want to hear, but whatever. I'm just saying.
I think that's the point. What you want to hear.
Want to hear, gonna hear. I just want to hear something that makes sense. That's what I'm saying. Like, bruh, is it my post nut clarity, or does she have bad sex?
I think he's saying it's your post nut clarity that's the problem. Like, you smashed her 3 times and you didn't, and that's the problem.
That's real, nigga. When you have sex with a woman, okay, the first time you liked it, you're gonna go back again, you're gonna do it again, you're gonna do it again. Eventually, it ain't gonna be as exciting. That is nothing wrong with me. That's just humanity. Like, y'all can't do that. Like, that's normal, okay? It ain't gonna be this hard rock, stiff. I was gonna say the D word, but it ain't gonna be, you get what I'm saying when you've been with a chick. So it is what it is. I don't see no problem with that. Go ahead, whoever's next.
I think it's smooth.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's smooth.
Sorry. I just realized, me too. I thought I was talking. No, I'm wondering why no one's responding to me too, but I was trying not to be sensitive about it. But no,
I was doing the same thing. It's smooth. Hey,
yeah,
Smooth.
what up, y'all?
Hey.
Yeah, I was a little more high powered at first, man, but niggas is draining my energy, yo. Like, for real. And this is no knock to anybody. You know what I'm saying? I did hear a lot of valid points that I actually agree with 90% of what I heard. But overall, based on the topic, and cat can ruin your life. Yes, of course. But at the same time, when it comes to this whole discussion about leverage, and there were some things that I have for GC when he was talking before, is that my whole thing is that my issue is that it's a whole lot of sugarcoating. You understand me? I mean, GC pretty much made it clear after a while that he said that he wants the power to be with the men. Therefore, he's seeing this whole thing about using your cat as leverage as a bad thing. Obviously, it's a bad thing because he is not he's not going to receive the benefits of a woman using her cat for leverage, especially in 2023. So it's a whole power dynamic, power struggle thing going on. And that's exactly what it is. And it is that all the time. You know what I'm saying? That's like human nature is always power struggle. If I'm better than you, then I'm going to take whatever you have because I think I can demonstrate that I have more power than you. And when we're talking about freaking societies collaborating or cooperating with each other, what's going to make me want to cooperate with you? The fact that you have some kind of clout or whatever that's going to be to my benefit, again, which is your leverage. You understand me? And Ruby, there's something that you said. You said that you're acknowledging the reality of it, which is fine. That's great, which is what you should do. But then again, you will use terms such as positive leverage. You use the positive leverage in your relationship, and I get what you mean and all of that stuff. But there ain't no positive or negative leverage. It's just freaking leverage. You understand me? I mean, especially because you're a woman and all that. I'm not trying to sound all simpish and shit, but I think for anybody that knows any fucking history. Sorry.
Whoa.
It's okay.
Any
It's okay.
freaking,
Mhm.
any freaking
I got
history.
another timer too. Go ahead.
Anybody that knows any freaking history, you already know that even since the days where people were living in caves, where people living in caves, women had to use their box as a way to had to leverage their box to get out of unfavorable situations in which they could be killed or taken over or whatever the case may be. So that's been that since the beginning of time. Hence why prostitution is such a freaking age-old profession and all that stuff. You understand? And for the men, this is the thing. It's like everybody's talking about, oh yeah, my dick, the guy that digmatized. Well, the funny thing is that with women using their leverage over 100 years now to get the vote and everything, and they've got the legal power that they have nowadays, we living in the times where the woman has a whole bag of dicks on speed dial ready. You understand me? So in other words, in 2023, the dickmatizing nigga, the guy that usually dickmatizes is getting cheated on. Why? Because his chick has all kinds of options. Why? Because there was a time in history that women actually used their box as leverage. And what did the men do? They fell for it. You understand me? And my last point. This is where I start to understand what the whole MGTOW movement, I don't want to say the whole thing, right? What they were really about, even though the whole thing got bastardized the same way the Passport Bros thing is being bastardized right now. But it was literally there to let the men know that the only leverage you have as a man in this day and age that we live in is the attention you give to the women. Withdraw your attention from them. Pick up some hobbies to where you don't have to be focusing on the women too much. Hence, you will stop having all these dick pussy conversations the whole time. You understand me? Because there are clinical studies that have been conducted over 30 years that have actually proven that women literally go crazy if they are starved of attention for a long period of time.
Okay, yeah, so, that's what I wanted to say. Good. So, I thought you.
So,
yeah, bro.
So last sentence, Glock Taves. I'm gonna let you go. That's why, and these are real things that are affecting us all the way up to legal power and everything, and what we can say and what we can't say on YouTube right now. This whole women using the cat to leverage everything. You understand me? But however, how we approaching these conversations, we got my man Child over here talking about how people they say they're just gonna drop some babies. I'm gonna drop some babies. Either I'm gonna get killed, I'm gonna go inside, drop some babies. But guess what? All those babies that were dropped back then are the people now waving around glizzies and all of that stuff, wearing Crocs and waving around glizzies and shooting the freaking gas stations. You know what I'm saying? That is how we are still approaching these conversations, by talking about dropping babies. All right, Octavius, you got it, man.
Yeah,
All
you
right.
said
Thank you, Smooth. I appreciate the effort. I'm sorry, I just had to say I appreciate the effort because I know how you normally would just speak freely, and then I literally heard how many times you stopped yourself to try to make sure Melody didn't get demonetized or whatever. So thank you for that.
Yeah,
Sorry, go
you got
ahead,
it, you
Glock.
all right. You said that studies show that women it drive them crazy when they don't get attention, when they're deprived of attention, and that's the leverage. To me, the whole leverage conversation has a negative connotation. And for instance, in a marriage where a woman's depriving her man of sex so that she can have leverage, that to me is already a form of some type of spousal abuse or sexual abuse. Number one. But
Facts.
number two, it just highlights the fact that we're even talking about leveraging the vagina. That in and of itself has a negative connotation. And to combat that, okay, they had the MGTOW movement to starve women of masculine energy so that they can act right. You know what I'm saying? Now, does the ends justify the means? That's on everybody else's morals. What I'm saying is the whole point of the leverage argument is to what? Get what you want out of that person by coercion, not by incentive. There's a difference between incentivizing somebody to do something and coercing them to do something. Like the way women seem to go about getting what they want out of a man is by coercion, by ultimatums, by leveraging, by finessing, anything they could do. And most of that does have a negative connotation. That's what they're going to do. You understand what I'm saying? You're supposed to incentivize your partner to do what you want her to do. You're supposed to give them like the rewards, the benefits. Hey, you do this, you get that. You see what I'm saying? So to me, that's where I think this so-called power comes from. At least that's what everybody's talking about. I don't think it got power, but that's what everybody's talking about. The power comes from women. What's that word? How ARC put it, the late ARC put it. The possibility of sex. That's leverage. That's leverage right there. And so women know that. Like Ruby and Melody was saying, women know that. Women think that men don't know that. That's what y'all said, but we kind of do. But y'all said that women think men that don't know that they have that type of leverage. We already know. But the whole point is you're going to try and use the possibility of sex to get men to do what you want to do. And because men give you the benefit of doubt, you call that power. You call that box power. It's not box power. It's just men being nice. Men being chivalrous, men holding the door open, men protecting the woman. They call all of that box power. It's not box power. That's just men being men. Like that's what you get what I'm saying?
But look what happened, though, Octavius.
Go ahead, man. Whoever want to go, bro. This is crazy, bro. It's funny how they run with everything. They swear to God, everything we do for them is because they pull strings and they puppetized us. They manipulated us. No, it's because we're girls.
No one said that. At no point did we say that. At any point did we say
I'm
that
not
we
saying
pulled
you.
strings
I'm
and
not saying
turned them
you.
into puppets. We didn't say that.
Oh,
Sorry, go
I'm not
ahead.
saying you
DC
specifically.
has a question. He haven't spoken in a while.
Mhm.
Go ahead, bro.
Quick question. If the box is power, then the women with the least power has the worst box. Is that statement true?
Yes.
I mean, they might have an STD or something.
I'm gonna say why. I say yes because the woman with the least power is the less attractive one. Is the one that's not getting men's attention. The box comes with the woman. I'm not saying a box is the most important thing of a woman, because a man can get boxed anywhere, but the woman, the way she carries herself, how feminine she is, how submissive she is, how gorgeous she is, all play a part in the men wanting to taste that box. And not just taste
Right.
it, feel it, so
I'm talking
Yeah,
about
like boxes are like sex.
yeah.
I'm talking about more from an ethnic standpoint. So people talk about how black women have no power. They're the ones that are most open to, are least protected, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The least economic power, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Is that due to lack of box quality?
I think it's more of a lack of choices because get on their.
Well, it's a lie though.
Yeah.
It's a
What's
lie
the
when
word?
they say they're the least that they're the least protected.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a lie.
that's
Because I hear black men all day saying, "Don't do this; it's dangerous." But women says, "You can't tell me do nothing," and then you hear stories of stuff happening to them when the men were just trying to say, "Don't do it."
I've seen the
Niggas get
video of a
tired.
dude getting shot in front of his house over another chick lying on him.
Yeah, I think that, and that's the thing. Part of the issue is that, first of all, you have to agree that black men don't protect black women, and that's never been my actual experience, lived or even heard. I only started hearing that nonsense as of lately, and again, most of the women who try to peddle that go to, yeah, but see, back in slavery days, like they're not talking about reality of what's happened anytime in their lifetime and what they've seen, or they have to go to very specific one-off relationships that they heard of that were abusive or something or whatever. But as a generalized whole, they can't point at anything. And how many times have we been able to point back and say, well, hey, look at these black men who were picketing this store for how the store was treating black women, and look how the black women treated those men and whatever. So right from jump, I first of all just disagree with the premise that black women are not protected and not valued by black men, because it's total bull.
Ruby, they shame them and call them
Ruby.
simp enforcers. That's
You're
what
wrong.
they do nowadays when
You're
they're trying to
the
Well,
new one. Don't forget
okay,
the new one,
let's
J.
put it like this. Let's
The
put it
new
like
one
this.
now, because I was on a conversation about the debate of with Tyree Nicholson, right? And a woman Lily has the background to actually have the conversation. This other dude did not. And when I chimed in on a point that she said, because he didn't understand her, he didn't hear her. So I said, that's not what she said. That's all I said. He was like, "You're harboring a terrorist." What?
What?
Yeah, that was his
I don't
response.
understand. I don't get what you're saying.
Yeah, harboring a terrorist? What?
Yeah, his pretty much his thing was, his whole niche is women are what's the name of it? Is terrorists. Yeah, women are terrorists.
Yeah, a lot of
Oh.
people.
My point is that if a group of women is using coercion or trying to elicit sympathy from the men or other tactics, would that say that their box isn't good enough to motivate the men?
Oh, to repeat that?
Right.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I want him to repeat it.
Ruby and Smooth was speaking about how it's a manipulation tactic when they say least protected, that's their way of trying to manipulate men into being more protective and valuing them more. What I'm saying is the fact that they have to use such tactics, would that mean that their box manipulation has failed them? Like the
No,
box
I
No.
think
Absolutely
I
not.
think that
Yes,
it
it
falls
does.
under the concept of the women who are trying to hide their bad deeds in the past and trying to say, like, it's not my fault, men didn't protect me, so they don't have to hold responsibilities for their own choices. Because if you look at most men, they try to protect, even strangers try to protect the women if they see them in danger. Nowadays, people are so scared of getting false charge stuff. They mostly record, which is still a form of protection because you still have evidence. They just don't physically interact because they might get shot, stabbed, which they used to just get shot and stabbed, not even care because they still protect them. But now they're like, we told you not to do this. We told you not to go out at 2 a.m. walking the streets. We told you, like, be safe. Don't get drunk around street. All this common sense stuff, but they keep doing it. So it's not.
What I'm saying is they
But, hold
want
on.
to get society.
That's because they fuck niggas free.
They want to get black men and society to do something, which means that they're trying to leverage them, they're trying to gain control over them in order to do that. And they're
Right.
not using the box; they're using a myriad of other tactics. And I'm
Yep.
saying that could be because the box isn't
No,
good
but see, that's why this is where I want to respond. So basically, here's the thing:
enough.
men wanting to chase the box and doing whatever they can for the box, right, doesn't fulfill women. Like, is in the end result of that, which is that okay, he'll sleep with you, and then he'll do whatever he can to sleep with you, um, was not going to fulfill women if women were never taught to have standards that sleeping with him is not like the thing you do instead of anything to do with your character or personality, right? So if you as a woman were never conditioned to do anything except spread your legs, right, and now expect stuff from men, right, and that's it, all you do is just keep spreading your legs, and you've never learned any other type of, I don't know, woman qualities, right? Because as Melody said earlier, right, like the box in and of itself is not like literally like, oh, this golden magical tunnel inside your body is no, right? It's about the, in essence, the sexual act with this woman, which means there has to be more to the woman, right? That is attractive. So, for example, no submission, no femininity, just disrespectful. You're ugly to be around. You're nasty. You smell. You don't clean yourself properly. You don't clean your household properly. Though you don't hold yourself properly. You don't, treat men with a certain level of respect. So on and so forth. All of those things overall, right, is going to make your box less valuable. The fact that you've given it to 600,000 of his closest friends and the people on the block, it's going to make your box less valuable, right? And so overall, when something is that valueless, right, it's not going to have the same kind of a pull as a box that has way more value, that's attached to something more attractive, that's attached to something that behaves better, and so on and so forth, right? Like all of the high quality woman stuff that we speak about is incredibly important and is part of our use of the metaphor of the box and its power, right? Like the fact that my husband just loses all sensibility and starts zoning in, it's like it's dragging him in, like it's got a laser zone printed on
Humble
his
bragging
forehead.
ass.
I know,
That is
but
bragging. He's bragging.
no, it is. I am
God
humble
damn.
bragging, but
I got
but
you,
hold on. But it's, yeah. Are there great? Hold on. Are there
He
great
loves the power,
qualities?
bro.
Hold on. Are there great qualities to my box independently? As in, is it tight and wet? And yeah, great, wonderful, right? But it's not just that. It's all of my other qualities. It's all of the ways that I treat him. It's all of the ways that I run this household and, get things to be in the way that he loves them. So when he comes home, it's just all pure peace. It's all of those things together, right, that makes my box such an attractive thing that he wants to chase, and that he can drop all of his defenses, right, and just freely seek it from me, because he doesn't have to have defenses up when he's at home. He's at peace and
What if you're
joy
fat and ugly
pleasure.
and you
That's
do all
it.
those other things?
Listen,
That's
Ruby. Most women ain't moving like how you moving. So your box has power, right? Because you moving different. But
So
if the box in general has power, and most women aren't moving like how you women moving, that would decrease the power of the box, generally speaking. So where's this power? If women are not even housewives like they used to be, and they got more than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bodies, and we're talking about general society with these city girls and these all these fast girls out here. Every girl, most girls ain't virgin. So, and most of them aren't good people in a sense where they make great wives. So there's no real power of the box. So I understand what the stream is. Does the box have power? Not in today's society.
Yo, Game Changer,
Not
I'm
like
going
how it
after
used
you.
to be.
So the reason why I'm saying that is I definitely agree with Ruby, and the reason why this topic why I chose to put my hat in the ring in this particular fight is because the message that was given from Trill and from Unsolicited Security Box, who was really just pointing him in that direction, was that when asked what should a woman do, what should a young lady do if she wants to get a man to marry her, and that was leverage the box. Now, Ruby was saying that that's simply not enough, and she pointed to other qualities that a woman must possess in order to make her box valuable. Now, they had the opportunity when asking and answering the question to say these things. Each of the things, these are things that Black women are reputedly lacking, and those the area of opportunity to improve in those ways was just overlooked, and then it went to leveraging the box. Now, which is the worst possible thing, because giving up the box freely is the only thing we like about them thus far. And I'm not talking about the individually, I'm talking about collectively. Now, you mentioned like 600 guys. If a woman is giving the box to a guy that she wishes to marry, then I doubt that would be 600 guys if she has any type of screening process at all. So, healthy box given, I don't see anything wrong with that. And I think that
healthy box giving. That sounds like happy
game changer.
Game changer. Can you repeat that point again? Like the last.
No. I mean, we'll smooth to what you were saying. It is a happy Thanksgiving if you get box afterwards. So yeah,
it is.
Yeah, but I mean,
it depends on the man, right? I mean, because there are some men who literally really don't care. And then there are some men who very deeply care, right? So it does depend on the man.
Yeah, because he has standards. See, a man with standards, even the box, he has standards on. So if he says like, my chick, I don't want to date a chick who has OnlyFans, right? That's his standards. But she's like, well, I didn't do any scenes. It was just girls. No, my standard is I don't want a girl who did OnlyFans. And that's just how it is with box.
Close to virgin as possible. We all want it close to virgin as possible. Problem is that's unrealistic.
Well, here's the thing about wanting, as a man wanting that, it's because it shows a level of self-discipline to a certain degree when you're dealing with a woman. Because peen is so easy to access and get nowadays that if she has 100 bodies, that's no self-control. She's just out here wild, and more than likely she has bad characteristics follow with that. If she has like a virgin, like that just told in this society how we're just promoting free sex culture. That shows a higher standard of woman. And most men, I think, young generation who were raised in like the mindset of if she has OnlyFans, it's okay. They're not going to match up to a girl's mental level.
It doesn't have anything to do with self-discipline. I don't think that's why men per se value it. We value it because we don't want sloppy seconds. We want it fresh.
But here's the thing: some wives give their husbands sloppy seconds, and their husbands don't know.
You gotta watch Octavius, man. I do feel you. I understand what you're saying, man. But when you say these things, you gotta thread carefully now, because funny enough, in the past, somebody used the box as leverage to get us where we are today, where you gotta police your language when you say you want it fresh, because it can easily be misunderstood, and then your life is going to get ruined. You understand me? So, and all of that started with leveraging the box.
Well, you doing something else right now. But what he said was we value self-discipline with women. We kind of really, it's not about self-discipline per se. I don't think men care too much about that. Okay, as long as she has some discipline, we don't care too much. We care about it being you touched another man, you got the germs of another man on you. Okay, it's homo. We don't like
some good
homo.
water.
We don't like touching other. We don't like the fact that another dude had his way with you. Okay, and on top of that, you got repetition and all that. That's all that matter. Nobody wants their women to be self-disciplined and rigid like a man. Okay, we want y'all to be, cool. But
no, what I mean by self-discipline is like back in the day they had the standard, like if you're gonna F her, she has to bring more than table than box, and you date her to find that out, and then you marry her, because box is typically the same, and you can teach her to do well in the bed, get that guac, all that stuff, So that's what I mean when I say self-discipline.
How you gonna teach her that? Pause.
Oh, you could teach her that. You could teach her that
easily. I mean,
push your head back and forth. Put it down there.
Look, I had some girls' teeth on my Johnson, so I learned to teach right.
Yeah, you gotta speak words. Like a lot of times.
What did you say? Great.
I said, once you get a teeth experience with a girl giving you head, you learn to teach them right.
Yeah, like no
Yeah.
teeth. Pucker your mouth, pucker your
Big
lips.
facts. Big
You
Yeah,
facts.
but
know.
like a lot of women, because if you just say no teeth, right? I mean, she's not trying to bite it off, but she might not know how the hell to
But
accomplish
there's a
that.
way
So
to
if
Yeah,
you're
Alright,
hold
that's
it.
why
Ruby.
you, that's
Alright,
why
Ruby.
you
You
learn.
just
let her
just
know,
told us that
you
you
know?
suck at it. No pun intended.
Not me. I'm saying, right, that what I'm
With the
trying to say
teeth, on the
is
teeth.
what
You,
I'm
Yeah,
you
trying to
both
you just
can
told us that you
turn your
suck at
head.
it. No pun
not
intended.
me, but again, what I'm saying is that when you're trying to teach, when you're I know, right? But no, what I'm trying to say
Don't
is
forget the balls. Get it all up.
hold
You get
on.
it.
Pause. God
When you're
damn.
trying, there you go, when you're trying to teach someone in the bedroom, the way that you do is you be very specific, so you don't just say no teeth or
We
watch your teeth
know.
and just leave it at that. But hold on,
We know.
because someone said it. I understand that you might know, but again, someone said it and people are going to agree with that in the chat. So what I'm saying is, right, is you be very specific. You don't just say no teeth, right, and just leave it at that. You say, okay, girl, why don't you try this, right? And then be encouraging, right? Because a lot of women will get, hold on, let me finish.
I'm
A
at the
lot of
Ruby.
women will have feelings, will get in their feelings about stuff, right? And because as they're eager to please you, and then they feel like complete failures when they're not doing a great job, right? So if you're just constantly like, okay, almost like that, no, try this, right? And you're encouraging and you're being very direct and very specific, then as soon as she gets it right, then you let her know she got it right. And trust me, she's never going to forget what right is for you, right? It's the
Getting
same
a
thing.
blowjob
Hold on,
doesn't
Glock.
come off
Let me
like a
get this.
difficult
Hold on, Glock. I'm
concept.
at the Ruby. I ain't gonna drag this out, bro. All right, you're right. I agree to everything you're saying, but the initial reaction, if it happens, is not gonna be, "Hey, no, bad teeth." Are gonna be, what are you doing?"
Exactly. Nigga
Yeah,
want
but here's the
cut.
thing, though,
You have a
right?
cut there now.
That's because women are not actually trying to
Bleeding.
bite it off. So normally what's happening is you're getting a little bit of a graze, and you'll feel that little graze before you feel anything deeper. Now, here's the problem. If you don't address it and be very specific before it got
Be
a
very
deeper cut, well, that
specific.
was your dumbass's fault for not just
I kind of
addressing
like a
it when you
little bit of
felt
teeth,
the
though.
first graze. You could have said something at the first graze, but you didn't.
I like
You're
when she
hoping
bite
that
on a little bit.
you were just hoping it would go away, and then it didn't go away. That's your fault.
I
It's
like
like
when
when
she
women say
bite on
that.
the vein a little bit. When she bite on
The
the vein
fuck?
a little bit.
No.
Yo, y'all
Good
niggas need to
God.
chill, yo.
Whoa,
I kind of like
Dude.
that. When it's real hard
Damn.
and then she kind of like nibble on the vein, I'd be like, there it is.
That
What?
There it is. You
that
on your
sounds
way.
painful. I don't know. I guess I don't have one, so I don't know. But it just sounds painful. But here's the thing, right? Because a lot of women do this too. A lot of women turn around and say, well, his head game or his D game, it's either whack or it's not. But bro, it's not that hard to tell somebody in specific detail what it is that you do like and what it is that you don't like, and guide them so that way they become a lot better at doing what it is that you like. Right, but people are afraid to communicate in the bedroom, and I don't understand that because if you're ready to do
What
the
what
action, you
what
should be
does
more than ready
bad
to communicate about it.
So
what
let
does
me.
bad D game look like? What does bad D game look like?
Wait,
Is it the limp? When you got the limp? When
I
you
can
got the
explain.
limpy?
No,
Yo,
I
can
can,
can
Hold
we
I
on,
can
I
stop
want to
talking
know
about
explain.
because I don't
penises
know.
now?
I can
Yeah.
explain.
Let's
Let
talk
me
about
tell you
I don't
penises.
think we
what
want to
bad
know.
D game is.
Nah,
Bad D game is when
okay,
he don't know how to move right. Like he don't know the
right,
motion of the ocean.
Oh, he just. Oh,
You
that's
know what
it.
I'm saying? That's
yeah,
it.
Hold on.
It
Is
don't
it,
I
yeah,
matter the
thought it
hold on.
was.
This is
size.
general. Hold on.
It
This
no,
don't
is
matter
I
the
thought it was
size.
limpy.
It
I thought
matters.
when he came out with the limpy, and I thought he came out with the limpy, and I
Glock.
thought his
Glock.
penis
Go find
was
you.
too small.
Go find you a dude that a chick talked
Allah.
about with the limp D, right? Then go talk to that dude. So now moving on. I got a question for the
Thank
other
you.
ladies. So in general,
okay,
What did he say?
What's your question?
yeah. So in general, now being at everything that Ruby said, so what about the women that say they don't like they don't have the patience to train Ruby? So I go with Melody and Ruby. So what about those people? Because that seems like that's a sad person that
You
say
shouldn't be with those people. I'm sorry to cut you off, but you just shouldn't be with a woman like that. If she's not willing to
that's
train and learn, what are you doing with her? That means she's not being submissive. She's not submitting to you. If you
So
know,
Facts.
he's
a
with
real
her because she's
woman.
so,
leveraging the box.
bruh.
No, but a
I,
real woman, if she
Yeah,
really likes you, she's
yeah.
willing to do whatever you tell her,
no.
not ask her to do, whatever you tell her to do. So if you
All
say
right.
get
So
on your
what?
knees and deep throat it, she gonna get on her knees and deep throat it. No
Nah, but I
questions
Yeah.
mean,
asked.
So if you find out, so let's just
people
say
are
you find out
telling her,
this
but
thing.
people are telling her that her box has power and she don't have to do that. She could just leverage them.
We're not
Yeah,
saying,
but
we're
see,
not
here's
telling people. Go ahead, Ruby.
no,
I know.
but
I see what James
here,
is saying. Go ahead. I'm
no,
sorry.
but here's the problem, right? And so there is a difference between a woman who's not willing to teach a man how to please her, right? That woman is a lost, confused little girl who doesn't know how to please herself. That's why she's not willing to tell him because she
Talking
honestly
about a
doesn't know
lot of
how,
women here, yo. You
right?
talking about a
I
lot
don't
of women.
care. Good, well,
Covering a
good. So
lot
they
of
should all
ground,
listen
Ruby.
up. They need to
But
sit
with
down and listen up
Covering a
now.
lot of
So
ground.
Rubes,
they don't
with
know.
go ahead, I'm
Hmm?
sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'll
Go
get
ahead.
there. I'll get there. Just give me the hold on. Let me address this
Yeah,
first,
Yeah,
right?
let me land. Let me
So
land.
they don't know how to please themselves, so they really need to luck into it, right? They've lucked into guys who did something and it worked for them before, and that's what they're hoping is going to happen again because they legitimately don't
Mm.
know how to please themselves. That's why they can't teach him,
But
right?
who
So
gives a
now,
F
Guys,
I
though,
so now,
respectfully
Ruby? Who
hold
gives a
on,
disagree. In
hold
damn?
on,
2023,
hold on,
we still
Nobody
got
let me
roses
finish,
out
cares.
here.
guys.
They just
Guys,
gonna
let me
get a dude
finish.
that can do it.
We
Okay,
got
but let me
sometimes
roses. We
finish
guys
got
feel
though.
like she got to
boys. They
masturbate
know
for
how
the
to please
dildo.
themselves. They're just lazy.
No, they don't, honestly. And this is the thing. A lot of people give way too many women way too much credit. Now, here's
Thank
the
you.
thing. A woman who's
No.
saying, I'm too lazy, I ain't trying to teach him how to please me and da 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 da. I'm not trying to teach him how to be the perfect machine to please my body. I'm not willing to do that. That's not about leverage at all. Okay? That's about actually she's telling you her quality. Okay, that's just what it comes down. She's telling you her
She
quality. She's also
sucks.
telling you she has no relationship experience. She has no experience being a girlfriend, let alone a wife. She has no experience
She's
knowing how to
selfish.
cooperate with someone else. She
let
has
me
no
say something.
experience knowing how to teach or guide someone else, and she has no experience knowing how to receive any of those things from a man either. Right, and so
Right, but
because she has no experience in any of those things, why would you want to deal with that woman except to run through her one night when you're bored?
Yo,
And
that's a
otherwise, you
Canada
yeah,
never
but
come
all
back
cap,
right.
again.
So
yo.
Why
this
would you
is
want that?
this
That's a
is what
Canada cap.
GC says. GC says the pleasure of a woman don't matter. It's all about the pleasure of the man. That's
He
that's what
did
GC
say
has
that.
said several times
He
on
did.
this
He did
platform,
say
and I
that.
want to know GC.
Yo,
Are
yeah,
you
yeah. Y'all need to
GC?
understand GC's dry humor. Y'all need to watch more of
No,
No,
we did
he
a
UK
said
whole
it's
stream.
not
UK
humor.
comedy.
It's
You
not
need to look at
No,
humor.
UK
he
comedy.
was
Said
being serious. He said the big O women's O does not matter. He did say that.
Hey,
I
well,
like
here's the
I
GC,
thing.
like
you there?
GC's I like
Yeah,
I want
GC's
him to
last
complain
words
him.
on
I want him to explain himself.
okay, go ahead.
Hmm.
If it is a woman's true desire to please her mate, as these women were claiming, then yeah, it's she should get pleasure from pleasing me, not necessarily physical pleasure from whatever she derives from my penis. When having sex, I don't much concern myself with the pleasure of my mate. I concern myself with the pleasure that I
GC,
receive
you
from my mate.
selfish.
I am a selfish man, yes.
Jesus
yeah.
Christ, bruh.
There you go.
I'm
That's
selfish.
not good. That's not good.
That's
That's
why
bad
you ain't got
sex
no
game right
bitches.
there. You
That's
gotta,
why you ain't got
you
no
gotta,
bitches.
you gotta, yo, if you
Sex
trying
is
to
not a
get
game.
her to no, that's bad sex game. You
No,
you
I'm
want
saying
her to
sex is not a
respond to
game.
hold on, but you want what?
Sex is not a game. It's not a game.
Yo, Octavius
No,
thinks you can get money
no,
out of
I
bitch
don't mean
without fucking.
game like
So
a game. What I'm saying, I don't mean game like a game. I mean game like you don't know, you got to know how your woman responds to certain things when you're having sex with her for maximum pleasure. I'm not when I say game, I'm just talking about the
I'm concerned
rules.
with my pleasure, though. I'm more concerned with my
Well,
pleasure than I am with
here's the
hers.
thing. Here's the
Bro,
thing.
you trying to convince him,
When
but
you
he's telling you he
you
don't
give
care.
her pleasure,
exactly.
You trying to
Trying
convince
to
him? He said,
convince
yeah,
him.
he made it
He
clear. It's a
already
period.
told you, man.
I know. Wait, hold on. When you
All
give
right,
her
doctor.
pleasure, when you give her pleasure, she maximizes your pleasure even more. Does that make sense to you?
I got you,
Nope.
GC. The
I
man
give
telling you he don't care.
I give myself pleasure during sex, and I
But don't you
maximize it
want
too.
more
Sounds
pleasure?
gay.
Or are you about not?
I
That
get
Are
as
you
much
sounds
as
more
I
gay.
about
possibly
not
can.
giving her pleasure? Wait, are you
No, no,
about
no.
not giving her pleasure?
This is crazy.
I'm not saying I'm against it. I don't go out of my way to assure that
It
she's
seems
unpleased.
like it.
Hold on. I don't go out of my way to assure that she's unpleased. Nor do I get pleasure for her displeasure. I just don't overly concern myself with if she's pleased or not.
So
Boom.
that's my thing. So you
That's why
about
you
your
ain't getting
own
no
pleasure,
pussy.
right?
Yes,
You're
yes.
That's why you ain't getting no pussy.
Why are you
okay,
saying that like
okay,
it's a bad thing?
okay,
Yes.
okay, okay,
Sex
okay,
is
okay,
about my pleasure.
okay. All right,
Absolutely.
I got you. Listen, if you want more pleasure,
Fire.
it comes when you give her pleasure too. Does that make sense to you?
He doesn't
No.
agree.
And
He does
here's
not
why.
agree.
He's saying that you must care about her pleasure, GC.
I
Damn
get
it!
I get it.
Why
What I'm
don't you
saying
love
is-
the black woman?
what I'm saying is
Damn.
Black woman queen.
what I'm saying is I don't derive much, if any, additional pleasure from pleasing her. I do like to
I'm not
gravitate.
talking about
Right
that.
quick,
I'm not
Octavius, hold
All
up.
right.
I do gravitate towards women who absorb additional pleasure from pleasing me. Understand? Sex is an act where you please me and I get pleased. And hopefully, if you have a proper mindset, you get pleasure from pleasing me. That is a proper
Okay.
mindset of a woman that I gravitate towards. I enjoy the company of women like that.
Yeah,
Okay,
but I was
so
going to say,
let me
because I
let
want
me
to clarify one thing. Can we clarify one thing? Because I don't know why it occurred to me though. I'm like, I think that like, are you into BDSM and like as a dom, like you being a
Yo,
Yes,
dom?
I am. Yes, I am.
Yeah, and that's why. See, so there's a difference because like I'm a submissive, right? So as a submissive who's into BDSM, right? There are certain
damn,
things
Ruby,
that will just
I
never
never
fly.
knew.
Ruby,
Yeah,
Ruby,
I don't know
Ruby.
how. It's been mentioned countless times over the
That's
last
why
several
For
she's
real?
years.
married. That's why she
Really?
kept
I
her
never heard
husband.
this.
No, I
That's
just
why
didn't
she's
know,
married.
nigga.
That's
Damn.
why
Guys,
she's married.
culture
That's
That
shock.
why she's
Most
married.
black
This is
women
Preach
are.
saying this. That's
Ruby, you
why
go to
she's
those
married
clubs.
because she's a submissive that's beat into BDSM. That's why she's
You go
married.
to the
Well,
SAM
let,
Let's
let,
clubs.
but
continue.
let her finish
okay.
though. Let her finish.
Yes, please, thank you. So what I was saying is because like there are some women, right, who will get off on, taking the lead or doing something like to be the aggressor in sex. I don't get off on it at all, not even a little bit, right? But like, or having there's certain things that all women kind of really like doing, or they like to have that control, for example, maybe like to be on top so they can kind of control their own or whatever. I don't like any of that at all. So I understand that because if you are like if you are a BDSM type of person and so you're a dom or a submissive, then you tend to be very extreme. Whereas in most
I
people
like
are kind of in the
I like
middle
choking
somewhere.
hold. I
Yeah,
like
but
choking
hold on.
hold.
That's beyond my point. When you are into
Sheesh.
BDSM, most people tend to be in the middle kind of everywhere, where they like a little bit of everything. They might have a little bit of a preference here and there, but they kind of like a little bit of everything. But if you're into BDSM and you're in that like that lifestyle, that
You
culture,
like
or
to
that
get spanked.
sexual style, then you tend to actually go very far to your extreme, and you don't really like anything outside of that. So I think GC makes more sense when I think about him in terms of, oh yeah, that's right, he's a dom, and doms don't like anything outside of being a dom. So
Right, I'm gonna
Yeah.
say
So, is
this.
there
I'm
any
gonna
way
say
to have
this.
a perspective outside of that? Sorry, Melody, I didn't mean
No,
to cut you off.
absolutely. But what I'm saying, and I do understand the perspective of others, and I do know that
Ruby
everybody
like
has
to
their own,
get spanked.
and I do understand that everybody
I don't
likes
like
to.
to be hit at all. So you can stop.
Yeah,
Sorry.
well,
Go
You
ahead.
don't. You
let's
don't
not.
like
Yeah,
that, Ruby?
I don't want to go down
No.
that road. But what I'm saying
Mel
is,
does.
we all have our own kinks, and I do understand that people. And I had this conversation with Bernard, who is a pleaser. I do understand that male pleasers exist. To each his own. I'm
What
not.
the hell? Is that
I'm
a
real
term?
Yeah,
curious
this dude
because
best male pleasing.
I want to have
A
this
male pleaser would be a
conversation.
person who gets pleasure from pleasing his mate.
Yes.
I don't. I
That's a
get.
sub. That's a sub.
It's not a sub, but nevertheless,
It's a
because
sub.
it's what you described yourself as. But I mean,
What?
nevertheless,
Yo, let me mute up, yo. Let me mute
Yeah,
up.
mute up, please, because I want
Shots
to have
fired.
this
Shots
Yeah.
fired.
conversation. I want to have this
Yeah.
conversation with Ruby because she says she's a sub, and so am I. But the
Mhm.
difference between me and her, I actually like being tied up, spanked. I'm like the slave. And I
Ooh.
wanted to ask you, are you a slave as well? Or you, because you said you don't
well,
like
you're
being
changing the
hit.
subject.
So
Glock.
you're not a
Yeah.
you're not a
Let
slave.
No,
me
I
ask
don't like to
let
be
me ask
hit
you,
though.
Emily. During intercourse, are you more focused on pleasing your, if you're a slave, are you more focused on pleasing your master? Or are you more focused on your own sexual pleasure?
My master.
My own.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm sexually compatible with somebody like Melody and Ruby even. And that's because they are more focused on pleasing me than focused on me pleasing them.
Yes, which proves my point. There's somebody for somebody.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not knocking guys who are different and who are focused on, pleasing their mate. That's just
No,
what
you're good. I'm
You
just, it
just
just
come
kind of
off a bit.
I like
You
what I
just come
like.
off a
We in the
bit too
dungeon.
Are we
forceful,
just
GC.
talking whenever?
Okay,
Are we
guys,
taking turns
one at
again?
a time, please.
hold on.
Yeah,
But
A
I
one
lot
at
guess
a
of people
time.
are
Because
talking at
when did we
once.
stop?
hold on.
When did we
But
stop taking turns? Because I heard a lot of motherfuckers talking about some shit, and When are we doing this turn taking again?
But you still using bad language, even though we asked you multiple
I
times.
apologize. I
not to
apologize.
say
I
it.
am not gonna cuss
And we have to
for
get
the
the
rest of
Andrew
this
show in as
nonsense.
well. So go ahead, preach. Say what you're gonna say. We should get the Andrew show in.
No. I don't want you to say it like that because then it's going to have a negative
Bro, you're
connotation.
good. Go
I'm gonna
ahead.
be
Oh my
done.
God. Okay, then don't
I'm
say
gonna
anything.
start.
Go ahead,
We'll be
Andrew.
done.
Andrew, go ahead. It's your turn. Go ahead.
What's going on? Y'all good?
Yeah, what's up, brother?
Are you
Hey.
standing up or sitting down,
Hey,
sir?
Andrew.
Have a good
Thanks for
night.
What's
coming.
Yes.
Appreciate you for being on here.
Is he
Oh, I
I
sitting
don't
thought
know.
you
I
were
kind of
wearing a
walked.
mask over the top half of your face. I had to zoom you
And are
in.
you
I
standing
didn't
up or
know.
sitting down,
That's
sir?
crazy.
What happened?
The angle is the optics of the angle. Are you standing up or sitting down?
Yeah, you
What
do
does
look
it
like you're
matter?
standing.
Just let him say what he got to say.
Nah, I'm
Man. Go
sitting
ahead.
down.
That's crazy.
All right, smooth. When y'all start acting stupid now, I ain't gonna
Sorry,
say
Andrew. Sorry. I apologize. We're very distracted
It's crazy.
tonight.
Nah,
Apologies.
I just walked into some
Talk about
craziness,
sex,
man.
baby.
Okay, so what's the topic here? We talking about sex, BDSM, like
Yeah,
Did you look at the YouTube title?
Let's get back to
I
the
just jumped in
original
this
topic,
shit.
which is, can the box ruin a man's life? What's your opinion on it?
And
First
does the box have power?
Right. Before you get to that, does the box have power? And then the second question.
Mm-hmm.
Does the box have power?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
If you allow it.
Yeah, exactly.
Good answer.
Good
Okay,
answer.
I like that answer. Okay.
If you allow it. I mean, I never really had those little.
Yeah, boy.
I never
It's
had
about
them
the man.
situations.
It's about the man. Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm not really focusing on pleasing women because I already know how to please them. If you got to focus too much on trying to please a woman, that means you don't know how to please them. You know what I'm
And
saying?
you should focus.
I like to please a woman first. I like to get her off first because I know I'm going to get the best sex out of her.
Yeah, that's me. That's me.
So
soft nigga voice. I like it.
Boy, he drinking now.
That's what I was trying to explain to GC.
I mean, as far as the whole spanking goes, sure, sit on daddy's lap. I got you. But you know what I'm saying? I'm not getting spankings, man. I don't bend down. I don't got no one-way enter sign over there. None of that stuff is happening. You know what I mean? But as far as me smacking the ass and grabbing the hair, grabbing the titties, I don't know if I can say it on your show, but all right. I gotta keep it PG-13, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna keep PG-13. All right. Grabbing the melons, you know, and doing like, there you go. Okay, you got the sound effects going on like me. All right, cool. I got you. I mean, BDSM. I never really. I don't know, man. I don't get the enjoyment of tying somebody up.
I got a question for you.
How about choking her and spanking her and pulling her hair?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do all that, of course. Like picking her up, throwing her, tossing her in the air. Yeah, all that.
Calm down, bro.
Wait, I got a question for what is it, Andre?
Andrew. I mean,
Andrew.
listen, here's the thing, right? Some dudes don't know how to do that, so they get in their feelings, they shake their head, and they wonder, oh, how you able to do certain things? Listen, I watch a lot of porn. I watch porn. Okay, pornography is a form of education, sex education. You know what I'm saying? So it can be, if, like I said, just like Punani, if you allow it to take control of you, it will take control of you. Same thing with watching porn. You just gotta know how to control it.
Right.
Like an addiction. I got you.
Fair.
Yeah, but anything could be an addiction if you allow it.
True. That's very true. But
My
back to
thing-
what I was saying with JC though, because JC was explaining himself for that. And I think that's the problem. God damn, I had a brain fart. Continue.
I just want to say this before you
No,
go.
the thing
Lou
is
got her
with
husband and
GC.
Beanie
The
on
thing is
these
with
streets.
GC. GC don't like to get it wet first. He kind of just like to force his thing right up in there.
You don't know
It's
what
all
I
about his
like.
pleasure.
That is not what a dominatrix does,
Shit is a
man.
little too
That's
graphic,
not
yo.
that
GC
around.
though, but that's
No,
GC.
no. You don't
Yeah,
know.
it's
just wanna-
forced entry.
You gotta do some research before you say that.
You don't know. Don't
I just
spread
wanted
rumors.
to elaborate
Don't
to
spread
what.
rumors. What I'm saying is, sex
Hold
is about my
on,
pleasure.
Gabe. Let me just
Hold
intervene
on,
real quick.
Sex is about my pleasure. And
go ahead.
if getting her wet intensifies my pleasure, then that is the means to the ultimate end.
That's what I was saying.
The ultimate end of my pleasure is the ultimate end of sex is my pleasure. Period. So this doesn't have anything to do about what I do or don't like to do in the process. This
check
is
this
the
out.
goal. This is the
Leo-
objective of it.
Leo said something about
That's
porn
exactly
is fake,
what I
right?
was.
Hold on for a second. Hold on. Leo said something about porn is fake. Yeah, it is fake. They're actors, but you got to understand.
Nah, that
if you
ain't
play-
real.
Hold on. Let me finish. If you playing a role of being in a fantasy, because I like the role play joint. You know what I mean? I like to mentally stimulate a woman's mind before I decide I want to do things physically with her.
Wait, you like
'Cause-
to role play like what? Like nurse and stuff like that?
Yeah, of course. Like I love those. Fuck yeah.
Yeah,
I like
get her in
Look
the
at Melody
fantasy.
get
Get in the
excited.
fantasy. Hit her up on WhatsApp.
Listen, stiletto heels, the nurse's outfit, all that. You know what I mean? Or I like to get a stripper pole in my room and have her come in with some stiletto heels. Yeah, do all that. Slash some dollars at her. I'm all about it. I like fulfilling those type of roles in those adult entertainment fantasies. Why not?
I like when chicks put cake on the booty. Put some cake on the booty, like ice cream
That
cake on
sounds
the
like a
booty.
yeast infection.
Hold on, but you know what's crazy though? Well, it's not really crazy.
You get the horn.
Hold on. You know what's ironic that because the stuff that you're explaining now when you match up with another woman, because usually women have more fantasies, more emotions than men, so they're gonna automatically be down for stuff like that. 100. So it's like, why not?
Nah, they're not going to be automatically down for stuff like that. It depends on the type of man that's going to bring it out of them.
Really?
Yep. Because if
Okay.
you're coming off with some geeked out nerdy energy,
I
shut up.
disagree.
Yeah, I disagree too.
No,
Yeah, I
listen,
kind of
listen.
disagree.
Listen, if a woman is
You
not
have
physically
not.
It
attracted to a
depends on the
dude,
man.
Wow.
She won't do it for every man.
she's gotta
It
be.
depends
She's
on the
gotta
man.
have some sort of an
She ain't feeling him,
attraction
she ain't
towards you
gonna
in order
do
for
it.
her to be turned on.
Yeah,
Ain't no
but see,
chick that's gonna be turned on just to be turned
yeah,
on.
but you're
Come
saying,
on.
yeah, but you're saying bring it out of her. I'm saying
That's
she
what
already
porn
had
stars
it
are.
in.
Chicks who
Yeah,
get
hold
turned
on.
turn
I'm saying you saying bring it out of her. I'm saying she already had it in her. So if you're doing what
She
you're
already
doing,
got it in
that's
her, but not everybody's gonna bring it out of her.
no, I'm good with you on that. But I'm saying just the fact that you're maximizing yourself on your end for that type of woman, right? And she gets a whiff of that.
No, I'm just saying. No, I'm not just saying me, brother. I'm saying in general. You got to know
Well,
how to
yeah.
bring it out of her. If you don't know how to turn a woman on, she's
Every
not gonna be
man,
warm.
every man has a different way to come off to a woman.
Dang,
One
you
guy's
like
gonna
that
bring a
water.
certain way, a certain thing out of a woman. Another guy's gonna bring something else. That's really it. There's really
True.
no shade to nobody, bro.
Okay, and what
No, but
I
at
would
the
say
same
is
time,
this. This is based on like, a lot of things. So basically not just like my own personal experience or like, people I know, but this is actually based on me working with women, including this, like last weekend. So I'm gonna say this. On average, what you have are women who understand, they are taught this, they understand this, the power of the box, as I said, right? But part of that teaching is that women understand that men seek to penetrate the box, right? And so a big part of what they understand is they are there to please the man, right? And that's it. And what you get, especially in a lot of younger women until they're older, right? You have a lot of women who lie, they fake O's they've never had when they're in their 30s, and I'm not even sure what one
Are you
is,
talking about
what
DJ
a
Envy's
big
wife?
O is. Pardon?
Yes.
No, I'm
for
not just
example.
talking about her. I'm
She's on
talking
a
about
20-day trip across seas, getting passported out.
Yeah,
That's
I'm not just talking about like one
exactly.
person. I'm talking about like literally, and this is an ongoing, continuing like thing with women, and even with young women now who are incredibly promiscuous in comparison to every other generation before them, and yet they are still functioning under the same premises. So they've never had orgasms before. They don't know what they're about. They really bend over and spread them. Let men run in and out of them and think they're being sexually liberated, and meanwhile they don't know anything about what pleasure is for
Ruby,
them.
I
Right?
100% agree with that. Because somebody I dated, it was like they would never. It was something she wouldn't do, and another woman said that was the reason, because it's like she only wanted the penetration, but she didn't want to do everything else. Like my man at the bottom was like, "Hey, I love to mentally stimulate her, and then I know I'll get the best out of her." Right? She was just down for the quick. Let me slob you real quick. I know you're hard. Okay, go ahead and stick it in.
Yeah. right? And this is and it's an issue. So in essence, what you get are a lot of women who it's not even about bringing something out of them. It's just about the fact that this is what they believe their only function and purpose is like sex is not supposed to be good for them. Like, it's not supposed to be pleasurable to them. They're not supposed to enjoy it in any way.
Okay,
They're
That
just
is
their
where
not
do you
purpose.
see
true.
all these
Let
women?
me
This just
finish.
sound like some made up
Let
stat.
me finish. Let me
No.
finish. I'm telling you, I literally have worked with thousands of women, and this
That's
is a
sad.
common
It's just
reoccurrence. So let me
Yeah.
finish my
That's sad.
point, because I'm not saying that these women don't have sex. I'm not even saying they're not promiscuous. In fact, I said this generation, these younger generations, is the most promiscuous that women have ever been.
What the fuck is
And yet,
yours?
Okay,
you still
thank you.
We
see
I'm
know
glad
this.
you just said that. Oh wait, all right, hold on, because we had a conversation earlier, well, yesterday. Me and Young
Mhm.
East was going back and forth because Young East said the
They're
young
fucking
girl.
anybody with money. They're
Hold
whores.
on, can you hear me?
Mhm.
Yesterday on yesterday's show, me and Young East was going back and forth because Young East was saying that the young girls are not bad, it's the older generation. And I was trying to tell him, no, it's the young girls, the city girls. They want Birkin bags, they want money. I was trying to explain to him that, but he wasn't like understanding what I was saying. He was like, yeah, get a younger girl, that's your best bet. I'm like, no, those are the
That's
worst
ignorant.
ones.
That's ignorant.
You're
Yeah.
better, yeah, you better off going overseas for a woman. Or
We
you
are,
better.
No,
because the
don't
younger
even go to
generation,
overseas.
you have to
Yeah,
remember
sorry, the
that when we're
passport,
talking,
bro. She's
when you're
wild,
talking
bro.
about the women who are, I'll say 21 to 25, right? So just in that age category alone, you're
25.
talking about a group of kids that were having sex parties, like when they were
They're the
10,
prettiest
11, 12, 13, like that this
because they're at their
idea of just
prettiest.
going,
Oh my
okay,
lord.
Stop
Mute your
that.
mic.
guys,
Who's that, Preach? I'm gonna mute him. Go
yeah,
ahead.
you need to stop. We can't be talking over each other because then no one in the
I'm
chat
sorry, I
room
was
can
waiting
hear
for my
anything we're
turn. Let me
saying.
know when it's my turn. I'm sorry.
Bro, don't hold on, time out. Don't do that, bro, because you've been playing that type of game for like a whole hour or so.
thank you.
Yeah, he knows.
Thank you.
I'm gonna mute you.
Pause.
Mute up.
Pause.
Yeah. Okay. So now as I was saying, the thing is these 21 to 25-year-olds, right? Or 21, I'll say 21 to 30, they were literally raised on things like sex parties, like the normalization that a bunch of kids who are not attracted to each other, not dating, or maybe they do have a boyfriend, it doesn't matter. You all go to someone's house and you all have sex with each other, and then it's fine, right? And you wear the sex bracelets to let people know what you're down to do in these random casual sex parties and whatever. You have to remember, they were raised up under a level of over sexualization and exposure to sexualization and exposure to sexual speaking, sexual
What type
acts,
of parties?
like access to porn and stuff like that, that no generation before them has ever been had access to, and definitely not at these young ass ages, right? So they see sex very differently. In fact, if anything, they're also being taught that being a whore is empowerment, right? This is literally something that I speak about all the time on my channel, and that YouTube flagged me down for, and I have a community guideline strike still on my channel over speaking about this, right? Telling girls that being a whore is not being sexually empowered. It's just not, right? But that's what they're being taught in college and university, even by their TV shows, whatever. So
By
it's a
Amber
very
Rose.
different generation. Yeah,
By
this is
Amber
what it
Rose.
is. By
And then
Amber
their moms,
Rose.
right. And
Mhm.
then their moms are the millennials and the Gen Xers that are the whores that was twerking all over Instagram and doing all that. That's their moms.
Freaknik.
Right. And they
Their
have
moms,
no fathers.
their moms, right? The millennials and Gen Xers, these were women who were too old. Right back in the days, that type of woman, she would just dress like a slut around the block and she's too old to do it. But now, no, now she can put a bunch of filters on and a bunch of lighting in the right way and have an OnlyFans still. Your mama
And
and
can
your
go to Dr.
grandma.
Miami.
Let her
You
do
feel
it.
me?
Let her make
But
some money. Let them do
yeah,
it.
but the thing is that again, what I'm saying is, look at what these younger
You said
girls
let them
these
make some
days.
money.
This
I
is
can't
this
call
is
them
what
whores,
they're
but
being.
y'all call
This
me
is
a bad person. I don't get it.
no. I'm not saying that you're a bad person. What
He
I'm
said let them
saying
make some
is
money.
Let
I
them
didn't
make
say
their
that.
money.
He said,
no. What
but
I
y'all said
said
I said
is
something wrong though when I called them whores, and I said it was whore culture. So what's the difference?
I have no idea what you're even
I have no
referring to
idea
now,
what you're
but no
saying
one
either.
called you
I have no
wrong.
idea either. We're trying to figure it out.
I don't think you're really actively trying to figure out anything, sir. I think you just had one shot too many now at this point. We're about to get into the same problem we keep having. But moving on from that, the point is that that's why these younger generations are more promiscuous, because they literally see sex differently than every generation before them, right? Like the millennials, when we were kids, we still thought being a whore was bad when we were,
No,
and I'm saying in Canada.
Ruby,
Apparently that's Generation X for y'all,
They
but
got
for
I got a
us
girls
question
going
for
millennials, we
you.
wild.
thought being a whore was bad. Mhm.
Ruby, I
The
got a question
millennials
for
is the
you.
generation
Do
that's
you
teaching the younger generation right now, and they were all about whore culture. They were talking about girls going wild. They were talking about getting flued out. They were talking about all this stuff before these young girls could even possibly think about sex. And now that the culture now is the millennial culture, because the millennial are the standard generation. These girls
No, see,
taught the
that was
younger girls to be
Generation X.
wild.
That was
Ruby,
Gen
do you
X.
think that
Girls Gone
prostitution is
No,
Wild
no, no.
started with.
Millennials got
Y'all
y'all women got to
Hold
literally
take
on,
just
all
said
y'all
the
hold
credit.
same
on.
thing. Y'all niggas
Okay,
is not
guys,
demonizing them. I don't
guys.
understand this. What the fuck did I do?
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Ruby,
But anyway, moving
do
on
you
for
think
him.
prostitution should be legalized, Ruby?
No, hold on. So I'm going to go back to address first the point that you made before first. Okay. So when we're talking about Girls Gone Wild, right, in that era, that's actually young Gen Xers, right? That's not old millennials. It's young Gen Xers. And I know because I'm an old millennial. So when Girls Gone Wild started, I wasn't old enough to have been on Girls Gone Wild. We weren't old enough to be porn yet. So what I'm saying is that Gen X started this trying to, we just show our boobies on TV and no one will ever see it anyway. We're just drunk
The
college kids.
whore
It'll
culture
be
has been
fine.
going on for
Or
years
even,
since
or
your
Ruby,
mom was
even like,
around. It doesn't matter. The whore
right, but
culture has been
even
going
like
on
Let
for
me
women.
rephrase
years.
it. Let me rephrase it, Ruby.
Yeah,
I
it's
would say
cool
the
for them to cut
millennials
you
are
off for
the
not being.
generation
Let me
that grew
go
up
ahead.
when the
Yeah, yeah, let
technology
me go ahead.
grew.
Yeah,
They let
respectfully.
information
It's
go
cool for them to
to
cut
and
you off
fro
for
much
not
more
being. Yeah,
easily,
go ahead.
which made them more exposed, which made them
Let me
share
go ahead and say shit I
the
was saying.
promiscuous
Yeah,
Right.
no
But the
ways
problem.
thing
better.
is what everyone forgets about millennials, right? Is millennials were raised under Generation X rules, which means, first of all, we didn't have access to social media like that and whatever until we were already adults, first of
True.
all. But second of all, right, and again, and I hear that it's a little different in Americas and you guys got started a little earlier than we did. Right. However,
No,
millennials, when I was in high school, it was a very bad thing to be a hoe. This one girl literally ended up after a year ended up leaving high school and like dropping out of high
That's
school
true. I
over
agree.
being dragged for filth because she
That was
gave
the
her
point.
boyfriend of 2 years head and people found out and now she was a disgusting nasty whore. Like
In my
that's
Now
high
what
that
was
school,
was
this
a
really
girl this
happening.
girl
I'm
gave
gonna
head to the
say,
whole
great
football
point.
team in the
Go ahead.
I'm
basement.
gonna say this. I'm gonna say this real quick. I think it's Cat. You said we started earlier than y'all in Canada. We all Western states. I mean countries. I'm sorry. So that's Cat. You
Well,
said
no, because I'm just telling you what American guys, the discussions I've had with Americans, they say that when my generation was in high school, by then they were having sex parties and they were giving blowjobs and it was
Yes.
cheap to be a whore by then. What I'm saying is it wasn't here yet. It was here about 5, 10 years later after I graduated, after my generation graduated. But they're saying it was in America before it was here, right?
Man,
So
that
I'm
shit
just
been
saying
around. That
that's just
shit,
based
it
on
just
what
got
people are
That
more
shit
saying.
is
popular
I don't
cap,
now.
know.
yo.
That
That's
shit's just
cap.
more. That's just
Hold
more
on.
popular now because it's more
Ah,
socially. Hold on. It's more socially acceptable now, but it's been going on for the longest time. It's just people just keep it under wraps. But now women have been able to be more sexually liberated because it's worldwide acceptable. So now it's
I,
out there in the open. I mean, they call each other whores and sluts and shit, and they're cool with it
they
because
proud.
everybody. It's listen. I go out literally on a Friday and Saturday night. Girls are barely wearing anything to this point
Andrew.
where it doesn't make any sense at this point. You might as well just go naked. They
Andrew,
wear
the
little
saddest
pictures of
thing I
things.
see
What's up?
going out is these older women who are promoting all these promiscuity stuff, and they're single and alone and still acting like they're 18 and close to 40 right now. It's one of the saddest thing. I'm like, you don't look good. You
yeah,
look
that's
like
Well,
the
an
it's
girls
old
not.
gone
woman.
wild
Well, it's
girls.
not
J
because of
it's
that.
even
It's
more
They
confusing.
still think
it's
they
because
wild.
they're still hunting and they're still searching for that man. Because you have to understand, women lead by their bodies. They use their bodies as tools to trap. Well, not say necessarily trap. I'm gonna just rephrase those words. But they use their bodies because they're pronoun to be sexual creatures. But that's in their nature to lead men. You know what I'm saying? They use their sexuality. That's their feminine essence. So I'm okay with it. It is what it is. But I'll say this now. If you're older and you're doing the same thing, that's on your discretion. I don't necessarily agree with it, but hey, that's on you. That's what you want to do. That's what you want to do. But you should have already found your mate a long time ago. This is why I say women have this age gap between, I say, 18 and maybe 27, 28. That's when the deadline kind of creeps into effect. Once you go past 28, it's downhill from there.
Yeah, but here's the
Guys,
thing, though.
real
Here's the
quick,
I
thing.
don't
Here's the
think
thing,
he's
though,
wrong.
Andrew.
just
What
before
what
And
we
you
I'm gonna
Let me
say
finish,
say something
something
real quick.
before
Guys,
I
Melody
interrupt.
is trying to
Before
speak, y'all.
I'm gonna try to say something before
no,
I'm
no,
too late to
no,
interrupt.
you can say it because we're about to do final thoughts because we're almost at the
Oh,
4 hour
it's fine. I
mark.
thought
So I want to
Oh,
do it
I
now.
was
And
waiting for
whatever
my
you
turn.
didn't
I'm
get
sorry.
to say, you say
Okay,
it
I'll
now.
go next
Doesn't
then.
My
matter
bad.
how long. So
My bad. I was waiting. My bad.
no, so
let Preach go
who was just
first,
talking? Yeah. Oh, he
please.
left. Okay, bye.
Oh, bye.
Right. You come on here acting a fool
Oh.
and then you leave like
And
we
he
did.
still didn't apologize to nobody because he said apparently he wanted to apologize to me in person. I'm here. I ain't hear no
Well,
apology. So
Right.
ladies, I appreciate you guys having me on here. So I'm more than willing to talk to you guys.
Thanks for coming.
okay, good. Yeah, we want to hear your final thoughts. Don't leave yet. I haven't heard from you in a long time, Andrew. So you can't just like leave without your final thoughts. I want to hear them.
I know I'm making videos. I'm doing a bunch of other craziness, man. I'm all over the place. Final thoughts. Let me see. Okay, so we talked about the what's it called? BDSM, whatever it's called.
Mm-hmm.
Power of the P,
Okay.
BDSM, and then now this.
Okay. I don't mind the choking, the spanking, and stuff like that. I'm all for it. I'm a freak myself, so I like doing that. I think what it is that certain men are kind of afraid to get to that sexual escalation because of what's going on in today's society. But at the same time, right, women are so more sexually liberated since they were back in the days. So it should be a lot more easy for men to get sex. Now, we were touching on the whole passport situation where people travel. Everybody travels for different reasons, right? Some people are
Mm-hmm.
traveling because they're trying to get a better companionship or have a better relationship because they're trying to escape Western society.
Hmm.
You got some men that are deprived from sex because they're not getting sex, right? Because let's just face it, right? 3%, or I'll say 3 to 4% of men are being chosen by women. Women are upset because they're complaining that men are always cheating on them, right? Fair enough. But here's what they don't talk about is that every one of them are sleeping with the same guy. And you're leaving about 90 something percent of men who are out here single. So that one guy, he could be tall, could have all the attributes, have all the money that every woman is desiring. They're all chasing after this one guy. So when you finally get that one guy and then he ends up cheating on you, you're surprised. But why? When you have all these other girls chasing after him.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of men travel because the odds are against them. Just keeping it those simple forms. But as far as all right, what other subject I gotta touch on before I go?
Oh, power to P.
Power to P.
Power of the P. There's a P. Did you cover that? I'm sorry,
Does
bro.
pee ruin a man's life? You never covered that.
Yes, it can if you allow it to. Like for instance, I'll give you a personal story of mine just recently.
Mhm.
I went through a breakup. I have this chick that wanted to get back with me. I'm not gonna say any names. I'm gonna kind of keep things disclosure. It's a little bit of privacy. But here's the thing. She left me because I didn't want to have kids, right? I do, just not with her. Because I don't think that she's designed to be the woman that I want to have kids with. Just based off her actions, just how she is in the relationship, that determines to me if I want to see her as a woman for that could raise my children. You know what I'm saying? Like I just don't see those attributes in her, and I think that women have to do the same thing with men when it comes down to choosing a mate. Um, you can't just be freely out here having guys busting leche inside you. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to keep it PG. You can't just do that. You know what I mean? You got to practice safe sex. But as far as that goes, the power of the P can only control you unless you allow it to. So she was trying to trap me into having a child. She was blaming me, saying, "Oh, how old are you gonna be before you have children?" Because see, listen, she's at this age where she's getting close to where her eggs are not. Listen, I'm just keeping it real. Her eggs won't be able to produce and have any more kids. So that's clearly not my problem. I know it sounds kind of fucked up of me saying this, but when you're with somebody who's mentally abused you and you've escaped from that, trust me, that's strength. And that doesn't allow the power of the P to control you. You get what I'm saying? So I left the situation before it got crazy out of hand. So I decided not to have kids with her. But now she's trying to use this little bash thing. Like, you're getting older. You need to have kids. Listen, I can have kids at any age.
Right.
I can have children at any age. Fuck am I worried about for? You got to worry about it. But you can go ahead and play those condescending games with somebody else. I got the power of the D.
Okay. Oh, that's
Hey
a good
now.
look at it. The D has power because you can have kids at any age. I didn't think of it like that. Did you,
Just
Rue?
look at it. We produce life.
Well,
You
I mean,
carry.
here's the thing, right? And even
Let
if
that man take
you
his,
did have a
his
limit,
W.
even if you did have a limit, and even if you were desperate to have kids, she's not the only pea or womb on the planet, so screw her anyway. But men, I mean, there's diminishing returns on men's ability to procreate. It's not like women's where women's gets cut off
Ruby,
entirely.
having
Hold
children
on.
is a blessing. I would love to have children. I don't
Mhm.
mind having children. I don't mind taking care of a woman. I don't mind paying for a woman because that's what I'm supposed to do. I'm a provider. But I don't provide for just anybody. You feel me? You gotta earn that. You gotta earn that spot. You gotta earn that shit. That goes to any female out there. And I think that's the problem with a lot of men. They don't know their self-worth.
I agree.
Sorry, I was gonna click on that too, Melody, because that made me laugh. But no, I absolutely agree with you, right? And this is what I was gonna say. There is, unlike women, right, where women have diminishing returns until they get cut off, their ability outright gets cut off to be able to have children, period, to be able to produce viable eggs, period, just gets cut off, right? Men have diminishing returns after the age of 40, but their ability to produce children on their own never really just ends, right? Even if they have an issue with the getting requiring a little blue pill to get a stiffy. At the end of the day,
Listen, sweetheart. I'm 40 years old and I have no problems getting stiffies. Okay.
Well, that's fine, right? But not everyone's like you. But that's not my point.
Totally incorrect.
Not everyone's like you, but that's not my point. My point is not about you. My point is about men in general, right? As of the age of 40, men's fertility does change. Just like how women starts going down at a certain age, as of 40, men's fertility starts going down too. But unlike women's fertility, right, which has a cutoff point where it completely stops and that's the end, right? Even if men lose the ability at some point to, create a stiffy on their own, they don't lose the ability to create sperm ever. They don't. Even if their fertility keeps going down until the day they die, they still have the ability to produce sperm. Pardon?
Ruby, that's entirely incorrect because men can get stiffies over the age of 40.
I didn't say that they can't.
But you make it sound like they can't.
No, actually, I literally didn't listen to exactly what I said. I said exactly what I meant, which is that as of the age of 40, men's ability, as in men's fertility, as in men's ability to produce viable sperm, starts going down in the same way that women's ability to produce viable eggs starts going down at a certain age. The only difference between men and women, right, is that men's starts going down at 40, but it never goes down to zero, first of all. And second of all, even if men lose the ability to create a stiffy of their own accord, they still don't lose the ability to produce semen, viable sperm. That's what I'm saying. At no point did I say, first of all, men lose the ability to
Listen, like
get
my
a
man
stiffy
said,
at
Viagra
40.
is for men to get hard looking at girls they're not attracted to.
No,
Listen, if I'm not attracted to you, I'm not going to get hard.
Yeah,
I'm
but
attracted to
sweetie,
you,
again, that's
listen,
not what Viagra is
even
about.
older guys, older men are gonna get hard when they see a bad bitch. Like I'm just being
That's
real.
that's not how that works, though. No, unfortunately, it's just not how that works. That's why there are urologists, right? Because,
Oh
well, if
God.
everything's working perfectly, yay for you. But unfortunately, there's a variety of reasons why men might have issues with getting a stiffy, and not just at 40 or at 60 or at
Ruby,
90, but at
there's
younger ages as
90-year-old
well. There
men
are
that are
definitely
producing
complications
babies.
that men can have.
Ruby, there's
Hmm.
90-year-old men that are popping out babies.
Okay, and
70-year-old
how
men
does
popping
that?
out babies.
I'm
And
sorry, wait.
okay, so
How does your point debate my point in any way? It
I don't
literally
understand.
doesn't. Because I literally said
oh, guess we lost it.
Yeah, the point she was trying to make is she wasn't saying oh, she was
uses
giving
the
like an example.
ability to produce viable sperm. I literally said that. And then you came up with all these examples that just prove my point. So what is your point exactly?
I
Point
think
is,
his
men can
point was
still
his final
produce
thoughts.
have babies. That's it. It doesn't matter. Men can still produce babies at any age. So what? Okay,
But
they
that's
use a little bit. I mean, how many
literally what
billions of
I
sperm you
said.
got?
So what is your point? I don't understand. Like you're
Okay,
debating
all
me,
right,
but
but
you're
guess
not.
what? We can
You're
still
just
produce
repeating what I
life.
said.
We can't
All right, to be
carry life
fair,
after a certain age.
he was giving a final thoughts, and then you chimed in on him
No,
and
he
said something.
finished his final thoughts, and then I chimed in about the final thoughts, which is
But
what I
men
do
can
about everyone's
still
final thoughts.
I
produce
go back and
But he
life.
was
repeat.
I don't think men
done.
really care if they lose a couple of sperms. They can still produce life at the end of the day. Okay, we lost a couple
Okay,
of
they should
milks around the
care.
corner as we got older. Who
Okay.
cares?
But here's the
When you
thing,
guys
though,
get to a
right?
certain age,
Maybe
you guys
you
lose your
don't
eggs for
care.
good. Done.
Okay,
What's
that's
the point of
literally
this
what I said.
argument?
Again, you're literally repeating everything I said. Literally, actually repeating everything I said. So I'm not really sure why you're repeating it like you're debating somebody when you're just
No,
repeating
but
what I
you
said.
make it seem as if men care about certain
Yeah.
sperms being lost at a certain age. If they can still produce kids at 70 or 80 years old, I don't think they really care. Women really care more
See, the
about their eggs
problem is
being
though, is that
you
you're
guys can't carry kids.
first of all, you're actually saying something like somehow or another, my ability to recite factual information has something to do with your anyone's emotionality about it, which it doesn't at all. Could not care less about your feelings about facts because it doesn't really matter, right? Like feelings don't feelings might give a shit about everything, but facts don't give a shit about your feelings. That's not the way that works. So when I'm addressing a fact, I'm addressing the fact because it's a fact. That's
Okay,
it.
that's cool, but the fact is men don't give a shit.
I don't care if you give a shit or not. You know who does give a
Ruby,
shit
I'm
about men's
confused.
fertility? You know who does
Ruby, I'm
give a shit about
confused.
men's
Why
fertility?
are you arguing? You
I'm
stated
not
your
arguing.
point.
That's the thing. He's arguing everything I say, even though he's
I
not
never,
really, because he's just
Ruby. I didn't
repeating the things
disagree.
that I've
I didn't
already
disagree,
said.
Ruby. I didn't disagree with
He
your
keeps saying he
statistics.
doesn't disagree, but you keep
I,
saying
I
he
know, and then
argues, and
I
you keep
said the
saying he
same
doesn't disagree.
thing.
It's like the third
But
time
so
you
did
say he doesn't
I.
disagree with you.
No, that's
I
what
don't
I said.
disagree with you.
Do you
I'm just saying
right?
most men don't give a shit though.
Right,
He's
but see,
saying he
that's what I
doesn't disagree with you, and then he's adding a statement behind it. That's it.
Thank
Yes.
you.
right, and
Thank you,
I'm
J-Rock.
saying that it does. I don't care if he thinks most men don't give a shit or not. It doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, and here's the problem: is that a lot of people, and I'm not kidding about this, a lot of people don't actually realize that men's fertility can actually go down. And so a lot of women that I dealt with this weekend at the women's retreat, and I'm not even kidding, it's not like one or two, it was several women. And this is just one retreat out of countless times that I've had this situation happen where there are two people who are struggling, trying to conceive, trying to have children. You're talking about women who are in their 20s and they're struggling and they think the problem is them. And then they finally go to fertility doctors after a decade or more of struggling and they find out that they're not the problem and they were never the problem. But people don't really think about it in that way. So yeah, when I'm going to address a fact
What
just
do you
because
think
it's a fact,
What do you think that's the
when
cause
I'm
of that?
gonna address a fact just because it's a fact, I'm just putting it out there, especially if it's in any way differs from what people tend to believe. I'm just going to put the information out there because it's true. And then we could just move on in life. We
I
didn't
just
have
want
to
to
do all
say
of this.
it's true that if you're a couple's trying to conceive, it'll be smarter to go to a fertility doctor and get both men and woman checked out. That would be a smart thing to do, I guess.
Yeah, but the problem with that is, J-Mont, though, men is too hard-headed and prideful. So they like just giving a little bit of example what Andrew said, like, yo, man, my dick good. I'm good. So you'll have large general men will say that, and then it kind of negates the woman. So like, yo, don't look at me, chick. Look at you first. You got
Man,
the
y'all
dick.
old heads are weird about y'all health. I'll be honest. You gotta go to the doctor, get checked out for the heart
I
and
ain't
everything,
old,
especially
J-Mont.
with
Just
Yeah.
this the black
Hey,
men's
Ruby,
health.
your avatar is a white circle. Your picture isn't being.
Oh, is it? Okay,
Listen,
hold on.
I feel good. I love my health. I'm waking up in the morning. God blesses me very well. I'm doing
Amen to
good
that,
by
brother.
myself. I'm making my money. So guess
Amen to
what?
that.
At the end of the day, ain't no doctor can tell me shit that God can't tell me.
What?
Wait. Let me rephrase that. My bad. That's the patrol. That's the patrol. My fault. That's the
Okay,
patrol.
guys. Well, let's
Ain't
move
no.
on for final thoughts. Let's go to
Yeah.
Hustler and Muscular. Final thoughts.
All right. First of all, thanks for having me on this panel. By the way, I like how you say my name.
Oh, thank you. What's on your
Thank you very much.
final thoughts?
Now, going back to I don't know who said this, but one of y'all was saying something about you should date younger. And this is something I tell men all the time. Younger isn't always better because I've said time and time again, ignorance knows no age. You could be 22, 23 years old, ignorant as hell. You could be 50, 40, 60 years old, still ignorant as hell. Ignorance knows no age. So younger isn't always better. You got 20-something-year-olds that, you know, they out of high school to think they know it all, they can take on the world. But at the same time, you got these 30, 40-year-olds that stuck in their ways. You can't tell them a damn thing. So younger isn't always better. I understand you don't want to deal with older people for whatever reason, but face it, man. If you try to go for someone younger, you still have to choose carefully. So it's not about the age of the person. It's about the quality of the human being that you're dealing with.
That's
Quality
true. I
matters
believe. I
more.
believe in that. I believe in that.
Yes,
But here's. But I
quality
got a
matters
question
more
for
than
you,
a person's age. Okay, you were saying, go
Hustler.
ahead, go ahead.
I got a
Well,
question for you. What if you did the right things in life, right? And you was a man that was on your mission from your younger age, right? You didn't have any children, you got your money right, and then as you gotten older, you were deprived when you were younger from the women that you wanted to date. For some reason, you just couldn't get those women. So you started to focus on yourself. You build yourself. You got your money. You didn't have any kids. Now you're at this age where most of the women are having different baby daddies. They have 4 to 5 different kids, but you don't have any children. So you you want to start a family. You want something new because you want something different. You don't want to have children with somebody. Let's just say if you're one of those guys that don't want to have somebody else's family, you want to start your own. So you have no choice but to date younger when you're older and you've done the right things. Let's just say if you weren't, sleeping around and having different children with different women and shit, right? So once you're at a certain age and you get older, you want to start a family. So you have to date younger because most of the younger chicks, most likely that's not in your age group, are not going to be single mothers.
You know what? It's funny you should mention that because I've been asking myself that question since I entered my 30s. Because, like you said, at the age I'm 38, by the way. So the age I'm at now, if I want to have kids, good luck trying to find a woman my age not already a single mother, doesn't already have kids
You
by
have
another
to
man.
find
Because
it.
I understand that perfectly. I understand that perfectly. I've been asking myself that question for years and years. So it kind of made me wonder, did I wait too late? I've been asking
How many
myself that question for
38-year-olds,
years.
single women you're going to see that are not having kids, that don't have kids, I
Exactly.
should
That's
say.
my point. That's my
Yeah.
freaking point. How many
Yeah.
women do you know our age who don't already have kids? I've been asking myself that question for years.
So
But
as an older man and you focus and you got your money, you got to date younger women because most of the younger women don't have a trail of kids for the most part, or they don't have any children. So you have to start dating younger because most girls that are in your 30s, trust me, a lot of them are single moms already.
yeah, that's true. But you got to consider this other thing. Let's say you meet a woman who's in her 30s. like who's around age range and she doesn't have kids, guess what? She's not going to be as fertile as the younger women. So she can't even have kids, because I know women
Hey,
personally my
fellas,
age who don't even have kids, but
fellas,
the problem is they can't have kids. I'm sorry. What you
fellas.
say?
Dang.
Hey, fellas, we got to move it along. We hit the timer.
All right, I'm out of here. Melanie,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ruby, was good talking to you, even though we disagree with each other. What was your name, brother, in the bottom?
Of course.
Thanks for coming.
Hustler and Muscular.
Hustler,
Ruby,
muscular.
hey,
Hustler,
game
Muscular.
changer.
Yes, always a pleasure, Angie.
It's a pleasure being on here.
Always a
Ruby, my arch
pleasure.
nemesis. I'm cool with you, even though we have
You're
our
an enjoyable
disagreements.
arch nemesis. You're an
That's
enjoyable
there.
one. Actually,
There you go. There you go, baby.
no, I told everybody, I told everyone, the one discussion, the debate slash discussion slash argument I refused to have with everybody, period, I had on Andrew's channel with Andrew. I did. So, arch nemesis or not, we cool. We still peoples.
We cool. I don't. You know what I'm saying? I don't want you to fall down the stairs or nothing like that. We cool. You know what I mean?
Exactly,
I
right?
mean,
It's all love.
we just have our
Oh, let me just
disagreements.
say this.
Great Bill, it's my first time seeing you on here, brother. It's good talking to you.
You too, man. I seen you a lot of space. You do good work, bro.
Appreciate you. Melody, you gotta drop on my show sometime. What's good? You guys too.
Yeah, definitely. I'll be there.
You got to take you're in line, sir. They after me.
Just let me know when.
I know. We're the worst. Melody, we have to do better. Okay, we're going to do better. We are. We're going to venture to new places. We're going to venture to y'all's channels. I'm making a promise for us both.
Yeah, man, you got to come on here. We got to talk shit, man. I love it. Let's go.
Mm-hmm. Hey, it was good.
Anyway.
I met new peoples and everything, even though I'm not allowed to say horror on your channel because they don't like it. But it was all right.
No. You can say horror. I don't care. What I don't like, I had this one crazy guy, and he how can I say, he doesn't really have much experience with women. You know what I mean? So he's a little bit socially awkward, and that's okay because I used to be a little bit socially awkward, but he's just like way off the planet, right? So I had some female guests on the show, and the stuff he was saying, I mean, listen. I know you got your issues with women, so do I. But I know how to present it in a format to where I'm not trying to kill a bitch. Like, what's wrong with you, bro? Like, I'm fucked out. It ain't that serious. You know what I mean? But I understand where he's coming from. I understand his pain. But it's just the way he was rationalizing things. He was just going a little bit off the hammer, talking about, I want to grab your hair and put you in a grainer. The way you're talking, I'm like, dude, what the hell?
That is
That's a little much.
Saw type of horror film type shit. Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
For the final thought. And
okay, yeah. I should have been gone already. My final thought is, man, hey, I appreciate you guys. Women, I love you guys, but you guys gotta understand this. Before I go, man, make the right decision, man. Whether you're a man or woman, it doesn't matter who you're dating. Make sure you do the whole facts on everybody. That's it.
All right, thank you.
Fair enough.
I'm out.
J Mont, it's your time.
Final thoughts. Ruby, definitely check out that channel I told you about. I would love to hear your review on it because it was some crazy stuff I was hearing about these older women.
I'm interested. I screenshotted it. I will definitely be checking it out, and I'm going to share it with Melody too, so we'll both look at it.
I feel like you guys will have a hoot on it. About Power of P, I think, yeah, the vagina does have power over certain men. That's why men need to be raised to have standards and really understand what's the point of being in a relationship and, building a family and a legacy. And that's basically it on me. You guys have a blessed night.
You too. Good night. Thanks for coming.
Peace.
As usual.
Night.
All right, let's go with Gray Pill. What are your final thoughts?
It just come back down to what I've been saying before. For the Power to P and the BDSM, and I'm not gonna get into what the hell Ruby and Andrew talking about. I was seeing like that was a one-on-one, but it just always come down to learning yourself, mastering anything around you. Definitely being self-aware. It's not always about the girls. Self-aware could be just being how you acclimate around people in society, whether it's work, functions, all that. People kind of, when they say maximize and be the best version of you. They don't really add really context to it. So I think those are people that need to help. Like add context when you just say one thing. Last final thought. Shout out to Killer Swag. When you're working on your content, bro, and I'm seeing you doing your thing. Trust me, time is of the essence when you're doing live podcasting or pre-recordings. Trust and believe. And whoever's cool with you, they need to understand this is your thing. So they got to respect time. Because I'm quick. These lovely ladies here is very nice and polite. I'm quick with the kick, mute, and everything button. Yeah. I know that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Game changer.
Mm-hmm.
Final thoughts.
Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just thanks for having me. Leverage in the box. It's power corrupts, and our community is a reflection of the power corrupting. So, final thoughts there.
Facts. Thank you so much for that.
All right then.
You know, Ruby always give the last words, and then I shut it down. So let's go, Ruby.
I
swear to
have one more
God,
thing
just-
to say.
Yeah, go ahead, because I was just stuck a chip in my face. Go ahead.
Okay, I have one more thing to say. All I can say to the brothers is don't let the box control you. Control your own emotions, control your own mindset. You control what you do. Don't let a woman's mindset, a woman's vagina, a woman's body control you. Instead, you need to be the one in control of everything. I'm not saying control her per se, but you need to control the situation for which you put yourself in. If you're interacting with a woman, don't go into it with the desire to be in a relationship and try to possibly get married. No, have an abundance mindset where you're just interacting with her, being friendly with her. Whatever happens, it just happens. Don't let her feminine wise and her sexual liberated attitude get the better of you. Trust me, I've been there, and I will never, ever, ever, ever go back to that again, ever. So I know what it's like. So don't let the boss control you. Be the best version of yourself for yourself and not for female validation. That's my final thoughts. Thanks for having me. Deuces.
Deuces.
Okay.
Go ahead, Rubes.
Okay. So let's see. Where do I start? Well, the first thing I guess I will start with is I'm going to address the men really fast and say this. You know, unfortunately, and again, I'm just going to address men who care about, having children one day, right? What you can do and what you should do on occasions is you can go and basically you sploosh in a cup, okay? And they can test your numbers, test everything, make sure everything's on the up and up. Because the problem with men is that when everything's not on the up and up, like you could have a 0 count, 0 sperm at all, but your sploosh will still look like sploosh. It still looks perfectly normal. You think everything's fine. Meanwhile, you have nothing in there. Or whatever you have in there, it's slow moving or whatever. And you'll have no idea that you have these limitations or these problems. It's not even connected to age. It could be connected to so many other things, right? So if it is something you care about and you're either in a relationship and you're trying, or, you just don't know. You really don't know because no one ever told you should look into these things. Just go and just check it out. Because oftentimes it's something with a little bit of medication, lifestyle changes, whatever you can correct, right? It might take a little while or whatever it is, but a lot of times because the focus gets put on women when it comes to fertility, right? Because, they think, oh, well, I'm a 45-year-old guy, my girl's 21, everything's going to be fine. And actually what they proved is that that's not the way it works, and that over the age of 40, blah, 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 which is why I mentioned it. So, if you're a guy and you care, honestly, sploosh in a cup. It doesn't take that, it's not hard, doesn't take that long. And it could give you a lot of valuable information, and dysfunction in that area could be connected to other health problems you want to catch early. So just double check it. A lot of y'all don't want the finger in the butt. At least sploosh in a cup. You know what I mean?
Right.
But okay, I had to say it. So that's the first thing. The second thing I want to say is, because I guess a lot of people don't understand BDSM. BDSM has a bunch of different components to it, and just because you are in one component doesn't mean you are in any of the others, right? So you have bondage, you have discipline, you have sadomasochism. And so generally when you're talking about doms and submissives, they're normally within the discipline area, right? But just because you're in discipline doesn't mean you need to be into bondage or into sadomasochism in any way. Now, some people are into all of them or into most of them or whatever, right? So like in the case we're talking about earlier, right? Like I am not into being hit at all. I do not like to be hit. I don't like to be spanked. I don't like when people hit. I don't like when people hit me. I just don't. I see it as you hitting me, and I find it's just not for me. Whereas in bondage or being restricted, right? Being restricted from movement in some kind of way, or anything that involves pressure. So like whether it's like a choking pressure or like clips in places or whatever, I'm fine with pressure. I'm fine with being restricted. I'm fine with anything else, just not being hit. It's just not my thing. Actually, no, I'm not anything, because I don't like gross stuff either. I still have contamination OCD, so like don't spit on me or anything gross, or it's not my thing. Right, but I am very much into the discipline aspect, right? So like I like being told that I can't respond, or I can't do this, or I can't do that, or you got to do this, or what. I like being told what to do, right? So that's my area, but that's not what everyone's submissiveness or submission is going to look like sexually, right? And so that's why there are agreements. There's actually whole contracts. That is a valid part of 50 Shades of Grey. There are actual contracts. You want to live the lifestyle as a lifestyle. There's contracts, and you outline all of the things that you're comfortable with. And so being a dom is actually a huge responsibility, because as a submissive, you're putting your whole trust into this person to know your list of 1,000 things that you're actually comfortable with, that actually get you off, that actually please you, and things that don't get you off, or that scare you, or that definitely don't please you, or whatever. And they're responsible for all those things, while at the same time also getting their jollies off, because there's stuff that they are into, which you may or may not be, and they have the full control. So being a dom is a huge responsibility that a lot of people don't realize. So I think it's just like all fun and games, or this is crazy. But if you really understand domination and submission in a sexual context, if you can go like literally look it up, I don't know, and really understand it, try it sexually, you might understand what submission in a relationship is, and why it is that it doesn't mean you're a doormat, or you're just going to be used and abused and discarded and da-da-da. And we're going to get into this tomorrow. Because a bunch of women are calling women like myself and Melody liars and mammies and this and that and da-da-da-da. We're all delusional. So we're going to get into this tomorrow, and we're going to get into it because a lot of people just don't understand. But if you understood, you'd understand. Listen, to be a submissive sexually, you would understand that, listen, the last thing you are is some used doormat that's just discarded and no one cares about you. That is not the way that works at all, even remotely. And actually, that leads right into the very final and first point that we made, which is the power of the box. Because guess what? At the end of the day, the fact that you could lay back and be so liberated while being a submissive, and while you're being dominated, he's still really trying to pour pleasure into you. That's really what it is, right? I'm telling you, no matter how you want to look at it or twist it or whatever, it comes down to the box has power. It's always going to have power. It's always had power. If you're a woman, you have one. You know it has power. Should you misuse that or abuse it? No. Do people? Yes. Does someone need to teach someone something so that way they can't be used and abused? Yes. Absolutely. Yes. Okay. Now, reality says that as long as women know they have this power and they can use it, that they will. So in the same way that it's not okay for rape to happen, it's not at all. But we got to tell women, hey, listen, you got to change your behavior if you're setting yourself up and you're putting yourself in danger. You got to become street smart. You got to become aware. You got to start da-da-da-da-da. It's the same thing that I see as we got to start talking to men in the same way. Is it okay that these women do what they do? No. Do we need to forewarn them? Do we need to arm them with better information so that way they're not going to be so easily set up as this woman's the next victim? Yes, absolutely. And that's what I hope that at least we do a little bit, at least a little bit. So I'm glad we covered this topic. Tune in tomorrow because we are going to be talking about the other side, sort of in a way. And I can't wait to talk about that. And I'm glad we talked about this. And so, oh yeah, also, Azu Sama and Sinoko One, y'all have been entertaining me all night. Thank you very much for that. I had to say that.
Okay, well, thank you everybody for coming as usual. We appreciate your support. Thank you for all the cash apps. Thank you for the managers, moderators. Thank you for everyone who participated on our panel. We appreciate you. Good night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. We have a great one tomorrow, so make sure you guys are here, 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. We will be seeing you soon. Bye, guys. Good night.
Cheers, y'all.
Cheers. Okay, how'd you like tonight's show?
I think it went well. What do you think? Well, besides the lack of cash apps, but other than that, I think it went well. All in all,
I think it went well too. Hopefully tomorrow we do better with cash apps and whatever. Yeah, like it sucked. Like that sucked, but some of the people was making me mad, like irking my nerves.
Like Preach?
Yeah, that's exactly who I'm talking about. The only person, actually.
Bro.
Oh, I'm still alive. I'm still alive.
Oh no!
I have to shut this out.
Thanks, Killer Swag. Bro, you know you're tired. Wait, oh my god, I didn't even know. If you didn't say nothing,
Preach. I'm sorry, Preach.
I'm not. He's ignorant. He needs to stop drinking and getting on panels. That's what needs to happen. But
like,
anyway.
Seriously. All right, guys. Deuces. Good night. 13 people. Well, look, we didn't say anything bad, but
thank God. We didn't say anything too bad. Jesus.
Oh my goodness. Well, good night.